Welcome back. Tonight we drift. The ship you are resting on moves without sound through a darkness so complete it has no edges, no horizon, no reference point by which distance can be measured. The stars out here are sparse. The void between them is not empty. It only appears that way to instruments that were never designed to detect what actually moves through it. Somewhere in that darkness, older than the sun that warms your world, something waits with the patience of geological time. It has waited before. It is very good at waiting. Tonight we trace the full history of the Dead Space universe, from the deep prehistory of the Brethren moons and the alien civilization that first discovered the horror of convergence, say through the buried black marker beneath the Chicxulub crater and the tragic martyrdom that birthed a civilization spanning religion, through the corridors of the USG Ishimura where the lights have gone out and something moves in the dark, through the clinical horror of Titan Station and the frozen ruins of Tau Volantis, all the way to the final, quiet, inevitable moment when Earth's sky fills with shapes too large to be believed. We will follow the full arc of what humanity found, what it refused to understand, and what that refusal ultimately cost. Share in the comments your location where these signals find you, and the time of your evening, weaving one more thread into the dark. If this calm passage through cosmic horror and deep lore holds your attention, a like or subscribe sustains the channel. Let us begin. Before there was humanity, before there was the Church of Unitology, or the Concordance Extraction Corporation, or the planet crackers drifting through the outer systems like slow iron whales, before the first marker was buried in the dark earth of a young and violent world, there was the void. And in the void, there was appetite. The universe is not, at its deepest level, a place of wonder or indifference. It is a place of process. Hydrogen fuses into helium, helium into carbon, carbon into oxygen. And so the chain continues through the periodic table in the hearts of dying stars. The heavier elements forged in the final cataclysmic moments of stellar collapse and scattered across the galaxy in the expanding shells of supernovae. Planets accrete from this debris. Chemistry begins. Given sufficient time and the right conditions, all chemistry becomes biology. And biology, given more time still, becomes something that looks up at the night sky and wonders what is looking back. The Brethren moons are the answer to that question. And they are not a comforting one. They are not creatures in any sense that the word creature implies. They do not hunt, do not pursue, do not experience what could recognizably be called hunger in the way a predator experiences hunger. They are processes, vast, ancient biological processes operating at a scale that makes the word biological feel inadequate, the way the word large feels inadequate when applied to the distance between galaxies. Each moon is a mass of dead and reconstructed organic tissue accumulated over timescales that dwarf the entire history of human civilization. All its surface pale and ribbed and faintly luminescent in the darkness between stars, its interior a network of biological machinery so complex and so deeply integrated that the distinction between organ and organism ceased to apply millions of years ago. They drift. That is the primary fact about them. They drift through interstellar space on trajectories shaped by gravitational gradients across the galaxy, their movement so slow by human standards as to appear stationary, their patience so absolute as to be indistinguishable from the patience of stone. A Brethren moon does not arrive at a star system. It is simply, eventually, there. The way a tide is eventually there, not because it chose to come, but because the mechanics of its existence made arrival inevitable. When a moon enters a star system containing life, the process begins. Not immediately, not with any action that could be described as intentional. The moon emits a signal, a low-frequency electromagnetic transmission of extraordinary complexity. its architecture built from the recombination codes for every form of organic matter that has ever been incorporated into the moon's mass. This signal travels at the speed of light to every world in the system with sufficient biological complexity to receive it. And in the tissue of living things on those worlds, the signal finds purchase. The precise mechanism took the universe billions of years to develop. The signal interacts with specific protein structures in deceased organic tissue, not living tissue, not immediately, but dead tissue, the cells of recently deceased organisms, and triggers a cascading process of cellular reconstruction. The proteins do not decompose as they normally would. Instead, they rebuild. They rebuild along the templates encoded in the signal, the Necromorph templates, the biological machinery of conversion and propagation, and eventual mass accumulation toward the event that serves as the moon's primary function: convergence. Convergence is not, technically speaking, a violent event. It is a harvesting event. When sufficient necromorph biomass has accumulated on a world, when enough of the living population has died and been converted, and the converted have killed more, and those too have been converted, when the chain reaction reaches its terminal phase, the accumulated mass achieves sufficient density and signal coherence to trigger the convergence event itself. The matter rises. The dead planet's biology assembles itself into a new structure, a new mass, and this mass is incorporated into the nearest brethren moon, feeding it, adding to its volume, its complexity, its signal strength. The moon grows. It drifts on. The next star system waits. This process has been occurring without interruption since before the Earth's crust had cooled enough to hold liquid water. The moons are not evil. Evil requires awareness of the other, the capacity to choose harm, the recognition that harm is being done. The moons do not recognize humanity any more than a river recognizes the stones it wears smooth over centuries. They are a natural phenomenon, the most dangerous natural phenomenon in the universe. And like all natural phenomena, they operate according to rules. Rules that can, theoretically, be understood, and if understood, potentially resisted. One species, like in the ancient history of the galaxy, discovered this. Their name is lost. Their homeworld is a frozen ruin. Their biology was radially symmetrical, multi-limbed, their nervous system distributed rather than centralized. No single brain, but a network of neural tissue spread throughout the body, each cluster capable of independent processing, the whole capable of a kind of distributed cognition that no human neuroscientist would have recognized as thought, though thought was precisely what it was. They built cities. They developed mathematics. They looked up at their night sky and, like humanity would much later, began to wonder. Unlike humanity, they had more time to find out. Their astronomers detected the signal first, the faint electromagnetic transmission of a brethren moon crossing their outer system, or too distant to affect their world yet, but close enough for their most sensitive instruments to resolve its frequency. Their scientists spent generations analyzing it before they understood what it was. By the time they understood, the moon was closer, and on the outer moons of their gas giant, where small research installations had been established, the dead were not staying dead. What followed was, by any measure, one of the greatest scientific achievements in the history of the galaxy. Facing extinction, working with an urgency that must have saturated every level of their civilization, the alien species developed the markers. A marker is not a weapon. This is the first and most important thing to understand about it, and it is the understanding that humanity would fail to reach until it was too late to matter. A marker is a signal device, a constructed object designed to broadcast a specific counter-frequency, a carefully engineered interference pattern that disrupts the necromorph recombination signal within a finite radius. Within that radius, the dead do not rebuild. the cascade does not begin. The convergence event cannot be triggered. The moon's process is locally suspended. The markers are beautiful objects in the way that an equation is beautiful. Their double helix geometry, non-Euclidean in subtle ways that make them difficult to look at directly. Their surface covered in the dense script of the alien species' technical notation, encoding within their physical form the precise mathematical description of the counter-frequency they broadcast. They are made of a material that no natural process produces and no artificial process could replicate without understanding the signal itself. A crystalline substance of variable density and extraordinary structural integrity, dark in some lights and translucent in others, its surface seeming to drink light rather than reflect it. They are simultaneously the most sophisticated objects ever constructed and the most dangerous, because of what the alien species discovered when they deployed them. The counter-frequency works. Within a marker's broadcast radius, the Necromorph signal is suppressed. The dead remain dead. The infection does not spread. The alien species, facing the approach of a brethren moon, deployed markers across their world and their colonies, and watched with relief as the suppression held. They had solved the problem. They had not solved the problem. The same frequency that suppresses the Necromorph signal has a secondary effect on living tissue, specifically on the neural architecture of sufficiently complex organisms within prolonged range. The counter-frequency resonates with certain structures in the brain, not destructively, not immediately, but persistently. Over time, weeks, months, years of exposure, the resonance induces changes, increased pattern recognition, heightened creativity, an awareness of the signal's underlying structure that begins as subliminal unease and deepens, with time, into something that can only be described as comprehension. Comprehension of the marker, of its purpose, of the event it was designed to prevent. And in some minds, the comprehension becomes something else. It becomes compulsion. The alien species documented this effect thoroughly. They observed individuals near the markers beginning to exhibit obsessive behaviors centered on the markers themselves, drawing their geometry, writing the script, dreaming in the signal's frequency. They observed these individuals advocating, with increasing urgency, for the markers to be used not as suppressors, but as attractors, arguing with a logic that felt internally coherent and was externally devastating, that the correct response to the Brethren Moons was not to resist convergence, but to embrace it, to complete it deliberately, and thus transcend the biological limitations of their current form, to become part of something vast and ancient and eternal. They were wrong. The compulsion was the marker's secondary function, not designed, not intentional, but emergent, a consequence of the counter-frequency that the alien scientists had not anticipated and could not, once discovered, fully counteract. The marker suppresses the Necromorph signal. It also, slowly and irresistibly, drives susceptible minds toward the very event it was designed to prevent. The alien species understood eventually that the markers were not a solution. They were a delay. The planet of Tau Volantis received a marker, its function held for a time. Then the compulsion spread through the population. Then the convergence event was triggered not by the moon's signal, but by the willing action of beings who believed they were ascending. Then the moon fed. Somewhere in the dark between stars, the Brethren Moons drift on. The alien species worlds are cold and silent. Their cities are buried under ice. Their biology has been incorporated into the moon's mass, their neural tissue dissolved and repurposed, the distributed cognition that made them remarkable now contributing in some infinitesimal way to the aggregate awareness of the thing that consumed them. They were not entirely without recourse. In their final years, the greatest minds of their civilization worked on something beyond the markers, a device of different design, operating on different principles, a machine of planetary scale that could do what the markers could not Not suppress the signal, not delay the convergence, but terminate it. Destroy the moon outright. They built it on Tau Volantis. They locked the planet in an artificial ice age to buy the time to finish it. Whether they finished it, whether it worked, whether anything of it survived, those questions would not be answered for millions of years by a species that did not yet exist when the last of the alien engineers died at their stations in the cold. What they left behind, in the silence of Tau Volantis' frozen ruins and in the deep earth of a young, violent world called Earth, was a marker, buried at the site of a mass extinction event, buried at the bottom of a crater created by an impactor that struck the Yucatan Peninsula 65 million years ago, killing the dominant megafauna of the planet, resetting the biological clock, leaving the way clear for smaller and more adaptable forms of life to eventually fill the niches left behind. The extinction of the dinosaurs was not accidental. It was a previous convergence event. The marker was placed as a seal over what remained, a suppressor over the residual signals still broadcasting from the biological mass that had partially converted before the cascading event was somehow interrupted, or ran out of material, or simply wound down before reaching the threshold. The marker in the Chicxulub crater was not a gift, and was not a warning. It was a stopper in a bottle, and the bottle had been sitting in the dark for 65 million years, waiting for the moment when a species intelligent enough to find it would be precisely foolish enough to open it. Humanity, when it finally emerged from the long, slow process of primate evolution and agricultural revolution and industrial civilization and interstellar expansion, was that species. The void does not celebrate this. The void does not notice. The brethren moons drift in their slow arcs between the stars, and somewhere in the darkness at the edge of the Sol system, one of them has been drifting for a very long time in a direction that will, given sufficient patience, bring it within range of a small blue world that does not yet know it exists. It is patient. It has always been patient. The signal is already broadcasting, faint and ancient, from 65 million years of compressed geological strata beneath the Gulf of Mexico, waiting for the drill that will finally break through to it, waiting for the first human mind to come within range and begin, slowly, to hear what it is saying. That drill is coming. The people running it do not know what they are looking for. They are looking for ore. They are looking for the mineral wealth of a depleted planet's last geological secret. They will find something else entirely. The drill breaks through at 3:47 in the morning. There is no ceremony to the moment, no gathered crowd of scientists, no transmission back to Earth flagged as historic. There is only the night shift crew of a deep-core extraction platform anchored in the shallow waters of the Gulf of Mexico, the automated readout on a geological survey console changing from one set of numbers to another, and a junior technician named Reyes, who notices that the resistance values have done something the software's parameters do not have a category for and reaches for the comm panel to wake his supervisor. The world of the Dead Space timeline is not the world of the present. It is the world of the 23rd century, specifically the late 22nd and early 23rd, a period of Earth history defined above all else by scarcity. The planet has been producing at industrial scale for 3 centuries without pause, its mineral wealth extracted and processed and consumed by a civilization that expanded faster than it planned, that built more than it maintained, that promised its population a standard of living predicated on resources that were always finite and are now, in the most pragmatic accounting, nearly gone. The cities of this Earth are extraordinary achievements and quiet catastrophes simultaneously. The megacities, sprawling, layered, vertically dense in ways that earlier centuries could not have imagined, rise above landscapes that have been strip-mined to their geological foundations. The aquifers are depleted. The topsoil of the agricultural zones is maintained by chemical intervention rather than natural replenishment. The forests that remain are managed resources, inventoried and logged with the same administrative language applied to any other industrial raw material. The air in the megacities is filtered rather than breathed. The filtration systems are very good, and the population has adjusted to the slight recycled quality of indoor atmosphere so thoroughly that fresh outdoor air, in the few places it still exists in any meaningful quantity, registers to most people as having something slightly wrong with it. The Earth government administers all of this with the particular institutional personality of a bureaucracy that has been managing decline for so long that it has developed an elaborate internal language for describing decline as something else. Efficiency initiatives, resource optimization programs, a strategic consolidation of residential and agricultural zones. The language is impeccable, and the reality beneath it is that the planet is exhausted, and everyone in any position of genuine authority knows it, and the solution that has been arrived at, not through any single decision but through the accumulated weight of 10,000 smaller ones made over a century, is space. The outer colonies are where the future is. The asteroid belts, the moons of the gas giants, the rocky inner planets of distant star systems reachable through the shock space drives developed in the middle decades of the 22nd century. These are the new mines, the new resource bases, the new frontier that will keep the civilization of Earth functioning past the point where Earth itself can no longer support it. The Concordance Extraction Corporation exists to service this frontier. It is the largest company in human history, its assets including a fleet of vessels that ranges from small survey craft to the planet crackers. The immense mobile platforms capable of dismantling a world from the inside out, processing its geological content, and transmitting refined ore back to where it is needed. The CEC is not a villain. This is worth saying because the tendency when surveying what follows is to assign blame to the institutions that drove the chain of events, and the CEC is certainly among them, but it is a corporation operating within the logic of its moment. It does what corporations do. It extracts value from available resources. It returns that value to its shareholders, and it operates within the regulatory framework established by the Earth government that charters it. The Earth government is the authority here, and the Earth government has its own logic, and the Earth government's logic, as the drill breaks through at 3:47 in the morning, is about to be presented with something it was completely unprepared for, and will handle in the way that institutions handle the things they are unprepared for, by classifying everything, containing the information, and proceeding on the assumption that control is possible. It is not possible. It never was. But the assumption is made, and the decisions that follow from it will shape the next century of human history. The Chicxulub crater is not visible as a crater from the surface. 65 million years of geological activity have buried its structure under kilometers of sediment and shallow ocean floor, its ring formations detectable only by gravitational anomaly surveys and deep seismic mapping. It was identified as an impact structure in the late 20th century and confirmed as the site of the mass extinction event that ended the Cretaceous period. For the next 2 centuries, it was a subject of academic interest and little else. The geology was well documented, the extinction mechanism well understood, and there was nothing in the crater structure to suggest it was anything other than what it appeared to be: the scar of a very large rock hitting a planet a very long time ago. The CEC survey that initiates the Chicxulub excavation is not looking for the marker. It is looking for iridium group metals, the same heavy elements found in abundance in impactors of the relevant class, potentially concentrated in the crater's central peak structure at economically viable densities. The survey data suggests a deep core deposit worth extracting. The extraction platform is licensed, the drilling operation permitted, the geological survey filed with the appropriate regulatory bodies. Everything is, on paper, a routine commercial operation. The drill breaks through into a cavity at approximately 9.7 kilometers depth, a void in the rock that the geological models did not predict, its dimensions consistent with a natural formation, but its interior properties immediately and entirely inconsistent with anything natural. The rock walls of the cavity are smooth in a way that deep geological formations are not smooth. The chamber maintains a temperature of precisely 4 degrees Celsius, regardless of the geothermal gradient that should, at this depth, produce something significantly higher. And at the center of the chamber, resting on the stone floor as if placed there rather than formed there, is the black marker. Reyes's supervisor, when he arrives and sees the imagery from the drill head camera, does not immediately understand what he is looking at. He sees a structure approximately 2 meters tall and perhaps half a meter at its widest, its shape a double helix that his brain initially tries to categorize as organic, something like a twisted strand of enormous molecular structure, say something grown rather than made, before the scale resolves and the material becomes apparent, and he realizes that the structure is not organic, is not geological, is not any category of object. His experience has given him a framework to process. He files his report up the chain. The chain files it further up. Somewhere in the administrative structure of the CEC's Geological Survey Division, a report crosses the desk of someone with sufficient security clearance to recognize specific terms in the anomaly description. Terms that trigger a protocol that has existed quietly for a generation, waiting for exactly this. The Earth government arrives within 72 hours. Not bureaucrats, not geologists. People with uniforms that have no insignia and vehicles with no identifying markings and a manner of operating that makes it immediately clear that the Chicxulub excavation platform has ceased to be a CEC operation and has become something else entirely. The crew is relocated, politely, compensated generously, subjected to a non-disclosure process thorough enough that several of them will later describe the experience as having had a portion of their memory simply removed, not erased, but made inaccessible, like a room in a house where the door has been sealed and the key taken away. The black marker is exposed, the chamber is enlarged, a proper research facility is constructed, quickly, quietly, without permits and without any documentation in any registry accessible to anyone, without a classification level that most people in the Earth government do not know exists. And the scientists arrive. Michael Altman is 34 years old when he receives the assignment that will end his life and accidentally create a religion. He is a geophysicist by training, with a secondary specialization in signal analysis, the study of electromagnetic transmissions in geological contexts, a field born from the discovery that certain mineral formations produce faint but measurable radio frequency emissions under specific pressure conditions. He is good at his work in the particular way that some scientists are good at their work, not through brilliance exactly, but through a quality of attention that most people cannot sustain. The capacity to sit with data that does not make sense and resist the urge to force it into a framework, to let the anomaly remain anomalous until the data itself suggests a resolution. He is not told what the marker is when he is recruited. He is told it is a geological anomaly with unusual electromagnetic properties, which is accurate in the way that describing a supernova as a star with unusual brightness is accurate. He accepts the assignment because the security of a government posting is preferable to the contract work he has been doing, because the salary is exceptional, and because the brief description of the anomaly's signal properties is genuinely, deeply interesting to him in a way that he cannot quite articulate to his partner Marina before he leaves. Something about the frequency description in the briefing document that makes him feel as though he has heard it before, which he hasn't. which should be a warning and which he experiences as excitement. The facility beneath the Gulf of Mexico is clean and well-equipped and cold. Always cold, a consequence of the marker's property of maintaining its local environment at precisely 4 degrees regardless of external conditions. The research staff numbers 43 when Altman arrives, drawn from geophysics, materials science, xenobiology, a field that had previously been largely theoretical, signal analysis, and several specializations whose presence Altman finds puzzling until he begins to understand, slowly, what they are actually looking at. The black marker is extraordinary. This is the first thing, and it bears sitting with before proceeding to what it does to the people who sit with it. As an object, purely as an object, it is the most remarkable artifact in human experience. Its material composition does not correspond to any known element or compound. The crystalline structure of its substance operates on principles that the material scientists on staff produce paper after paper attempting to describe, each paper more hedged and provisional than the last because the substance does not behave consistently, its properties shifting in ways that correlate, the signal analysts eventually determine, with fluctuations in the marker's broadcast frequency. The object and its signal are not separate things. The material is the signal, in some sense that the physics of the 23rd century cannot fully account for. Its surface is covered entirely in a script, dense, precise, mathematically structured markings covering every centimeter of its double helix geometry. The linguists on staff cannot parse it because it is not a language in the conventional sense, not a system for encoding meaning in symbols, but something closer to a notation system, a technical notation encoding not statements but procedures, processes, mathematical descriptions of biological and electromagnetic phenomena. Altman recognizes this before the linguists do, because he is looking at it as a signal analyst rather than a linguist, and to him the notation has a structural resemblance to the mathematical language of wave function description that is too precise to be coincidental. He begins to decode it. Not quickly. It takes months, and the decoding is partial, and the partial understanding he achieves is more disturbing than the total ignorance he began with. But the shape of it emerges, gradually, from the data. The marker's signal is biological, not in origin, or not only in origin. The signal that the black marker broadcasts is not simply electromagnetic radiation. It is a complex transmission encoding, in its frequency modulations and phase variations, the complete structural information for a specific set of biological processes. It is, Altman comes to understand, a blueprint. A blueprint for something he does not have a name for yet, something his biology textbooks have no category for, but something that the research staff's xenobiologist recognizes when Altman shows her the decoded segments. The blueprint describes in exhaustive molecular detail the process by which deceased organic tissue can be structurally reconstructed along novel lines, the proteins denatured and rebuilt, the cellular architecture repurposed, the resulting biological machinery optimized for specific functions. The functions are not random. They form a system, a propagation system. Altman writes his first classified report warning of the marker's danger on a Thursday in late autumn, his hands steady on the keys, his mind very clear and very frightened. He has been at the facility for 8 months. He has been within range of the marker's signal for 8 months. He is not yet experiencing the visions. Those will come later, in another 3 months, starting as shapes at the edge of sleep and deepening until the geometry of the marker's surface notation is as familiar to him as his own handwriting. But the data is already sufficient. The data is already unambiguous. The report goes up the chain. It does not come back down. No response arrives, no acknowledgement. He files a second report 2 weeks later, more urgent, more specific, detailing the biological reconstruction process he has decoded and its implications for any organic material within the marker's signal radius. This report also disappears into the classification structure above him. He is not alone in his concern. 4 other members of the research staff have reached similar conclusions from their respective angles of analysis. They meet informally in the cafeteria at off hours, speaking in the careful, indirect language of people who know their conversations are monitored. They share data, they reach consensus, they file a joint report, all 5 signatures. The joint report disappears. And 2 weeks later, one of the 5, the xenobiologist who first recognized the propagation system in Altman's decoded data, does not appear for her morning shift. The official explanation, delivered by the facility's administrative director with the flat affect of someone reading from a script they did not write, is a family emergency requiring immediate return to the surface. Her workstation has been cleared. Her data partition has been wiped. The remaining 4 understand what this means. 3 of them begin producing work that is more favorable to the government's evident intention to continue the research program. The 4th is Michael Altman, who is not, at his core, capable of producing work he does not believe. The first visions come to Altman on a night in early spring, 8 months before his death. He is asleep in his quarters, the small, climate-controlled room that all research staff occupy in the underwater facility. Its walls the particular shade of institutional off-white that he has grown to associate with the specific quality of anxiety produced by being 65 million years from the nearest exit. He dreams for the first time in the marker's notation. Not the notation as he has learned to read it in his waking analytical work. Not the decoded and partially understood version. The technical language stripped of its deeper resonance. The notation as it is, complete and alive. Its mathematical structure moving in the dream with a fluency that his waking mind cannot achieve. The processes it describes unfolding before him with a clarity that leaves him sitting bolt upright at 2 a.m. with his hands shaking and his mind full of something he cannot describe as knowledge exactly, but which functions like knowledge, which operates in his thinking with the authority of something directly observed. He knows, when he wakes from that first dream, what the marker is for. Not from his analysis, from the dream. He writes it down. He writes it down because he is a scientist, and the habit of documentation is deeper than fear, and because writing it down is the only way to determine whether what he experienced as revelation will hold up in the cold light of the laboratory. He writes it in longhand, in a notebook he has not filed in the facility's document system, kept in a gap behind the heating unit in his quarters. He writes it in a language only he can read, a personal shorthand developed over years of fieldwork. And over the following weeks, as the visions deepen and the notation becomes more legible and the marker's purpose becomes more fully apparent to him, he fills the notebook with the most important scientific documentation in human history. Documentation that no one in the facility's administrative structure will ever read, because Altman understands now, completely, with the cold clarity that comes after the initial fear has metabolized into something more sustainable, that the government is not going to stop the research. They are going to use it. The marker is not going to be contained. It is going to be studied until its secrets can be replicated, its energy generation properties harnessed, its biological information harvested for applications that the people making these decisions are not qualified to imagine the consequences of. The research program will continue because the research program serves the interests of a civilization in resource crisis, and a civilization in resource crisis will accept almost any cost imposed on others in exchange for a solution to its own survival. Altman is going to try to stop them anyway, not because he thinks he will succeed, but because someone has to try, and he is the one who understands what is at stake, and that understanding makes the attempt necessary in a way that transcends any calculation of probability. He is 34 years old. He has 8 months left. The marker hums in the chamber below him, its signal threading through the water and the rock and the metal walls of the facility, threading through the tissue of everyone within its radius, patient and precise and indifferent to every plan being made in its presence. The government's plan, Altman's plan, the plans of the people above who think they are in control, and the people below who know they are not. The signal does not care about any of it. The signal simply continues. Altman's final 8 months are not dramatic in the way that the word final tends to imply drama. There is no confrontation in a corridor, no moment where he stands before the facility director and delivers the truth in ringing sentences that the assembled research staff receives in silence. There is no heroism of the visible kind. What there is, instead, is the particular quiet heroism of a person who has understood something terrible and continues, in the face of that understanding, to do the work, to document, to analyze, to write in the notebook behind the heating unit, to maintain the appearance of a researcher who has accepted the program's direction while spending every available hour building the case that the program will destroy everyone it touches. He is being watched. He knows this. The facility's monitoring infrastructure is thorough, and the departure of the xenobiologist 3 months earlier was, among its other functions, a message, a demonstration of what the administrative structure can do when a member of the research staff becomes inconvenient. Altman does not become inconvenient in any observable way. He produces his assigned work. He attends the briefings. He submits his reports in the formats requested, within the deadlines required. He does not file any further warnings through official channels, because official channels are where warnings go to disappear. What he does instead is look for a way out of the facility's information architecture, a gap in the monitoring, a channel of communication that does not route through the government's classification system. He finds one eventually. In the facility's maintenance network, a low-bandwidth data channel used for equipment diagnostics that connects through a chain of relay systems to a CEC survey vessel operating in the Gulf. The channel is narrow and slow and cannot carry the volume of documentation he has compiled. It can carry a message. One message carefully constructed with coordinates and a fragment, enough to establish the existence of what is being concealed here and to give someone outside the facility something to act on. He sends the message on a Tuesday morning in late autumn, sitting at a maintenance terminal in a corridor below the primary research level, his keystrokes timed to the gaps in the monitoring cycle he has been mapping for 6 weeks. The message reaches its destination. He does not know this. He will never know this, because the confirmation he is waiting for never arrives, and 3 days later the message's recipient on the survey vessel has been identified through a communication trace he did not know was running. And the window that was briefly open has closed. Altman is killed on a Friday. The official record, such as it is, describes an accident, a pressure seal failure in a section of corridor adjacent to the facility's lower research levels, a tragedy of engineering, a loss mourned by the research community. The record is filed in a classification tier that ensures it will not be reviewed for 50 years. The cause of death listed is decompression injury. This is accurate in the narrow technical sense. There are 6 people in the facility who know what actually happened. Of these 6, 4 are directly involved in the decision and its execution. The remaining 2 are junior staff members who were in the wrong part of the facility at the wrong time, and who will spend the rest of their lives knowing something they are not permitted to say, and finding, as the years accumulate, that the weight of that knowledge is not the kind of thing a person accommodates. It is the kind of thing that accommodates itself to the shape of a person, fitting into the gaps between other thoughts, surfacing at intervals that cannot be predicted, never becoming smaller. One of these two junior staff members is a systems technician named David Wells, 26 years old, who will leave the facility under his relocation agreement 6 months after Altman's death and spend the next 4 years doing nothing in particular, living in a rented room in a mid-tier megacity residential block, working contract maintenance jobs, not talking to anyone about what he knows. Until he talks to someone, he does not intend to start a religion. He intends to tell one person once what he witnessed, not the mechanical details, but the larger shape of it, the fact of what the government found and what they did with the man who tried to warn them. He tells a woman he is briefly involved with, a teacher named Ivara, who tells her brother, who is part of a small community of people interested in what they have begun to call anomalous signal phenomena, individuals who have independently detected fragments of the marker's transmission through civilian radio equipment and been drawn together by the shared experience of hearing something in those frequencies that they cannot name but recognize. Ivara's brother brings Wells to one of their meetings. Wells, who has been carrying his knowledge alone for 4 years, speaks for 3 hours. The room is very quiet. The seed of Unitology is grief. This is worth understanding before any of its doctrines or its institutional architecture or its eventual corruption is examined, because the grief is real and the people who first gathered around it were, in the most straightforward sense, sincere. They were people who had heard something in the marker's signal, faintly at the edges of what their equipment could detect, filtered through kilometers of seawater and rock, and found in that faint transmission something that answered a question they had been carrying without knowing they were carrying it. A question about whether the universe was, at its deepest level, inhabited, whether the signal of conscious life extended beyond the boundaries of a single species on a single world, whether what they were was all they could be. The marker's signal, even at its attenuated civilian detectable level, produces in susceptible minds a sensation of imminence, of something vast and significant approaching, of a threshold about to be crossed, of transformation held in suspension just beyond the edge of perception. The people drawn to this sensation are not irrational. They are, if anything, more sensitive than average to the genuine strangeness of existence, more aware of the arbitrariness of the boundaries that separate self from world, more willing to sit with the discomfort of questions that have no comfortable answers. The marker's signal finds these qualities and amplifies them, redirects them, shapes the feeling of imminence toward a specific conclusion. The conclusion, which emerges independently in multiple individuals before it is codified into doctrine, is that the signal represents the next stage of existence. That consciousness, having evolved to its current biological form, is being called toward a transformation that transcends biological limitation. That what feels like dread is actually anticipation. That what looks, say, from the outside like death is actually something the biological frame is simply not equipped to perceive correctly. Altman, in the story that Wells tells and that Ivara's brother transcribes and that the small community begins to distribute, understood this. Altman discovered what the signal was and tried to share that understanding with the people in power, and the people in power killed him because the understanding he had reached was a threat to the control they were attempting to maintain. He died a martyr to a truth he grasped more fully than anyone before or since. This is not what Altman believed. This is almost precisely the opposite of what Altman believed. Altman believed the signal was a mechanism of biological destruction disguised as transcendence, a trap set by a process so ancient and so vast that humanity's capacity to resist it was, at best, uncertain. He died trying to communicate danger, not revelation. The notebook behind the heating unit, which no one will find for another 30 years, makes this unambiguous in every entry. But Wells does not have the notebook. Wells has his memory of a man who was clearly brilliant and clearly frightened and clearly committed to telling the truth about something the government wanted hidden. And the community around Ivara's brother does not have Wells's full account. They have Ivara's transcription of it, filtered through her understanding, which is shaped by her own experience of the signal and her own need to find in it something other than terror. The message passes through enough minds, each one adding a layer of interpretation. You each layer a little further from the original, and what emerges on the other side is the myth of Michael Altman, martyr of the signal, who discovered the divine transmission and was killed for bringing it to light. The myth is beautiful. It is genuinely, movingly beautiful, in the way that myths are beautiful when they address real human needs. The need for cosmic significance, for the sense that consciousness is not an accident, for the belief that the universe is oriented in some meaningful way toward the beings that have developed the capacity to ask questions about it. The people who gather around it are not fools. They are people in pain, people in a world of managed decline and institutional exhaustion and the quiet, ambient despair of a civilization that has used up its inheritance and is trying not to look at what that means. And they have found in the marker signal and Altman's story something that reframes the despair as anticipation, something that makes the exhaustion of the present feel like the labor before a birth rather than the long diminishment before an end. The Church of Unitology is formally organized within a decade of Wells's first meeting. Its core tenets are: humanity is not the apex of creation. The marker represents a divine signal of transformation, broadcast by a higher order of existence. Death is not an end, but a threshold, the biological form, a temporary vessel whose dissolution enables transition to a greater state. And convergence, the event described in decoded fragments of the marker's notation that some of the Church's founding theologians have partially understood, is not catastrophe but apotheosis. The fulfillment of the signal, the moment of transformation. These tenets are wrong in every particular. They are, however, wrong in ways that feel right, that resonate with the specific frequency of the marker's secondary effect on susceptible neural tissue that slot into the cognitive patterns the signal has been quietly reinforcing in anyone within range of its transmission. The Church grows because it is feeding a genuine hunger with something that tastes like nourishment. That it is, at the biological level, closer to poison is not apparent yet. It will not be apparent until much later, when the Church has members in the millions, and the marker program has expanded from a single buried artifact to a network of manufactured copies deployed across the colonized outer systems. And the effects of prolonged exposure at close range have had time to manifest in populations rather than individuals. The Earth government's response to the emergence of Unitology is not suppression, which would be the obvious choice and would, for once, be the correct one. It is accommodation. The people making this decision are not stupid. They understand that Unitology is, at its core, an information security problem, a religion built around a classified discovery, its founding mythology a garbled but directionally accurate account of what was found in the Chicxulub crater. Suppression would require explaining what there is to suppress. Accommodation, by contrast, offers the possibility of management, a religion that can be managed, that has leadership who can be influenced, doctrines that can be shaped through the careful introduction of corrected information, a congregation that can be redirected when its attention drifts toward inconvenient truths, is more useful than a banned movement whose martyrdom narrative becomes more compelling with every act of official persecution. The accommodation is not total and is not announced. It operates through intermediaries, government-connected individuals who begin appearing on the periphery of the Church's organizational structure, offering resources, legitimacy, legal protection. In exchange, the Church's leadership, the second generation, already a step removed from Wells and Ivara and the small community of sincere believers, incorporates adjustments to the founding mythology. Adjustments that smooth over the specific details of Altman's actual research, that deepen the theological framing and thin the factual content, that redirect the congregation's engagement with the signal from analytical toward devotional. The Church of Unitology, within 2 generations of its founding, is simultaneously a genuine mass religious movement and a partially managed asset of the Earth government's classified program. The congregation is sincere. The leadership is, in varying degrees and with varying levels of self-awareness, compromised. The doctrine that convergence is transcendence continues to spread across the colonized systems, on ships, on stations, in the outer colonies where the Church provides community and meaning in environments of profound isolation, and the Earth government finds this useful. Because a population oriented toward willing convergence is a population less likely to resist the marker program's expansion. This is the most profound irony at the heart of Unitology's history. The government that killed Michael Altman to suppress his discovery spent the following century weaponizing the religion his death accidentally created to facilitate the very outcome he died trying to prevent. They did not intend this. They intended management. But management, applied to a religious movement built around a signal that affects neural tissue in specific and predictable ways, is not a stable condition. It is a slope, and the slope only goes in one direction. Altman's notebook, found 30 years after his death during a renovation of the Chicxulub facility's lower levels, is classified above the threshold at which most government scientists operate. It is read by 4 people. 3 of them file reports recommending a full review of the marker program's risk assessment. The reports are filed in the same classification tier as the notebook. The 4th person who reads it is the director of the marker program's expansion division, who authorizes the notebook's permanent archival, the deepest tier, the one where things go when the government wants to ensure they are never found again. He reads it on a Wednesday afternoon in a temperature-controlled archive room where the humidity is precisely managed to preserve documents of historical significance. He reads Altman's careful, frightened, precise documentation of what the marker is and what it does and what will happen if the program continues. He reads the man's final entries, written in the weeks before his death, in which the fear has metabolized into something else. Not calm exactly, but a quality of acceptance that reads, across the decades, like the most heartbreaking thing in the document, more heartbreaking than the earlier terror, because acceptance implies that hope has been considered and set aside. The director closes the notebook. He places it in the archival box. He walks out of the humidity-controlled room and goes home to his family and has dinner and does not sleep well, and in the morning authorizes the production of 12 additional red markers for deployment in the outer colonies. The Church of Unitology, on the same morning, opens its 4,000th congregation. The sermon is about transformation, about the signal that connects all living things to a higher order of existence, about Altman, who heard the signal clearly and gave his life to share it. The congregation listens. In the 3rd row of the 4th pew, a woman named Sarah sits with her eyes closed and her hands in her lap and feels, in the back of her mind, the faint and persistent hum that she has been hearing since she moved to this neighborhood 6 months ago. Since she started attending services here, since she sat within range of the small marker fragment the church keeps in a sealed reliquary behind the altar, since the hum started coming to her in dreams as well as waking hours. She thinks it is the voice of God. She is wrong, but the wrongness will not become apparent to her for another 7 years, and by then the hum will have become so integrated into her cognition that the distinction between what she thinks and what the signal makes her think will no longer be recoverable. The marker hums, the signal continues, the church grows. And in the outer systems, in the CEC's shipyards and colony construction projects, and the slowly expanding frontier of human settlement, the red markers are being prepared for deployment, 12 of them, then 20, then 40. Their production scaled to meet the energy demands of a civilization that has found in the marker signal a power source of extraordinary efficiency and is choosing actively not to examine the cost. The Ishimura is being built. There is a particular quality to the silence of deep space that no recording has ever successfully captured. The recordings exist, centuries of them, from the earliest unmanned probes to the vast sensory arrays of the planet crackers. And they are, technically speaking, accurate. The frequencies are correct. The absence of atmospheric interference is represented faithfully. The data is clean. And yet every astronaut, every colonist, every engineer who has spent meaningful time beyond the heliopause describes the same experience upon returning to Earth or any sufficiently populated station. The recordings do not capture it. The silence out there is not the silence of a room with the sound turned off. It is something with texture, with weight, say with a quality of presence that the word silence, a word defined by the absence of something, cannot adequately contain. It is a silence that feels, to the people who have experienced it directly, less like the absence of sound and more like the presence of something that has no sound because it has never needed any. The people who feel this most strongly, who return from extended deep space postings with a persistent awareness of that quality of presence that does not fully dissipate even in the loudest environments of the megacities, are disproportionately represented among Unitology's most committed converts. The Church's theologians have written extensively about this, about deep space as a context that strips away the perceptual noise of biological existence and allows a sensitivity to the signal that surface dwellers cannot easily access. They frame it as spiritual receptivity. The neurologists who have quietly studied the phenomenon, under classification in EarthGov's Medical Research Division, describe it as prolonged exposure to attenuated marker signal producing measurable changes in the sensitivity of specific neural receptor clusters. The theologians and the neurologists are, in their different languages, describing the same thing. This is the 23rd century. Humanity has been in space long enough that a generation has been born, lived and died without ever setting foot on Earth. The frontier is not a metaphor any longer. It is a lived reality for hundreds of thousands of people on dozens of colonies and stations and mobile platforms scattered across the inner and middle systems. These people are, in aggregate, the most marker-exposed population in human history, and they are, in aggregate, the fastest-growing segment of Unitology's membership. The Church does not acknowledge this correlation. The Earth government tracks it carefully in documents no one is supposed to see. The Concordance Extraction Corporation in the mid-23rd century is an entity of such scale that describing it as a corporation feels like a category error. The way describing a weather system as damp feels technically accurate and fundamentally insufficient. Its annual revenue exceeds the GDP of most Earth nations. Its private security force, the CEC Safety Division, is better equipped and better trained than the military of any but the largest Earth government member states. Its fleet numbers in the hundreds of vessels, ranging from the small survey craft that first map a candidate extraction site to the mid-tier ore processors that handle the preliminary refinement to the planet crackers, the flagships, the giants, the machines that are less vessels than mobile industrial civilizations. A planet cracker is not easy to describe to someone who has not seen one. The scale resists ordinary language in the same way that geological time resists ordinary time. The numbers are technically representable, but experientially ungraspable. The USG Ishimura, when it is commissioned in the mid-23rd century as the first of its class, was 1.6 kilometers in length. Its mass, fully loaded, exceeds that of a small asteroid. Its crew complement at full operation is approximately 1,200 individuals: engineers, miners, medical staff, administrative personnel, and the specialized operators of the planet-cracking systems themselves, living and working in an environment that is, internally, more analogous to a small city than to any vessel in the prior history of human seafaring or spacefaring. The interior of the Ishimura is divided into functional zones that reflect the priorities of its designers. Engineering occupies the largest single volume, a cathedral space of processing machinery and ore channels, and the throbbing heat of systems operating at the edge of their rated capacity. The medical bay is substantial: 12 operating theaters, a research division. See psychiatric facility, because the psychological demands of extended deep space deployment on a planet cracker are significant, and the CEC has learned, through the experience of earlier and smaller vessels, that a crew without adequate mental health support is a crew that makes expensive mistakes. The crew quarters are compact but not uncomfortable. The CEC has also learned that quality of life aboard long-deployment vessels directly correlates with productivity, and the Ishimura's designers have incorporated this lesson into every aspect of the habitat zones. There is a chapel. This is not unusual. Most CEC vessels of significant size have designated religious spaces, and the Ishimura's is larger than average, reflecting the demographics of its likely crew profile. Deep space mining crews run about 40% unitologist in this period, a figure that rises with deployment length and distance from the inner systems. The chapel is non-denominational in its official designation and unitological in its practical character, its decor subtly oriented toward the church's aesthetic vocabulary, the double helix motif appearing in the metalwork of the railings, the lighting calibrated to a frequency the church's design guidelines recommend for meditative practice, the small locked reliquary at the far end, whose contents are not listed in the ship's manifest. The Ishimura's commissioning ceremony is broadcast across the CEC's internal network and excerpted on the Earth news feeds that still command significant viewership. The director of operations gives a speech about human ingenuity and the frontier spirit, and the CEC's commitment to meeting humanity's resource needs through technological excellence. The Ishimura's first captain, a career CEC officer named Borges, cuts the ceremonial ribbon with a plasma cutter rather than scissors, a detail that the broadcast's production team includes for its symbolic resonance. The crew, assembled in the Ishimura's main concourse for the ceremony, applauds with the particular mixture of pride and pragmatism, characteristic of people who know they are about to spend the next 18 months in a very large machine very far from home. The Ishimura's early career is, by the standards of planet cracker operations, unremarkable, which is to say it is a sequence of technically demanding, physically dangerous, economically significant operations conducted with professional competence in conditions of profound isolation, and no one dies who wasn't statistically predicted to die, and the ore quotas are met, and the CEC's shareholders receive their returns. Aegis 7, Rome, Cygnus Reticuli. The planetary designations accumulate in the ship's operational log like entries in an accountant's ledger, each one a world reduced to its mineral content, processed, and left behind. The crew turns over between deployments. The Ishimura's culture develops its own particular character, as the cultures of isolated communities always do. Its internal hierarchies, its informal traditions, its vocabulary of references and jokes and complaints that would be incomprehensible to anyone who hasn't spent time aboard. The medical staff develops a reputation across the CEC's medical network for publishing unusually interesting research on the psychological effects of long-duration, deep space deployment. The engineering division wins 3 consecutive CEC efficiency awards. The chapel's attendance figures, logged in the ship's administrative system with the same neutral bureaucratic precision applied to everything else, rise steadily from deployment to deployment, the Unitologist percentage of the crew climbing toward 50, then past it. The red markers are not announced. They are not presented to the public or to the scientific community or to the CEC's own operational staff. They are manufactured in a facility whose location is not in any accessible registry by a team of scientists working under the same classification tier that buried the Chicxulub discovery, and they are deployed in the outer colonies under cover designations that describe them as experimental energy generation infrastructure. The manufacturing process is an achievement of extraordinary technical difficulty. The black marker's material cannot be replicated. The substance itself is beyond current materials science, but the signal can be approximated. The red markers are not copies of the black marker in any physical sense. They are signal generators, devices engineered to broadcast a close approximation of the marker frequency, close enough to produce most of the effects documented in the Chicxulub research, including the energy generation properties that make the program economically viable and the secondary neural effects that make it dangerous. The energy output is remarkable. A red marker of the size deployed in the first experimental colonial installations generates power at a rate that renders the colony's conventional generation systems redundant within weeks. The signal interacts with the organic material in the colony's waste processing systems. The biological mass of a living colony is substantial, and converts the energy stored in that material with an efficiency that no combustion or fusion process approaches. The colonies with red markers become, very quickly, energy independent in a way that conventional colonial infrastructure never achieves. The cost of operations drops. The productivity metrics improve. The CEC's colonial division, briefed on the installations under a partial classification that tells them about the energy benefits and not about the source, is enthusiastic. The effects follow the documented pattern with the precision of a process that has been running for 65 million years and knows exactly what it is doing. The first reports from the colonies with red markers arrive at EarthGov's monitoring division within 3 months of each installation's activation. The reports are not alarming in isolation. Isolated incidents of unusual behavior, upticks in Unitology conversion rates, minor medical anomalies presenting across the population simultaneously, a quality that the colony medical officers describe with some frustration as difficult to classify. The monitoring division correlates the reports with the installation dates and observes the pattern, the same progression, the same timeline, the same sequence of effects that the Chicxulub facility documented and that Altman described in the notebook that has been archived too deep to be routinely consulted. The monitoring division files its correlation analysis. It goes up the chain. The chain considers it. The chain notes that the energy benefits are substantial, that the colony's productivity has improved measurably, that the projections for resource return to Earth are tracking above target for the first time in a decade. The chain notes that the concerning behavioral effects have not, in any of the current installations, progressed to the terminal phase. No convergence event has occurred, no necromorph activity has been recorded. The colonies are functioning, the ore is flowing. The chain decides that continued monitoring is appropriate and that the expansion of the program to additional colonial sites is authorized. The Sovereign Immunity Act is passed in the same legislative session. Its language is technical and its implications are vast. It establishes that any research program operated under the highest classification tier is immune from review by any body, legal, legislative, or scientific, outside that classification tier. It is, in effect, a law that places the marker program beyond the reach of any accountability mechanism that exists. It passes with minimal debate because most of the legislators voting on it have been told it concerns a routine intelligence program whose details cannot be disclosed, and because the few who suspect otherwise have enough political self-preservation instinct to understand that asking too many questions about things at this classification level is a career-ending behavior. The Sovereign Immunity Act is the document that makes everything that follows legally possible, in the narrow technical sense that the word legally can still be applied to a process that has by this point departed so far from any recognizable framework of law that the departure is itself a kind of destination. The colonies receiving red markers are, in the main, communities of ordinary people. This is worth saying because the scale of what follows can make it easy to process the populations involved as abstractions, statistics, variables in a risk model, collateral in a program whose managers have convinced themselves that the benefits to Earth's resource crisis justify whatever costs are imposed on people too far away and too isolated to impose any cost in return. They are not abstractions. They are communities with the full texture of human settlement, the particular culture of each colony shaped by its distance from Earth, its economic function, its demographic mix, the personality of whoever its first administrator was, and the informal traditions that administrators' preferences set in motion. They have schools, they have medical facilities, they have the small civic institutions of any community that has been in place long enough for people to start investing in its future, the community gardens that serve as much a social function as an agricultural one, the amateur dramatic societies, the sports leagues, the places where people gather to mark births and deaths and marriages with whatever ceremony they have available. The marker's signal reaches all of it. It makes no distinction between the administrator and the child in the school. It does not select for any quality except the presence of neural tissue within its broadcast radius, and it works on everything it finds with the same patient precision, the same incremental reshaping, the same slow redirection of cognition toward patterns that will, given sufficient time, produce the outcome it was designed to produce. The administrators of these colonies file their anomaly reports. Some of the reports are very good, detailed, clinically precise, clearly the work of people who have recognized the pattern and are trying, with appropriate urgency, to communicate its significance. These reports arrive at EarthGov's monitoring division, are correlated, are filed, are not acted upon in any way that changes conditions on the ground. The people who have the authority to change conditions on the ground have made a decision, and the decision is that the program continues, and the decision is made by people who are not within range of any marker, and whose neural tissue is therefore entirely their own, and therefore capable of the kind of rational calculation that concludes, cleanly and without interference, that the value of the resources flowing from these colonies to Earth outweighs the cost being paid by the colonists. This calculation is wrong. It will always have been wrong. But it will not be recognized as wrong until the costs have become visible enough that they cannot be managed by classification, and by then the mechanism that makes the costs visible will be the same mechanism that makes any response too late. The Ishimura is assigned to Aegis 7 on a Tuesday. The assignment memo is 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph describes the planet's mineral survey results and the estimated value of the core extraction yield. The second paragraph specifies the deployment timeline and crew complement. The third paragraph contains a classified addendum, accessible only to the Ishimura's captain and its senior medical officer, which describes the presence of a red marker installation on Aegis 7 and provides instructions for its retrieval. The marker is to be transported to a CEC research facility for assessment, its removal from the colony authorized under the Sovereign Immunity Act's asset recovery provisions. The captain reads the addendum. He notes its contents. He signs the acknowledgement. He does not ask questions because people at his level of CEC command authority have learned, through the accumulated experience of a career, that certain documents are not documents that generate questions. They are documents that generate signatures. The Ishimura departs for Aegis 7 on schedule, its 1,200-person crew going about the business of departure with the professional efficiency of people who have done this many times before. The pre-launch system checks, the stores loading, the final communications home before the shock space transit cuts the connection. In the chapel, the Unitologist chaplain leads the departure liturgy, the double helix motif catching the light above the altar, the congregation's murmured responses filling the space with the particular acoustic warmth of voices in a small enclosed room. The marker on Aegis 7 hums in the colony below. The colony does not know the Ishimura is coming. The colony does not know what the installation in the restricted zone at the colony's perimeter actually is. The colony knows only that the last 3 months have felt slightly wrong in ways that the medical officer's reports have failed to capture adequately, that the dreams have been getting stranger, that the Unitology attendance in the colony chapel has risen to the point where the space can no longer comfortably hold the congregation, and that 3 people have died in circumstances the official reports describe as accidents, and the unofficial conversations in the corridors describe as something else. The Ishimura is coming. The signal is already there, and the thing that began 65 million years ago in the dark at the bottom of the Chicxulub crater, the thing that Altman documented and the government buried and the church misunderstood, and the CEC's expansion division treated as an energy infrastructure asset, is about to reach the phase that all the documentation, all the classification, all the careful managed distance between the decision makers and the consequences of their decisions was always going to produce. The phase that comes after the hum. Aegis 7 is not a beautiful planet. This is not a judgment. Beauty is not a category that applies usefully to worlds in the outer systems, most of which were surveyed and designated by instruments before any human eye saw them, their names assigned by catalog algorithm rather than the romantic impulse that named the planets of the inner system after gods. Aegis 7 is a designation, not a name, and it describes accurately what the planet is. A rocky, mid-sized body in the outer system, its atmosphere thin and toxic, its surface a landscape of gray, basalt plains and low mountain ranges scoured by winds that reach 400 kilometers per hour in the seasonal storms, its sky a flat, featureless yellow-white that provides illumination without warmth, light without comfort. There are no oceans. There is no weather in the sense that implies variation. The storms come and the storms go, and between them the atmosphere settles into a stillness that is not calm but merely the temporary cessation of violence. The colony sits in a valley between 2 of the lower ranges, positioned there because the mountains provide some buffer against the worst of the seasonal winds, and because the geological survey that preceded settlement identified the valley floor as sitting above one of the densest concentrations of extractable ore in the planet's surveyed regions. The colony was not built for comfort. It was built for access to the ore below, to the processing infrastructure required to convert raw geological material into something the CEC's logistics network can carry back toward the inner systems, to the power generation and life support systems that keep 3,000 people alive on a world that would kill them in minutes without mechanical intervention. And yet, people live here. Fully in the way that people live everywhere, they are given sufficient time and sufficient reason to invest in a place. The colony's residential blocks are institutional in their construction, prefabricated modules assembled by automated systems in the first years of settlement, expanded and connected as the population grew. But 3 generations of habitation have given them a character that prefabrication cannot account for. The corridors between modules are decorated with the accumulation of individual decisions. A mural here, painted by a shift worker during the long indoor hours of a particularly severe storm season. A series of photographs there are mounted in frames made from the packing material of equipment deliveries, documenting the colony's construction from its first survey stakes to its current form. The recreational areas have acquired the furniture of a community that has stopped waiting for proper furnishings to be delivered from the inner systems and has started making its own. Tables built from equipment crates, seating fashioned from cargo netting stretched over welded frames. A quality of improvised permanence that is, in its way, more expressive of genuine habitation than anything that could have been manufactured and shipped. The colony's school has 43 students in the current academic year, ranging in age from 5 to 17. Their teacher, Mira, is 28 years old and was born in this colony. One of the first generation of children delivered in the medical facility by a doctor who had to improvise 3 times during the delivery because the equipment shipped from Earth had been calibrated for Earth gravity, and Aegis 7's gravity is fractionally different in ways that matter enormously when a human body is doing something as precisely calibrated as giving birth. Mira teaches everything: mathematics, language, history, the basic science curriculum required by the CEC's colonial education standards, in a single room that doubles as a community meeting space on evenings and weekends, its walls covered in the students' work with the particular density of accumulated years that makes a classroom feel inhabited rather than merely used. She has been having the dreams for 6 weeks. The dreams are not frightening. This is what makes them difficult to report, difficult to describe, difficult to present to the colony's medical officer as symptoms of something that requires medical attention, rather than simply as the slightly strange experiences that everyone has occasionally in the borderlands between sleep and waking. They are not nightmares. There is no threat in them, no violence, no the fear response that would make them classifiable as distressing and therefore medically relevant. They are, if anything, beautiful in the uncanny way that certain mathematical visualizations are beautiful, a beauty that operates below the level of aesthetic preference, that touches something in the cognitive architecture that responds to pattern and proportion, and the sense of deep structural order made visible. She dreams in geometry. Specifically, she dreams in the double helix geometry of the marker notation. Though she does not know this is what the shapes are, she has never seen the marker, has no knowledge of its existence, would not recognize the notation if she saw it in waking life. In the dreams, the shapes rotate in a darkness that is not threatening but is very deep, and they are emitting something that she experiences as sound in the dream and as meaning when she wakes. Not sound that she can reproduce or describe, not meaning that she can translate into language, but a quality of comprehension that feels, in the moment of waking, like the most important thing she has ever understood, and that fades within minutes, leaving only the dream's geometry and the faint, frustrating sense of something almost grasped. She mentions it to her partner, Darius, who is a shift supervisor in the colony's primary ore processing facility. He tells her he has been having similar dreams for about the same period. He says this the way people say things they have been waiting to say, with a relief that suggests the information has been sitting in him, waiting for a context in which it could be released. They do not tell anyone else. There is no framework in the colony's ordinary social life in which to have this conversation without it becoming strange, without it acquiring the quality of the unusual that, in small, isolated communities, tends to attract a disproportionate amount of attention and speculation. They file it as a shared oddity of their particular neurology, the kind of thing that couples sometimes experience without explanation, and they go about their days. They do not know that 47 other people in the colony are having the same dreams. They do not know that the colony's medical officer has received 12 separate reports of unusual dreaming in the last month and has filed an anomaly report with the colonial administration that the administrator has read, classified internally, and forwarded to EarthGov's monitoring division, with the notation that the report is consistent with documented early-stage marker exposure effects and the request for guidance. They do not know that the guidance has not arrived, that it will not arrive, that the monitoring division has received the report and correlated it and filed it, and the silence from above is not an oversight but a policy. They do not know about the marker. The marker sits in a restricted zone at the colony's northern perimeter, or in a sealed facility that was constructed during the colony's second year of settlement, under a cover designation that described it as an experimental power generation installation. This description is accurate in the narrow technical sense. The marker does generate power, and the colony's grid draws from the installation's output, which is why the colony has had essentially no energy supply issues in its entire operational history, why the processing facilities run at above-rated efficiency, why the life support systems have never experienced the brownouts that plague most colonies of equivalent size and distance from the inner systems. The colony administrator, a man named Hanford, who came to Aegis 7 from a mid-tier CEC administrative posting and has been here for 11 years, knows what the installation actually is. He was told during his initial briefing for the position, told with the same flat, affectless delivery that characterizes all briefings involving material at this classification level. Told that the installation contains a classified energy research artifact, that monitoring reports are required monthly, that any unusual behavioral or medical anomalies in the colony population should be documented and forwarded, and that under no circumstances should any member of the colony population be allowed access to the restricted zone. He was told what to look for. He was not told what it would feel like to be the person looking for it. 11 years of monthly reports. 11 years of watching the population he administers for the signs listed in his briefing document. The dreams, the behavioral changes, the conversion upticks, the medical anomalies, the periodic incidents that the briefing document describes with the clinical neutrality of a taxonomy guide and that Hanford experiences as the most disturbing events of his professional career, documented and forwarded and never responded to, every response replaced by the silence that has come to feel, over 11 years, less like communication failure and more like a specific kind of message. The message that says, you are doing what is required of you, and what is required of you is to watch and record and send the records up and not ask what happens to them. He is a decent man. This is not a mitigation. Or it is an observation about how systems of harm tend to function, not through the agency of exceptional villains, but through the accumulated compliances of decent people who have found the cost of non-compliance too high, and the distance between their daily actions and the downstream consequences too abstract to sustain the moral weight of refusal. Hanford has a family on the colony. He has people he is responsible for. He has a job that, if he does not do it, will be given to someone with fewer scruples about the doing of it. He has constructed over 11 years an internal narrative in which his presence in this role is a moderating influence, in which his careful and conscientious monitoring actually protects the colony population in ways that a less careful administrator would not. This narrative is not entirely false. It is not nearly true enough. The colony's Unitology congregation has tripled in the past 4 months. This is the metric that, in EarthGov's monitoring framework, signals the transition from early-stage to mid-stage marker exposure effects, the point at which the signal's neural influence has deepened sufficiently in a sufficient proportion of the population to begin producing the behavioral changes associated with the next phase. The chaplain, a young man named Holt, who arrived on the colony 18 months ago, fresh from his ordination training, full of the earnest theological enthusiasm of someone who chose the vocation rather than being born into it, is overwhelmed in the best way he knows how to be overwhelmed, interpreting the surge in attendance as spiritual momentum, as evidence that the isolation and difficulty of colonial life has made this community particularly receptive to the Church's message of transformation and transcendence. He preaches about the signal, about the hum that some members of his congregation have mentioned hearing in the margins of their awareness, a frequency below sound, a presence that they feel rather than hear, that has been arriving in their dreams as geometry and departing as comprehension. He tells them this is the marker's gift, the transmission of the higher existence reaching across the void to find them. He tells them they are blessed to be sensitive enough to receive it. He is 26 years old. He has been within range of the marker for 18 months. His own exposure to the signal is more advanced than he knows. His theological interpretations shaped in ways he cannot perceive by the same frequency that has been shaping everything else in the colony's cognitive environment. He is not cynical. He is not manipulative. He is a young man who genuinely believes what he is saying, and what he is saying is being shaped by the thing he is describing. And the loop of that self-referential process is closing tighter with every sermon. The first violent incident occurs on a Thursday night, 7 weeks before the Ishimura's arrival. A colony engineer named Ferris, who has been on Aegis 7 for 6 years, and who his colleagues describe in the aftermath as a quiet man, a careful man, a man whose professional competence was matched by a personal steadiness that made him someone people relied on. Ferris kills his wife and 2 children in their quarters, and then kills himself. The investigation conducted by the colony's security staff finds no motive in the conventional sense, no financial distress, no relationship breakdown, no documented history of violence or mental illness, nothing in the record that provides the kind of explanation that makes a tragedy comprehensible rather than simply devastating. What the investigation does find in the quarters is the walls. Every surface of every room in the family's quarters, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, the inside of the storage unit doors, covered in the marker notation. Drawn in what the forensic analysis confirms is the engineer's own handwriting, executed with the precision of someone who has been practicing the shapes for a very long time, the notation covering every available surface in layer upon layer, the most recent layer applied over the dried earlier layers in a palimpsest of compulsion that the security chief, who is not a scientist and is not familiar with the classified research, recognizes only as the evidence of a mind that had been doing this for a very long time without anyone knowing. The security chief's report goes to Hanford. Hanford's report goes to EarthGov. The colony is told there was a domestic incident. The quarters are sealed and cleaned. The notation photographs are classified. The second incident occurs 11 days later. The third, 6 days after that. By the time the Ishimura enters the Aegis 7 system, there have been 7 incidents. Each one covered up, each one classified, each one documented in Hanford's monthly reports and forwarded into the silence above him. The colony does not know about any of them beyond the first, which was impossible to conceal entirely. The human need for communal processing of tragedy, too strong to be fully managed by administrative suppression. The subsequent 6 are known only to Hanford and his security chief, and the 4 staff members who processed the scenes. The colony goes about its days. Mira teaches her 43 students. Darius runs his shift in the processing facility. The chaplain Holt prepares his sermons. The medical officer writes her anomaly reports. The ore moves from the ground to the processing facility to the storage bays. The colony's primary function continuing with the mechanical persistence of a system that does not know it is failing because the failure is happening in the parts of the system that are not monitored by the instruments designed to measure success. and in the restricted zone at the northern perimeter, in the sealed facility behind its double fence line, the marker hums. Among the colony's 3,000 residents, one person does not dream in geometry. Lexine Weller is 23 years old, a colony-born technician in the communications division. Her job, the maintenance of the antenna arrays that keep Aegis 7 in contact with the CEC's relay network, and through it, with the rest of human civilization. She is unremarkable in most respects, competent at her work, well-liked by her colleagues in the way that people who are reliably cheerful and reliably dependable tend to be well-liked, possessed of no particular qualities that would distinguish her from the other young colony-born residents of Aegis 7 in any assessment that did not look very carefully at the specific configuration of her neural architecture. Her neural architecture is, it will eventually be determined, unique. Not superficially unique. Not the ordinary variation that produces individual differences in cognition and personality, but uniquely unique. A configuration so statistically anomalous that the EarthGov scientists who will eventually study her will spend years debating whether it represents a natural mutation or an adaptive response that the human nervous system has begun producing in response to prolonged evolutionary pressure from the marker signal. The configuration produces an effect that is, in the context of Aegis 7, nothing short of extraordinary. The marker's frequency finds no purchase in her neural tissue. The signal washes over her and through her and leaves nothing behind. She does not dream in geometry. She does not feel the hum. She does not experience the imminence, the sense of threshold, the slowly building compulsion toward pattern and notation and the logic of convergence. She is, in the precise technical language that will be applied to her case in classified documents, she will never read, immune. More than immune. The field generated by her neural architecture's interaction with the marker signal, or rather, its non-interaction, the absence that produces a kind of interference pattern in the signal's propagation, creates a localized dampening effect. Within a radius of approximately 3 meters around Lexine Weller, the marker's frequency is measurably attenuated. People who spend significant time near her report without being able to explain why, that their dreams have been less vivid recently, that the hum they've been half-hearing seems quieter, that they feel, in her vicinity, more themselves. No one on Aegis 7, including Lexine, knows any of this. EarthGov's monitoring division. When Hanford's reports are eventually analyzed by someone with the right clearance and the right training, will identify the anomaly. A communications technician whose personnel file shows none of the behavioral markers associated with marker exposure, working in a building adjacent to 2 antenna arrays that have been performing above specification for the entire period of her employment there. The signal dampening effect visible in the array's performance data, if you know what you are looking for and have the classified framework to interpret it. The Oracle project will be initiated, quietly, as a research program dedicated to understanding and potentially replicating Lexine Weller's immunity. It will run for years. It will consume significant resources. It will fail to produce a replicable result. Because the configuration of Lexine's neural architecture cannot be synthesized from the outside, it is not a technique or a treatment or a technology. It is a person. One person in the billions of people who constitute humanity, whose mind the marker cannot reach. For now, she does not know this. She wakes in the morning, goes to her shift, maintains the antenna arrays, eats her meals in the colony cafeteria, talks with her colleagues, goes home. The geometry of her dreams is the ordinary geometry of human experience, faces, places, fragments of memory and desire, and the random associative logic of a sleeping brain doing what sleeping brains do. Around her, at a radius of 3 meters, the signal is a little quieter. It is not quiet enough. The Ishimura drops out of shock space at the edge of the Aegis system on a morning that the colony marks only by its position in the shift rotation. The distinction between morning and night on Aegis 7 is an administrative one, the planet's own rotation period incompatible with human circadian rhythms and long since overridden by the colony's artificial light cycle. The planet cracker's arrival is not announced. The communication that Hanford receives is not from the Ishimura's captain, but from a CEC logistics coordinator 3 relay stations away. A brief and businesslike notification that the extraction operation has been authorized and that the Ishimura will be in position above the planet within 72 hours. The notation in the message about the marker retrieval is 2 sentences. The logistics coordinator who wrote them has no idea what they mean. Hanford reads them 3 times. He sits in his office for a long moment after reading them. He thinks about the 7 incidents, about the wall covered in notation in the engineer's quarters, about the medical officer's most recent report, which he has not yet forwarded, which describes a pattern of simultaneous neurological presentation across 16 patients that she is describing with increasing urgency as unlike anything in the colonial medical literature. He thinks about what happens when the marker is moved. He does not know what happens when the marker is moved. His briefing document does not cover that scenario. He sends a query to EarthGov's monitoring division, asking for guidance on population management during the retrieval operation. And the query disappears into the same silence that has swallowed 11 years of his reports, and 72 hours later the Ishimura is in position above Aegis 7, and the planet cracking sequence has begun, and the question of what happens when the marker is moved is about to be answered in the most comprehensive and devastating way possible. The colony does not know the Ishimura is here for anything except awe. The marker hums. The signal has been waiting for this moment for 65 million years. The planet-cracking sequence begins at 600 colony time, though the colony does not experience it as a sequence. They experience it as weather. The first sign is atmospheric, a low subsonic vibration that the colony's seismic monitoring system registers as an anomaly before any human body feels it, but that human bodies begin feeling within minutes. A pressure change, a quality of the air becoming dense in a way that has nothing to do with the colony's life support systems, a sense of the ground below having acquired a new kind of weight. The children in Mira's school look up from their work simultaneously, a reflex so synchronized that Mira will remember it later. The 37 students present that morning all raising their heads at the same moment, as if responding to a sound pitched just below hearing. What they are responding to is the Ishimura's gravity tethers engaging. From above, from the perspective of the planet cracker's observation deck, where several of the Ishimura's off-duty crew have gathered to watch the operation begin, Aegis 7 presents a particular visual. The planet's surface, gray-brown and unremarkable in the standard survey imagery, has acquired a quality of anticipation from this altitude, the way any landscape acquires a quality of anticipation when you know what is about to happen to it, and it does not. The colony is visible as a small clustering of geometric shapes in the valley between the mountain ranges, the modular residential blocks, the processing facilities, the antenna arrays maintained by Lexine Weller on the morning shift. All of it impossibly small against the scale of the planetary surface, the scale that the operation is about to make relevant in ways the colony cannot yet imagine. The gravity tethers are not beams in the visual sense. They produce no light, no visible emission, nothing that the naked eye can resolve. What they produce is effect. The planetary crust in the target zone, a region of approximately 40 square kilometers centered on the primary ore deposit beneath the valley floor, begins to respond to the tether's influence with the slow, reluctant compliance of something that has been stationary for 4 billion years being asked to move. The seismic monitoring system's readouts in the colony's operations center transition from anomaly to alert to something beyond the system's alert categorization in the space of 11 minutes. The ground groans. This is the word that everyone who experiences a planet-cracking operation from the surface uses in every account, across every culture and language represented in the colonial population. The ground groans, not a sound exactly, or not only a sound, but a vibration that travels through the soles of feet and up through the skeletal structure and arrives in the body as something between hearing and feeling, a communication from the planet below, registering, in the only medium available to it, that something is being done to it that has not been done before. In the school, Mira tells her students to move to the interior wall. She has been briefed, as all colony residents have been briefed, on the basic protocol for extraction operations. This is not the first extraction operation the colony has experienced. Though it is the largest by orders of magnitude, the previous operations having used smaller vessels and shallower extraction profiles. The briefing said, minor seismic activity, some atmospheric disturbance. Operations will proceed in phases. No cause for concern. The briefing was prepared by the CEC's Logistics Division for a standard extraction operation and does not account for the planet-cracking sequence's interaction with the marker installation at the northern perimeter, which the Logistics Division does not know exists. The children move to the interior wall. Mira counts them. She has been counting her students every morning for 3 years, so a habit developed not from any official protocol, but from the particular form of low-level anxiety that characterizes responsible adults in environments where the conditions of survival are actively maintained rather than passively assumed. She counts 43. She counts again. 37 present this morning, 6 absent for various reasons, the mental note of each absence and its reason automatic and immediate. She does not know yet that this is the last morning she will count them in this room. The Ishimura's planet-cracking sequence takes 6 hours to complete in its first phase. 6 hours during which the gravity tethers incrementally increase their pull on the target zone's crust, the rock below fracturing along lines of geological weakness in a process that the Ishimura's extraction engineers monitor from the operations deck with the professional attention of people performing a technically demanding procedure that is, from their perspective, routine. Planet-cracking operations are not safe. Nothing about dismantling a world from the inside is safe. But they are well understood, their risks quantified and managed by procedures developed over decades of operational experience. The engineers have done this before. The instruments are behaving as expected. The fracture propagation is tracking within parameters. What is not within parameters, and what no instrument on the Ishimura is designed to detect, is the change occurring in the marker installation at the colony's northern perimeter. The marker's response to the seismic event produced by the planet-cracking sequence is immediate and measurable, though only measurable to instruments that know what to measure. The vibration traveling through the planetary crust interacts with the marker's broadcast frequency in a way that amplifies the signal's output, not drastically, not by orders of magnitude, but by enough. The marker's effective radius expands. The signal that has been operating at the level, documented in Hanford's 11 years of monthly reports, the level that produces dreams and conversion rates and the periodic violent incidents that the monitoring division has been classifying and filing, steps up to a level that has only been documented in the Chicxulub research, the level associated with the phase transition from mid-stage exposure effects to terminal stage. In the colony below, the change is not experienced as a change in degree. It is experienced as a change in kind. The dreams, for the 47 colonists who have been dreaming in geometry, stop being dreams. The geometry arrives in waking consciousness, overlaid on ordinary perception, the notation visible on surfaces, the frequency audible at the edge of hearing in environments that are otherwise silent. The colonists experiencing this effect describe it later in the records that survive as not frightening exactly, not initially, but as a quality of the world having become more itself, as if a layer of mediation between perception and reality has been removed, and what is left is raw and bright and urgent and impossibly or devastatingly meaningful. In the restricted zone at the northern perimeter, behind the double fence line, one of the facility's 4 maintenance staff walks into the airlock between the outer and inner fence at 0847 and does not come out. The security system logs the entry. It does not log an exit. When the colony's security chief sends a staff member to investigate at 0912, the investigation produces a report that the security chief reads twice and then takes directly to Hanford's office rather than filing through the normal chain, because the report describes what was found inside the inner perimeter in language that the security chief has been carefully choosing to make as clinical as possible. And even with that clinical framing, what the report describes is not something that should be in a document that passes through the normal administrative system. Hanford reads the report. He sends a transmission to EarthGov's monitoring division, marked urgent. He receives an automated acknowledgement. He sends a second transmission marked emergency, detailing the marker's signal amplification and its observed effects on the colony population and the incident in the restricted zone. The automated acknowledgement arrives again. He stares at the automated acknowledgement for a long moment. He makes a decision that is the best decision available to him in his circumstances, and that is, in the context of what is coming, entirely insufficient. He activates the colony's general alert protocol, which locks the residential blocks, restricts movement between colony zones, and broadcasts a message to all colony residents instructing them to remain in their current locations pending further instruction. The message goes out at 0931. At 0934, the first reanimation event is reported in the colony's medical facility. The medical facility is a single-story structure adjacent to the primary residential block. Its 12 beds and 2 examination rooms, representing the full extent of Aegis 7's acute medical capacity. The colony's chief medical officer, Dr. Kessler, has been at her station since 0600, when the seismic activity began producing the casualty profile she had anticipated from her briefing on extraction operations. Minor injuries from falls and equipment shifts, a few cases of acute anxiety presenting with physical symptoms, nothing requiring the emergency protocols. What she has not anticipated, and what no briefing she has received has prepared her for, is the patient in bed 7. The patient in bed 7 is a 40-year-old ore processing technician named Okafor, admitted at 0820 with what presented as an acute neurological episode, loss of coordination, incoherent speech, visual disturbances reported by the patient before his speech became fully incoherent. His vital signs on admission were abnormal but not critical. Kessler sedated him, established monitoring, and moved to the next patient. At 0931, the monitoring system for bed 7 registers the cessation of all vital signs. Cardiac arrest. Kessler moves to initiate resuscitation protocol. At 0934, 3 minutes after the vital signs ceased, the patient in bed 7 sits up. Kessler has 17 years of medical experience across 4 colonial postings. She has worked in emergency medicine, in surgical support, in the long-duration care environments of deep space deployment. She has seen things that do not appear in the standard medical curriculum. What she is looking at now is not in any curriculum. She stands at the foot of the bed 7 and looks at Okafor, who is sitting up, and registers the information her senses are providing without yet having a framework in which to process it. His eyes are open. They are not moving in the way living eyes move, not tracking, not adjusting, not performing the constant micro-movements of an active visual system. They are open the way a camera is open, receiving rather than perceiving. His head is oriented toward her, his mouth is opening. The sound that comes from it is not speech. She initiates the emergency medical alert and moves toward the wall panel. She does not run. Running is not, in her 17 years of experience, a response that has ever improved a medical emergency, and the professional discipline of measured movement is deeper in her than fear, at least for now, at least for the 11 seconds it takes Okafor to get off the bed. He moves wrong. This is the word that appears in every account of first Necromorph contact. Wrong. Not slowly, not awkwardly, not in the manner of someone disoriented by illness. Wrong in a more fundamental sense, as if the instructions being sent to his musculature have been composed by something that has access to the body's mechanical capabilities, but not to the learned movement patterns of a lifetime of human physical experience. He moves with the efficiency of a mechanism rather than a person. Joints at angles, joints do not naturally achieve, weight distribution shifted in ways the human body is not designed to sustain, the total effect of a physical form being operated from the outside. He is between Kessler and the door before she has processed the movement's wrongness fully enough to respond to it. The emergency medical alert goes out. The colony's security chief receives it simultaneously with Hanford's general alert protocol. In the 17 beds of the residential block's common room, where colonists have gathered in response to the lockdown instruction, someone's datapad receives a newsfeed from the inner systems. A story about a CEC logistics contract renewal, completely irrelevant. The ordinary texture of a civilization that does not yet know it is in the last hours of one of its settlements. The text of Hanford's general alert scrolls across the screen. Stay in current locations. Await further instruction. In the medical facility, the emergency alert is still broadcasting. In Bed 7, the monitoring system is registering the readings of something that is neither alive nor dead in any category its programming was designed to accommodate. The Ishimura's captain receives Hanford's emergency transmission at 1047. Relayed through the ship's communication system by the operator on duty, who flags it for command attention due to the emergency designation. The captain reads it in his command chair on the bridge, the planet below visible through the observation port. The gravity tethers visible in the atmospheric distortion they produce above the target zone. He reads the transmission twice. He calls his senior medical officer, Dr. Mercer, to the bridge. Mercer reads the transmission. He is a unitologist, as approximately half the Ishimura's senior staff are unitologists, and his response to the transmission is shaped by this in ways that he does not perceive as shaped. What he reads as a description of marker effects on a colonial population is, through the lens of his theology, a description of the signal working as the signal works, the population in a state of elevated receptivity to the transmission. The incidents described not as catastrophes, but as transitions. He tells the captain that the colony is experiencing what the Church would describe as an advanced state of signal resonance. He recommends bringing the marker aboard as scheduled and providing medical support to any colonists who need it. The captain is not a unitologist. He is a pragmatist, a man who has run CEC operations for 20 years and whose decision-making framework is built around the two primary variables of mission completion and crew safety, with all other considerations arranged in descending order of relevance below them. The mission is to retrieve the marker and complete the planet-cracking operation. The information he has received suggests that the colony's situation is serious. Serious colony situations, in his operational experience, generate rescue obligations. The CEC's policies are clear on this, and he is, despite everything else, a man who follows policies. He authorizes the evacuation of colony survivors to the Ishimura. This decision is made at 11:03. By this point, the colony has been in terminal phase for 94 minutes. The survivors arrive in the Ishimura's shuttle bays in groups, brought up in the colony's own emergency transport craft over a period of 4 hours, each group processed by the medical staff waiting in the bay and triaged to the appropriate facility. The walking wounded to the examination areas, the critically injured to the surgical suite, the apparently uninjured to the holding areas established in the cargo sections adjacent to the shuttle bays. The triage teams work with the focused efficiency of people operating under emergency protocol, their attention on the immediate presenting condition of each survivor, their instruments measuring the vital signs and trauma indicators that their instruments were designed to measure. The instruments are not designed to measure what some of these survivors are carrying. The infection is not visible in the acute phase. The signal-induced cellular reconstruction that will produce the Necromorph transformation takes time, minutes to hours depending on the proximity and duration of exposure, the individual biology, the specific manner of initial infection. In the triage environment, the infected survivors present as traumatized but physically intact. Their vital signs are abnormal in ways that fall within the range of severe physiological stress. They respond to questions, follow instructions, submit to examination. They are, to every instrument available, alive and human. The first transformation in the medical bay occurs at 1847. By 1900, the transformation has reached 3 additional patients. By 1930, the medical bay's emergency protocols have been activated and sealed, the staff inside unable to communicate with the ship's command structure through channels that are still functioning. By 2015, the infection has reached the ventilation system, the biological material of the conversion process, the shed cellular matter of the transformation, the microparticulate of the signal's physical substrate, dispersing through the ship's air circulation in concentrations too low to trigger the medical bay's contamination sensors, which were not calibrated for this contaminant because this contaminant was not in the calibration framework. The Ishimura's crew dies in the way that large and complex systems fail, not all at once, not in a single catastrophic moment, but in cascading failures that each make the next more likely. The redundancies that were designed to prevent any single failure from propagating through the system, overwhelmed by the speed and the nature of the propagation. The command structure tries to contain. The security teams try to respond. The engineering staff tries to maintain the ship's critical systems while the corridors outside their section fill with something that was, hours ago, their colleagues. Captain Matthias, in the bridge, makes a series of decisions shaped by his Unitology, each decision individually defensible within his theological framework, each decision cumulatively catastrophic for the ship's chances of survival. He does not initiate the distress beacon. He does not broadcast a quarantine warning to the CEC relay network. He does not authorize the security team's request to use lethal force on the infected. Say, because within his theological framework, the infected are not subjects for lethal force, but for the compassion appropriate to beings in a state of transition. He does authorize the marker's installation in the cargo hold. The marker is brought aboard the Ishimura at 2034 in a cargo container sealed by the restricted zone facility staff who survived long enough to complete the retrieval, their movements having been coordinated by Hanford's security chief, who dies 20 minutes after the container is secured in the Ishimura's cargo hold, in a corridor between the shuttle bay and the processing deck, in a manner documented by the ship's internal security cameras, and classified eventually at the same tier as everything else. The Ishimura goes dark at 0317 the following morning. The last transmissions sent from the ship before its communication systems are taken offline, not destroyed, but methodically shut down by someone in the communication center whose actions suggest intent rather than accident. Is not a distress signal. It is a fragment of Unitology liturgy, its source unidentified in the ship's transmission log, its content a passage from the founding texts about the approach of transformation and the readiness of the prepared soul. It transmits into the void and is received by nothing. The void does not answer. The Ishimura drifts. The distress signal that the USG Kellion receives is not technically a distress signal. It is a systems failure notification, a routine automated broadcast triggered by the Ishimura's maintenance monitoring network when several of its primary systems drop below operational threshold simultaneously. The notification is the kind of transmission that a ship sends when its power grid develops a fault, or its navigation system requires a software update. The bureaucratic language of automated diagnostics, not the urgent human language of catastrophe. It is, by design or by circumstance, the least alarming description possible of a situation that is entirely beyond the reach of any alarm system calibrated for human emergencies. The CEC routes the notification to the nearest available repair vessel, which is the Kellion, a small, four-person maintenance craft operating in the outer system on a routine survey rotation, its crew selected for technical competence in the specific systems that the Ishimura's notification flags as failing. They are not a rescue team. They are not military. They are technicians dispatched to fix a ship that the notification suggests has experienced a systems fault, and they approach the Ishimura with the workmanlike orientation of people who have been sent to do a job they have done versions of before. 3 of the 4 have no idea what they are flying toward. The 4th is Isaac Clarke. Isaac Clarke is 36 years old, and he is on this mission because of a woman. This is not a reductive statement about his character. It is a precise description of his motivation, and motivation matters in the context of what follows. Because what follows will require him to make decisions under conditions that would paralyze most people, and the thing that keeps him moving when paralysis would be the rational response is not training or courage in any conventional sense, but the specific, focused quality of a person who needs to find out something that cannot be found out from any direction other than forward. Nicole Brennan is a medical officer. She is stationed aboard the Ishimura. She and Isaac have been together for 3 years, the relationship sustained across the long-distance architecture of deep space deployment by the communication relays that keep the outer colonies and their vessels tethered, however thinly, to the network of human connection. Her messages to him are regular, warm, professionally detailed in the way of someone who finds the language of their work a natural expression of their personality. She describes cases, describes colleagues, describes the particular rhythms of shipboard medical life with the affectionate observational precision of a person who is present to their experience in a way that not everyone manages. The last message arrived 6 weeks ago. It was not warm. It was fragmented, shot in poor lighting, Nicole's face at the edge of the frame and her eyes. And this is the detail that Isaac has been carrying for 6 weeks. The detail that surfaces in his awareness at irregular intervals with the insistence of something the mind cannot file and move past. Her eyes not looking at the camera but past it, toward something in the room behind her that the frame does not capture. She is saying something about the ship, about conditions, about the message fragments before it completes, the connection dropping in a way that suggests not technical failure, but interruption. He requested assignment to the Kellion mission through the CEC's personnel system, citing his qualifications in the specific engineering systems flagged in the Ishimura's notification. His qualifications are genuine. He is a systems engineer of considerable competence, his record clean, and his assessments uniformly strong. The request is processed without any particular scrutiny. The personnel system does not have a field for personal motivation. He does not tell his 3 Kellion crewmates about Nicole. There is nothing to tell that would be professionally appropriate, and he is in the way of people who carry large concerns. are not naturally disposed toward sharing them with people he does not know. He is quiet on the transit, present in the briefings, engaged in the pre-arrival systems review, doing his job, and his crewmates read his quietness as the focused professionalism it partly is and do not look for what it is also partly concealing. The Kellion drops out of shock space at the edge of the Aegis system at 0400 ship time, and the Ishimura is visible immediately on the navigation display, a return signature of extraordinary size for something this far from the inner system lanes, the planet cracker's mass producing a gravitational signature that the Kellion's instruments resolve from several thousand kilometers out. Isaac is at the observation port when the Ishimura first becomes visible to the naked eye. It is lit, not fully, not with the operational lighting of an active vessel, but with the emergency lighting that the automated systems have maintained through whatever has happened aboard. The ship's outline defined by the orange glow of emergency strips along its hull sections, its windows dark or showing only the same orange emergency tint. At this distance, it is enormous. At this distance, it is completely silent. He has never seen a planet cracker from outside before. He has seen images, of course. The Ishimura is famous enough that images exist in every CEC employee's visual vocabulary, the way certain landmarks exist in the visual vocabulary of people who have never visited the cities they represent. But the images do not capture the scale in any way that produces genuine comprehension. The Ishimura is 1.6 kilometers of human engineering drifting against the stars, and it is dark, and it is not answering its comms, and the woman he loves is somewhere inside it. The Kellion docks at 0517. The docking approach is wrong in small ways that accumulate. The Ishimura's docking bay should be receiving them with the automated guidance systems active, the tractor beams that assist with alignment, the communication handshake between the vessel's navigation systems, the standard traffic control protocols that any operational ship maintains in its docking approach corridors. None of these are active. The Kellion's pilot navigates manually, and the bay when they enter it is lit only by emergency strips, the standard lighting gone. The space that should contain the organized activity of a functioning vessel's docking operations, containing instead the organized stillness of a space where activity has ceased in a way that the stillness cannot explain. There are no bodies visible. This will register later as more disturbing than the presence of bodies would have been. The bay should contain evidence of the people who were last working here, the physical residue of interrupted activity. What it contains, instead, is a space that has been cleared, not cleaned. The deck plating shows the staining that the Kellion crew will not examine closely yet. The dark, irregular patterns at the base of the equipment stations and along the joins of floor and wall. But cleared, the moved. The security chief of the Kellion, a man named Hammond, takes point. The two other technical crew, Kendra Daniels, a systems engineer, and a third specialist whose survival is measured in hours, follow. Isaac is last through the airlock, his engineering toolkit secured to his suit, his attention moving between the space around him and the data his suit's diagnostic systems are feeding him about the Ishimura's vital signs. The vital signs are wrong, not failing. The ship is running, its critical systems functional, its reactor producing power, its life support cycling. But the pattern of system activity is not the pattern of an operational vessel. It is the pattern of a vessel running on automated minimum maintenance, the systems that require human interaction having defaulted to their lowest operational states, the systems that can run without human input, continuing to run without it. The ship is alive in the way a body can be alive without being conscious. The autonomic functions continuing, the directed functions still. They find the first body in the corridor outside the docking bay, then the second, 10 meters further. Then the space opens into the bay's main access corridor, and there are more, and the corridor shows the full evidence of what the docking bay's clear deck had been concealing, and Hammond tells everyone to stay close and keep moving, and nobody argues because the alternative to moving is staying still in this corridor, and staying still in this corridor is not something any of them are going to do. Isaac keeps moving. He is looking for a terminal, any functional interface that will give him access to the ship's crew manifest, to the medical bay's patient logs, to the communication system. He needs to find Nicole. This is the directive that organizes everything else, that filters the horror of the corridor through a framework of purpose, that keeps his hands from shaking enough to prevent him from using them. He finds a functional terminal in the tram station adjacent to the main corridor. The tram system is offline. Power interruption in the primary conduit, a fault he can fix but not quickly. While he works, his eyes moving between the repair task and the terminal's crew manifest, he searches the medical bay staff roster. Nicole Brennan, Medical Officer, Grade 3. Status, unresolved. Not dead, not confirmed alive. Unresolved, the status code the system applies when its last confirmed update is too old to use and no new data has arrived to replace it. The timestamp on the last confirmed update is 6 weeks ago, which is the timestamp on her last message to him, and the coincidence is too precise to be a coincidence. The attack comes from the ventilation above the tram station. Isaac survives it because Hammond is faster than the situation requires. His response time a function of training and the specific hair trigger alertness that the corridor has produced in all of them. The 2 other members of the Kellyan crew do not survive the next 6 minutes. There are 4 of them entering the Ishimura. There are 2 of them after the tram station. Isaac fixes the tram conduit. The tram moves. They go deeper into the ship. The Ishimura has a geography, and the geography matters. It is not a geography of rooms in the way that a building has rooms. Discrete spaces connected by corridors and serving defined singular functions. It is a geography of zones, each zone the size of a small building in itself, connected by the tram system that runs the length of the ship's primary axis, each zone operating as a semi-autonomous environment with its own power distribution, its own life support management, its own administrative and operational infrastructure. Moving between zones on the Ishimura is less like moving between rooms, and more like moving between neighborhoods, each with its own character, its own population density, its own relationship to the ship's overall function. Engineering is the deepest zone and the hottest. The heat is fundamental. The processing systems that convert raw ore into refined material operate at temperatures that the engineering deck's climate systems can manage, but cannot eliminate. The residual warmth of industrial processes at the scale of a planet cracker's capacity. The deck plating in the engineering zone is grooved for traction in conditions of spillage. The equipment housings scarred by the ordinary contact of years of maintenance work. The lighting calibrated for task visibility rather than comfort. It is a space designed to be worked in rather than inhabited, and it has the character of such spaces, purely functional, the aesthetic dimension of the space defined entirely by the demands of the function. The medical bay is the cleanest zone, or was. Its surfaces are designed for sterilization, the floor and wall materials non-porous, the lighting spectrum selected to support examination and surgical work, the equipment housing sealed to prevent contamination. It was a space of order and precision, and the particular institutional warmth of places dedicated to the repair of people. It is, when Isaac reaches it, a demonstration of what order and precision look like after something that does not respect them has moved through. The hydroponics bay is the largest open volume on the ship, and the strangest. The Ishimura's hydroponic systems provide a significant portion of the crew's nutritional needs on long deployments. The growing beds arranged in tiers under the full-spectrum lighting panels, the air in this zone carrying the biological smell of growing things. The quality of life support here slightly different, slightly more organic, in a way that crew members on long deployments describe as the closest thing to being outside that the ship provides. The hydroponics bay is, in some ways, the most alive space on the ship, and the infection has found it in the same way that infection finds any rich biological environment, thoroughly, quickly, and with an adaptive comprehensiveness that the zone's complex organic architecture has only enhanced. The tendrils of necromorph biological material, the structural overgrowth that the infection produces as it establishes itself in an environment, the dark organic tissue that seems to grow from the walls and floor and ceiling in the same way that mold grows from moisture, are everywhere in the hydroponics bay. But here they are integrated with the plant life in ways that produce something almost beautiful, in the terrible way that some biological processes are beautiful when observed at the right distance. The necromorph tissue and the hydroponic plants have grown together, the infection's recombination code interacting with the plant biology in ways that should not be possible, and that have produced hybrid structures that the human brain, encountering them, cannot immediately categorize. Not plant, not necromorph, not anything that the brain's pattern recognition system has a folder for. Isaac moves through each zone with the methodical attention of a systems engineer who has been given the most important repair job of his life, and is approaching it the way he approaches every repair job, by understanding the system, identifying the failures, and working through them in the order that their interdependencies require. The ship needs power rerouted, life support stabilized, the tram system maintained, communications restored. Each task requires going to a specific place on the ship. Each place is, by this point, occupied. He learns to move through occupied spaces. This is not a skill anyone trains for. There is no curriculum for navigating environments where the occupants are what the Ishimura's environments contain. What he develops is something more like a heightened version of the spatial awareness that any engineer develops through years of working in complex mechanical environments. An awareness of the space around him, not as a background to the task, but as a variable in it, a set of conditions that require constant reading and constant response. He is not a soldier. He does not move the way a soldier moves. He moves the way a person moves when moving is the only available option, and standing still is not survivable. Quickly through open spaces, carefully through confined ones, with the attention to the environment's sounds and signals that comes from understanding that the environment is, in every zone he passes through, actively dangerous. The suit helps. The engineering rig, the resource integration gear that is the standard tool for CEC systems engineers working in hazardous environments, provides suit integrity monitoring, oxygen management, a heads-up display that overlays the ship's systems data onto his visual field, and the stasis and kinesis modules that are standard for work in zero-gravity and high-hazard environments. The stasis module projects a field that dramatically slows the movement of objects and biological entities within its radius. The kinesis module provides telekinetic manipulation of objects at range. Both were designed for engineering applications. Both, it turns out, have significant utility in their current context. He finds messages. This is the other architecture of the Ishimura, the archive of human communication that the ship's network has accumulated over years of deployment, the crew's logs and personal messages and professional records that are distributed across terminals throughout the ship. The crew who are gone left traces in these records, the ordinary documentation of their working lives, and then in the records made in the days before the outbreak, something else. The quality of the records changes. The entries become shorter, more fragmented, the clinical professional language giving way to something more personal and more frightened. And then they stop, at different points for different people. the timestamp of the last entry serving as a rough index of when each individual reached the end of their ability to document what was happening to them. He looks for Nicole's records. He finds fragments, entries in the medical bay's patient management system, updates to ongoing treatment protocols, the professional record of a doctor doing her job. The last medical entry is dated to the day after her last message to him. It is a triage notation for a patient presenting with acute neurological symptoms and is written in the standard clinical shorthand of the ship's medical records. It is not frightening in itself. The timestamp makes it frightening. He pushes further into the ship. The marker's effect on Isaac begins subtly, in the way that all the marker's effects begin, below the threshold of awareness, i.e. operating in the register of the barely perceptible rather than the clearly experienced. He notices, first, that his attention to certain tasks sharpens in ways that he cannot account for by fatigue or adrenaline alone. He solves a rerouting problem in the power conduit system in a fraction of the time his engineering experience suggests it should take, the solution arriving in his mind with the completeness of something retrieved rather than worked out. He attributes this to the focused state produced by necessity and does not examine it further. The first vision comes in the engineering deck's processing chamber, while he is working on the ore processing line's power shunt. He is alone. Hammond is maintaining a defensive position outside the chamber's access corridor, and the space is loud with the residual mechanical noise of systems that are running without the human oversight that would normally accompany them. The vision is brief. Nicole, standing at the far end of the processing chamber, her face in shadow, her posture suggesting that she is waiting. It lasts 3 seconds. When he blinks, she is gone. He attributes it to stress, to sleep deprivation, to the quality of the emergency lighting and the particular suggestibility of a mind under extreme pressure. He is a systems engineer. He attributes things to causes, and the causes he attributes this to are plausible, and he keeps working. He does not know yet that Nicole has been dead for weeks. He does not know that the image of her that the marker is generating in his neural tissue is not a hallucination in the clinical sense, not a random misfiring of a stressed mind, but a precisely constructed rendering using the neural template of his memory and the marker's signal to produce a specific image for a specific purpose, to guide him, to use the one motivation that will keep him moving through everything the Ishimura contains, deeper and deeper into the ship, toward the thing the marker needs him to do. He sees her again in the medical bay, twice more in the crew quarters level, each time brief, each time in shadow, each time oriented in a direction that, he will realize much later, was always the direction of the marker's location in the cargo hold. He keeps moving. He is looking for her. The ship is dark and its corridors are occupied, and every system he fixes is a step toward the communication capability he needs to find her, or a guarantee that the ship does not destroy itself before he can. He works. He solves. He moves. Below him in the cargo hold, sealed in its container, the marker hums. It has been waiting for exactly this, for a mind precise and capable and motivated enough to do what needs to be done. And it has found one, and it is being very careful with it, and what it is building in Isaac Clarke's neural tissue, one vision at a time, is not a memory and not a hallucination, but a path that goes exactly where the marker needs it to go. There is a room on the Ishimura's science deck that was, before the outbreak, one of the most intellectually active spaces on the ship. The xenobiology lab occupies a section of the science deck's primary research wing, a long, well-lit space lined with containment units and analytical instruments, its walls covered in the whiteboard notation of active research, the layered accumulation of hypotheses and data points, and the diagrammatic shorthand of scientists working at the intersection of multiple disciplines simultaneously. The lab's purpose, officially, was the analysis of biological material recovered during the Ishimura's extraction operations, the microorganisms found in subsurface geological samples, the extremophile biology of worlds, whose surface conditions made complex life impossible, but whose deep chemistry produced simpler organisms of significant scientific interest. This was legitimate work, and the people doing it were legitimate scientists, and the papers they produced were published in the CEC's internal research journals with the dry precision of researchers doing their jobs well. The Xenobiology lab had another purpose. The classified addendum to the lab director's posting, accessible at the same tier as Hanford's briefing on Aegis 7's marker installation, described a secondary research program whose existence was not disclosed to most of the lab staff. The program concerned the biological material associated with the marker's signal effects, the tissue samples taken from the victims of the colonial incidents that Hanford's reports documented, the cellular analysis of the changes produced by prolonged marker exposure in deceased organic matter, the attempt to understand at the molecular level what the marker's signal was actually doing to the biology it affected. The research was good. The researchers doing it were careful and skilled, and the data they accumulated over the Ishimura's deployments was, by the time of the Aegis 7 operation, the most comprehensive scientific account of necromorph biology that existed in any accessible record. It was also classified at a level that prevented it from being shared with the medical staff who might have used it to save lives during the outbreak, or the security staff who might have used it to develop effective response protocols, or the engineering staff who might have used it to understand why the modifications being made to the ship's ventilation system by something that used to be a maintenance technician were not random but purposeful. The lab's primary researcher, Dr. Sciarello, is dead when Isaac finds the lab. She died at her workstation. The specifics of this are documented by the lab's internal security system, which continued recording after the outbreak began, and which Isaac accesses through the terminal in the lab's anteroom. He watches the recording for 40 seconds before he stops it. He has found, by this point, that there is a threshold of what the mind can process in real time, and that operating beyond that threshold is not useful and is potentially debilitating, and 40 seconds of Dr. Sciarello's final minutes is beyond the threshold. What he takes from the lab instead is her research, her data, the accumulated documentation of what the marker signal does to biology, accessed through her workstation's research archive, read in fragments while maintaining the environmental awareness that has become the constant background process of every moment on this ship. He reads standing up, his back to a wall, the lab's containment units in his peripheral vision, most of them empty, their former contents having gone wherever the outbreak has taken them, but the habit of monitoring established too deeply to suspend. What he reads changes his understanding of what he is in the middle of. The necromorphs are not infected. This is the first and most important correction that Dr. Sciarello's research imposes on the intuitive model that the word infection suggests. Infection implies an agent, a pathogen, a virus, a bacterium that invades a host and hijacks its biology for the pathogen's reproductive purposes, the host's systems redirected toward producing more of the invading agent at the expense of the host's own function. This model is wrong for the necromorphs, and the wrongness is not a minor inaccuracy, but a fundamental misunderstanding that, if acted upon, produces entirely incorrect responses. The necromorphs are reconstructed. The deceased organic tissue is not hijacked, it is repurposed. The marker signal interacts with the proteins in recently deceased tissue at the molecular level, triggering a process of cellular disassembly and reassembly along templates encoded in the signal's frequency modulations. The atoms of the original biological material remain. Nothing is added, nothing is removed in bulk, but their organization is entirely replaced. The proteins are denatured and refolded into configurations that the original biology never produced. The cellular structures disassembled and rebuilt to different specifications, the resulting tissues organized into forms optimized for the specific functions that the necromorph biology requires. The functions are not arbitrary. Dr. Iciarello's research identifies them with painful precision. Locomotion optimized for pursuit in environments with complex three-dimensional geometry. Sensory systems adapted to detect the specific biochemical signatures of living human tissue at range. Appendage structures modified for the penetration of standard CEC suit materials and the human tissue beneath them. And, in certain forms, the capacity to produce and deploy the biological material that transmits the reconstruction process to additional recently deceased organic matter. The necromorphs are not monsters pursuing individual survival. They are components of a system pursuing a collective function. The function is accumulation. The taxonomy of forms that Dr. Ciarello has documented by the time of the outbreak represents the product of years of analysis, all beginning with tissue samples taken from colonial incidents and expanding as the Ishimura's own research program produced subjects. She has named them according to a system that is rigorously descriptive and entirely clinical, the names carrying none of the terror of the things they describe, which is perhaps both the strength and the limitation of the scientific approach to this particular subject. The slasher is the most common form. The term describes a necromorph produced from a human adult whose tissue reconstruction has followed the primary template. The basic necromorph architecture, the form that the signal defaults to when it is working with standard human biology without significant variation. The slasher is recognizably human in its general outline, the bilateral symmetry of its origin preserved in the reconstruction. But the specifics are entirely replaced. The upper limbs terminate not in hands but in the bladed extensions of remodeled forearm bone. The radius and ulna extended and sharpened through a process that the forensic analysis confirms is not a modification of the existing bones but a replacement. New material grown from the cellular reconstruction and organized into cutting edges of extraordinary sharpness and structural integrity. The chest is open, the thoracic cavity modified to accommodate the expanded respiratory and circulatory systems that the necromorph's metabolic demands require. The face is smooth where the face of its origin was expressive. The slasher moves with the wrong movement quality that Dr. Kessler documented in her last moments with Okafor in the medical bay, the efficiency of a mechanism rather than a person. The joints at angles the original biology never intended, the weight distribution of something that learned locomotion from the body's mechanical specifications rather than from years of embodied experience. It is fast. Dr. Sciarello's motion analysis data indicates sustained pursuit speed significantly above human running capacity, with the additional capability of movement in all three dimensions. The slasher climbs walls and ceilings with the same efficiency it moves across floors, the reconstructed musculature providing grip and leverage that human hands and feet cannot match. The leaper is a form produced when the reconstruction template prioritizes speed over the standard architecture. The spinal column is exposed and extended, the legs reconstructed into powerful posterior limbs. See the resulting form quadrupedal in its primary locomotion, a hunter that moves through the ship's corridors in bounds that cover distances the slasher covers in multiple steps. Its sensory systems adapted toward the detection of movement rather than the biochemical signatures that the slasher tracks. The leaper is the form Isaac encounters in the ventilation systems, the secondary passages of the ship, the spaces between walls, the maintenance conduits that run through every section of the Ishimura's infrastructure, the form that the ship's complex three-dimensional interior geometry most rewards. The pregnant is a form that required Dr. Ciarello's most careful documentation and produces, in the reading, the specific kind of horror that comes from understanding a process rather than reacting to a surface. The abdominal cavity of the origin organism, the torso between ribs and pelvis, is reconstructed as an incubation chamber. The biological material within is not the origin organism's organs, which have been repurposed or dissolved. It is a colony of smaller forms, the crawlers, infant-sized necromorphs, produced from whatever biological material was available in the reconstruction environment, each one mobile and independently functional. The pregnant moves slowly, its reconstructed form not optimized for pursuit, but for proximity, approaching until it is close enough to rupture the abdominal chamber and release its colony into the target environment. The crawlers are, individually, less dangerous than the larger forms. Collectively, in the confined spaces of the Ishimura's corridors, they are something else. The lurker is a form produced from juvenile biology, from children, though Dr. Ciarello's documentation uses the biological descriptor rather than the social one, and the biological descriptor is clinical enough that the fact of what it describes can be processed by the analytical mind without immediately collapsing into something more than analysis. The lurker's reconstruction optimizes for the three-dimensional movement capabilities that the smaller skeletal structure provides access to, the form adapted for surfaces that larger forms cannot navigate. The ceiling conduit junctions, the equipment housing tops, the narrow passages between processing machinery. It attacks from positions that the human defensive instinct, oriented toward threats at ground level, does not prioritize. The infector is the vector form, the mechanism by which the infection propagates to newly deceased organic material in environments where the signal alone is insufficient to trigger the reconstruction process. It is a flying form, its origin unclear in the early stages of Dr. Ciarello's research, and clarified only by later analysis. The infector is produced from the biological material of multiple organisms, the reconstruction template drawing from several bodies simultaneously to produce a form that none of the origins could provide individually. It moves through the air with the efficiency of a creature designed rather than evolved, its primary appendage a proboscis, capable of penetrating standard suit materials and delivering the concentrated cellular reconstruction template directly into recently deceased tissue. A body that would not reconstruct on its own within the marker's signal, too far from the source or insufficiently exposed, reconstructs within minutes of infector contact. The divider is perhaps the most philosophically disturbing form in the taxonomy, in the sense that it most directly challenges the assumptions about biological individuality that the human nervous system is built to make. A divider presents as a single organism, a reconstruction that appears to be derived from a single human origin, its form suggesting a unified biological entity. It is not. Upon sufficient trauma to the primary structure, the divider divides into its component suborganisms, each one independently mobile and functional, each one continuing to pursue the target that the primary form was pursuing, the distribution of the threat increasing as the perceived coherence of the threat is removed. The divider does not die from the damage that would kill anything understood as a single organism. The divider distributes. The brute is a form that the Ishimura's outbreak produces in the final stages of the infection's spread through the ship. A form that requires the biological material of multiple adult organisms fused in the reconstruction process, the template integrating the material into a form of significantly greater mass and structural integrity than any single origin reconstruction can produce. The brute cannot navigate the ship's corridors in the way that the smaller forms navigate them. It moves through the ship's architecture rather than through its intended pathways. The bulkheads and equipment housings that define the ship's internal geography being, to the brute's mass and the force its reconstructed musculature can generate, obstacles of insufficient resistance. Dr. Ciarello's research identifies, across all forms, a property that the individual taxonomy does not capture: coordination. The necromorphs do not operate as individuals. They operate as a system, their behavior patterns showing evidence of distributed coordination that cannot be explained by the individual sensory and cognitive capacity of any single form. The slashers in a section of corridor organize their approach vectors to eliminate the defensive options that a human target can use to prevent simultaneous engagement from multiple directions. The lurkers in a space position themselves at the points where their engagement will be most disruptive to the target's response to the slashers below. The pregnant forms move toward positions that maximize the distribution of crawlers if ruptured, not the positions that minimize their own exposure to harm. This coordination is not communicated between forms in any way that Dr. Ciarello's instruments can detect as communication. There are no vocalizations between forms that carry information. There are no chemical signals detectable at the sensitivity levels available. There is, instead, the faint and pervasive electromagnetic emission of the marker signal, operating at the frequency that the Xenobiology Lab's instruments have been calibrated to detect, present throughout the ship at varying intensities, and carrying Dr. Ciarello hypothesizes in the final research entries that Isaac reads at the lab workstation something more than the reconstruction template, carrying the coordination instructions themselves. The necromorphs are not independently motivated entities whose individual behaviors happen to be complementary. They are nodes in a network, their behavior the local expression of a distributed intelligence that uses the marker signal as its communication substrate. The intelligence that coordinates them is not the marker. The marker is infrastructure, the broadcasting system, the network backbone. The intelligence is something else, something that the marker signal enables but does not constitute. Something that grows from the accumulation of reconstructed neural tissue into a collective cognitive architecture that Dr. Ciarello's final entries circle around without landing on directly, the hypothesis too large and too terrible for the clinical language she has been maintaining throughout to fully contain. She calls it the hive mind. The term appears in the final 3 entries, each time with a qualifier that diminishes. The first time, what might be described as; the second time, what I am now confident is; and the third time simply, without qualification, as a fact: the hive mind. The hive mind is the aggregate intelligence formed from the collective neural tissue of all the necromorphs in a marker's influence zone, a distributed consciousness that has no physical center, no single location, no organ that constitutes its seat. It is everywhere the necromorphs are, and it is nowhere that can be targeted by removing 1 node, or 10, or 100. It coordinates the forms, it pursues the process, it works toward the convergence event with the patient, comprehensive intelligence of something that has been doing this for a very long time and understands, at whatever level of cognition it operates, exactly what it is doing and why. It is also, Dr. Ciarello's final entry notes, aware of Isaac Clarke. She writes this without explanation. The entry is dated 3 days before her death, and the context that would give the observation its full weight is not provided. She simply notes it. The behavioral patterns of the forms in the ship's engineering section have shifted in the last 48 hours, their coordination suggesting a new priority that has superseded the standard accumulation behaviors. Something has been introduced to the ship that the hive mind is treating as a specific target rather than an additional subject for reconstruction. Isaac reads this entry at the workstation and sits with it for a moment that is longer than the environmental conditions comfortably permit. He does not know why he is a specific target. He does not know yet about the marker's visions and their purpose, about the neural pathway being constructed through his grief, about the role the marker has selected him to play. He knows only that the intelligence coordinating every form on this ship has identified him specifically, and that this identification is either the most dangerous thing about his current situation or the most important thing to understand about what the marker wants. He closes Dr. Sciarello's research archive. He looks at the containment units along the lab's walls, most empty, most open, the absence of their former contents eloquent in its own way. He thinks about the hive mind, distributed through the ship's structure, present in every corridor he has moved through and every corridor ahead of him. He thinks about Nicole. He picks up his engineering toolkit and moves toward the lab's exit. The ship is dark. The signal is everywhere. The intelligence that coordinates the darkness has been watching him since he boarded, and it has been patient with him the way the Brethren Moons are patient, the way the marker is patient, the way everything in this universe that is older and larger than humanity is patient. Because patience, when you are the size of the process and not the size of the person caught in it, costs nothing. But Isaac Clarke is not the size of the process. He is the size of a person, with the urgency of a person, and the thing that moves him is not patience, but the specific, focused, devastating impatience of someone who needs to find the person he loves, and will move through anything the ship contains to do it. The hive mind knows this. The marker has been counting on it. The living on the Ishimura can be counted on one hand. This is not a figure of speech. By the time Isaac has restored sufficient systems to establish a working picture of the ship's status, the crew manifests unresolved entries resolved one by one through the evidence of terminals and security footage and the simple arithmetic of zones cleared and zones not yet reached. The population of the Ishimura has been reduced from 1,200 to a number that the manifest's active status indicators render in a way that feels like a malfunction, because the human mind, encountering a number this small against a context this large, defaults to the assumption of error before it accepts the number as fact. There are, by Isaac's best accounting, fewer than a dozen people alive on the ship. Of these, most are isolated, barricaded in defensible spaces, surviving on suit oxygen and emergency rations, and the specific focused energy of people who have decided that survival is possible and are maintaining that decision against the weight of all available evidence. Isaac makes contact with several of them through the ship's internal communication system as he restores terminal access across zones. These contacts are brief: a voice, a location, a status, the communication fragmenting as the ship's network continues its irregular degradation. Most of these people he will not reach in time. Most of these conversations are the last human contact these individuals have before the arithmetic of the ship's population reduces further. 3 people survive to matter to the story in the way that characters matter. Not because their survival is deserved or undeserved, not because the ship applies any moral calculus to who it keeps and who it takes, but because the specific combination of their skills, their locations, and the particular qualities of their desperation keeps them functional long enough for Isaac to find them. Each of them has an agenda. Each of them is concealing something, and the interaction of their hidden objectives with Isaac's single visible one, find Nicole, restore the ship, get out, will determine the shape of what comes next in ways that none of them can fully anticipate. Dr. Terrence Kine is the Ishimura's chief medical officer, 63 years old, on 20 years into a CEC medical career that has taken him to a dozen deep space postings and produced a body of research in neurological adaptation to long-duration spaceflight that is genuinely respected within the CEC's medical division. He is, in the conventional assessment of the people who have worked with him over those 20 years, a steady man, not brilliant in the way that occasionally brilliant people are brilliant, the unpredictable flashes of insight that distinguish exceptional researchers from competent ones, but possessed of a thoroughness and a rigor that produces excellent work reliably, which is, in the long run of a career, more valuable than brilliance that arrives in flashes. He is not, when Isaac finds him in the medical research annex on the science deck, a steady man. The kind that Isaac encounters has been in this section of the ship for 4 days, alone except for the dead that have not yet found the annex's sealed door, sustained by the emergency rations from the research section's survival locker, and by a mental state that has moved so far beyond the parameters of clinical stability that the clinical vocabulary no longer applies to it. He is not psychotic in the technical sense. His cognition is functional, his perceptions accurate, his communication coherent. He is something adjacent to psychotic, something that doesn't have a clean diagnostic category. A man whose mind has been under sustained marker exposure for weeks, and who has, in the crucible of that exposure and the catastrophe that surrounds him, he reached a conclusion that is simultaneously the most reasonable thing in his circumstances and the most dangerous. The conclusion is this: the marker must be returned to the planet's surface. Kyne arrived at this conclusion through a combination of the classified research he had access to as the ship's chief medical officer, the secondary research program, the xenobiology lab's documentation, the material that most of the crew never saw, and the marker's own influence on his cognition, which has been operating on him at close range for the duration of the outbreak, reshaping his interpretation of the research data in ways that align the research's conclusions with the signal's own objectives. The distinction between what Kyne has reasoned and what the marker has steered him to conclude is not a distinction Kyne can make from the inside. The conclusion feels like reason. It presents itself with the full authority of carefully considered analysis. He is not entirely wrong. The hive mind was drawn to the surface of Aegis 7 by the marker's presence there, its accumulation of necromorph biomass built around the marker's signal, its distributed intelligence organized around the harvesting process the marker enables. Removing the marker from the planet's surface did not remove the hive mind. The hive mind's substrate, the biological mass accumulated over the months of the colonial outbreak, remains on and beneath Aegis 7's surface. But the marker's removal did destabilize the relationship between the hive mind and its signal source, and returning the marker to its original location would, Kyne's analysis suggests, draw the hive mind back toward the planet, concentrate it, potentially make it vulnerable to a targeted response. The analysis has merit. The conclusion drawn from it, that Kyne's job now is to get the marker off this ship and back onto that planet, is, in the context of a ship that is no longer under control and a planet that is no longer inhabitable, and a hive mind whose capabilities are not fully understood, a conclusion that requires a level of operational optimism that the circumstances do not support. But Kyne is not, at this point, operating on optimism exactly. He is operating on the specific focused conviction of a person who has found, in the chaos of a catastrophe, the one thing he can do, and has organized everything remaining of his functional capacity around doing it. He needs the marker. He needs a way to the planet. He needs Isaac's engineering capability to make both of those things possible. He tells Isaac most of this. He tells it with the slightly too rapid, slightly too intense delivery of someone who has been rehearsing the conversation in isolation for days, the argument too well prepared, the silences in the wrong places. Isaac, who has been reading people in crisis for the past several days with the attentiveness that survival requires, hears the conviction and the intelligence and the wrongness in the proportion between them, and files it in the way he has learned to file everything on this ship, as information that is partly accurate and partly something else, and that will need to be assessed continuously rather than settled once. Zach Hammond is easier to read and harder to trust. The Ishimura's chief of security is a large man, ex-military, His decade of CEC service overlaid on a decade of armed forces service in a way that has produced the particular personality type of someone who has spent 20 years being good in situations that most people never encounter, and whose primary limitation is the assumption that the situations he has not encountered are simply more extreme versions of the ones he has. He is competent. He is, in the specific circumstances of the Ishimura's outbreak, operating at the edge of his competence, the security protocols he was trained in addressing the forms of violence that human beings commit against each other, the risk assessment frameworks he uses, built for environments where the threats have human motivations and human limitations. The Necromorphs have neither. He has been adapting. His adaptation is the unsentimental, pragmatic kind. He has been observing, adjusting his tactics, learning the form's behavior patterns with the professional attention of someone whose survival depends on the accuracy of that learning. He has been surviving. He has been surviving for longer than most of the people on this ship, and the cost of that survival is visible in him in the way that sustained extreme stress is always visible. The weight of it carried in a particular quality of stillness that precedes each decision, a pause slightly longer than the pause that normal decision-making requires. He has a priority that overrides everything else. He needs to get a distress signal out. He needs military response, a vessel with the capacity and the mandate to respond to what the Ishimura has become, to contain it, to extract any survivors, to ensure that what is on this ship does not propagate further into the CEC's network of vessels and stations. This priority is correct. It is the correct priority, and it is, as Isaac will eventually understand, not the only priority Hammond is carrying, because Hammond has been briefed at a level that Isaac has not. And some of what Hammond knows about why the Ishimura is here, and what the marker is, and what the CEC's classified program has been doing in the outer colonies, is information that Hammond has been carrying in the way that people carry classified information, silently, compartmentally, as a weight that shapes behavior without being visible in it. He does not tell Isaac about the classified program. He does not tell Isaac about the marker program's full scope, or about the Earth government's involvement, or about the Sovereign Immunity Act that has been protecting it. He tells Isaac what Isaac needs to know to do the engineering work that will restore the communication systems. The rest, he keeps. This is a reasonable security decision in the framework of his training. In the framework of what is actually happening on this ship, it is a decision that costs both of them. Kendra Daniels is the most dangerous person on the Ishimura, and she is dangerous in the specific way that competent people with hidden objectives are dangerous. Not through malice exactly, though malice is not absent, but through the combination of genuine capability and the willingness to use it in service of an objective that she has not disclosed and does not intend to disclose until the objective has been achieved. Her CEC personnel file is clean. Her engineering qualifications are genuine. Her record on the Kellian crew rotation shows a competent systems engineer with a strong performance assessment and no disciplinary history. The file is not fabricated. The qualifications are real. The performance assessments reflect real work. The career history is accurate. What the file does not show is the additional employment that has run parallel to her CEC career, under a cover designation that places her within the Earth government's intelligence structure at a tier high enough to have access to the classified marker program's documentation. She is not on the Kellian to fix the Ishimura. She is on the Kellian to retrieve data. Specifically, she has been tasked with accessing the Ishimura's classified research archive, the Xenobiology Lab's full documentation, the marker program's operational records, the chain of classified correspondence between the Earth government's monitoring division and the Ishimura's senior staff, and transmitting it to a receiver outside the government's classification system. The data, if released to an audience without the classification tier required to access it through official channels, would constitute the most significant government accountability event in human history. It would expose the marker program, the red marker deployments in the outer colonies, the Sovereign Immunity Act's application to shield those deployments from legal review, the documented knowledge that the program was producing necromorph outbreaks, and the decision to continue it anyway. Kendra is not, in her own understanding of herself, a hero. She is a professional with a contract and a methodology, and a clear-eyed assessment of what the data she is retrieving will do when it reaches the people it is destined for. Whether those people are acting from idealism or from the political interest of a faction opposed to the current Earth government administration is not a question she considers her responsibility to answer. She was hired to retrieve the data. She will retrieve it. She has been retrieving it. In the spaces between the engineering tasks that keep the Kellian crew alive and functional, in the terminal access that Isaac's repairs have been restoring throughout the ship, Kendra has been pulling files, quietly, systematically, with the professional thoroughness of someone who knows exactly what she is looking for and exactly where it is likely to be stored. She is nearly done. She is also, with the same quiet professionalism, watching Isaac. Isaac is an anomaly in her assessment, not in his technical capability, which is exactly what his personnel file suggested, but in his motivation. The Kellian crew's assignment is technical support, but technical support does not explain the quality of Isaac's engagement with this ship, the way he pushes into zones beyond the objective requirements of each repair task, the specific direction of his attention when a new terminal becomes accessible. She has worked out the Nicole connection within the first 12 hours. She files it as a variable and continues working. She has not told Isaac or Hammond what she is actually doing on this ship. She will not until the moment when concealment is no longer possible. At that moment, she will make the decision that her contract requires and that the circumstance permits, and the decision will cost someone else everything and cost her, in the short term, nothing. In the weeks between the Aegis 7 disaster and the Ishimura going dark, while Isaac was still on the Kellian, and the Earth government's response to Hanford's emergency transmissions was still the silence of managed inaction, another vessel was moving through the outer system with objectives that Hanford and the Ishimura's surviving crew knew nothing about. The USG O'Bannon was a mid-tier research vessel, its manifest describing a geological survey mission in the Aegis system, its actual tasking a classified recovery operation authorized by the same division of the Earth government that had deployed the red marker on Aegis 7 in the first place. The recovery objective was specific. The marker installation's physical remains, including any fragments of the red marker that had survived the early stages of the colonial outbreak, were to be retrieved before the Ishimura's planet-cracking operation destabilized the colony site sufficiently to make retrieval impossible. The O'Bannon reached the Aegis system during the acute phase of the Ishimura's outbreak and conducted its recovery operation in the colony's restricted zone during the window between the Ishimura going dark and the full destabilization of the planet's surface. The recovery team retrieved marker shards, fragments of the red marker's crystalline structure, each one broadcasting a diminished version of the full signal, each one sufficient to produce, at close range, the effects that the full marker produced at its operational radius. The O'Bannon's crew were not told what they were collecting. They were given the cover story that had been prepared for exactly this possibility: geological samples of unusual composition requiring careful handling due to electromagnetic properties. Standard research protocols apply. The crew followed standard research protocols. Standard research protocols do not address prolonged exposure to marker signal broadcasting crystalline fragments at the close ranges that sample handling requires. The O'Bannon returned to EarthGov's collection point as a vessel whose crew was, in varying degrees and at varying rates, exhibiting the documented pattern of marker exposure effects. The vessel was quarantined on arrival. The marker shards were confiscated, catalogued, and added to the classified program's sample archive. The O'Bannon's crew were assessed, treated for what was officially described as a chemical exposure incident, and dispersed to postings across the CEC's network in a pattern that the Monitoring Division's later analysis would confirm was deliberate, spreading the exposed individuals across the network rather than concentrating them, reducing the observable cluster signature of a single-point exposure event. Among the O'Bannon's crew assessed during this period was an engineer named Nolan Strauss. Strauss had been a competent, unremarkable member of the O'Bannon's technical staff before the Aegis 7 recovery operation. His personnel assessments describe him as detail-oriented, technically proficient, socially withdrawn in a way that did not interfere with his professional performance. After the recovery operation, his assessment profile changes in ways that the evaluating physician's notes describe with careful clinical language, and that the Monitoring Division's analysis team reads, through the lens of the classified framework, as advanced marker imprinting, the neural encoding of marker signal templates at a depth that exceeds what simple proximity exposure produces, suggesting either unusually prolonged contact with the shards during the recovery operation or an individual neural architecture with unusual susceptibility. His behavior after the assessment is erratic in ways that the dispersal posting's supervisors flag and that the Monitoring Division tracks with interest. He knows things he should not know, or rather, he produces things that encode knowledge he should not have access to. Drawings. See in his off hours, in the margins of maintenance logs and on the inside covers of personal effects, of geometric forms that the Monitoring Division's analysts recognize as marker notation. Not the crude approximation that untrained marker-exposed individuals typically produce, the imprecise rendering of dreams half-remembered and incompletely understood. Precise notation, technically accurate, encoding in the specific passages he renders most repeatedly portions of the marker's construction specifications. Strauss is, the Monitoring Division concludes, a partial template, an individual whose neural tissue has been imprinted with a significant portion of the marker's construction information. He cannot be allowed to remain in general circulation. He cannot be disposed of because the information encoded in his neural tissue is, to the classified program's current research priorities, more valuable than any individual's freedom or well-being. He is moved to a facility. The facility is on Titan Station, the Sprawl. He arrives there before Isaac. He will be there when Isaac arrives, contained, assessed, his neural template being read and processed and used in ways that Strauss will never fully understand and that the facility's researchers will never fully disclose to him as one of the two biological blueprints from which the Sprawl's marker will be constructed. The other blueprint is Isaac Clarke, who does not know this yet because he is on the Ishimura, reading Kendra's body language in the cargo hold where the marker is stored, trying to determine the proportion of what Hammond is telling him that is true. Listening for Nicole's voice in every transmission the ship's restored communication system produces. The marker's container is in the cargo hold's secondary bay, sealed with the standard CEC hazardous materials protocols, its exterior showing no indication of what it contains beyond the classification markings that most of the cargo hold staff would not have had the clearance to interpret. It is, in the hold's inventory system, listed under the cover designation used for the original deployment. Experimental energy research apparatus, handle with care, restricted access. Isaac stands outside the container and listens. He hears nothing. Or rather, he hears the cargo hold's ambient mechanical noise, the life support cycling, the structural settling of a ship that is not entirely under control, the distant sounds of the ship's occupied sections that the corridor's insulation attenuates but does not eliminate. He hears all of this, And beneath it, or behind it, or at a frequency that is not exactly sound, but that his mind processes in the register where sound lives, beneath all of it, he hears the hum. He has been hearing it since the tram station. He has been attributing it to the ship's mechanical systems, to the product of this particular environment's combination of frequencies, to the effect of sustained stress on the auditory processing centers of an exhausted mind. He has been, in the way that he has been handling everything on this ship, filing it as information to be assessed later when the immediate tasks are complete. Standing outside the container, 3 meters from whatever is inside it, the hum is not attributable to the ship's mechanical systems. It is too consistent, too precisely tonal, too specifically present in a way that varies with his distance from the container. Closer, louder, further, quieter. The relationship between distance and intensity, too precise to be ambient. He steps back. The hum diminishes by a fraction. Nicole's voice reaches him from the terminal at the far end of the cargo hold. A fragment of audio, the ship's communication system, producing what appears to be a message cued in the system. Her voice saying his name once, clearly, in a register that is unmistakably hers and unmistakably wrong in the same syllable. He moves toward the terminal. The marker hums in its container. Hammond dies in the cargo bay 3 hours later, killed in the process of restoring the hold's mechanical systems, a sacrifice of the specific, unglamorous kind, a man doing what needed to be done in the place where it needed to be done, without the architecture of a last speech or a chosen moment, simply a decision made and a body given to it. Isaac finds him afterward and stands with him for the seconds that the environment permits, which is not many, and then keeps moving because keeping moving is what there is. Kyne is killed by Kendra in the moment that matters most. In the moment when Kyne has the marker and the shuttle access that will return it to Aegis 7. In the moment when his flawed and marker-shaped analysis has brought him to the threshold of the one action that might have altered the course of what follows. Kendra shoots him with the calm precision of someone executing a step in a plan, not with anger, not with the physiological signs of a difficult decision, but with the flat efficiency of someone for whom the decision was made before the moment arrived, and the moment itself is simply execution. She takes the marker data from Kyne's console. She transmits it, the full archive of the classified research, the deployment records, the monitoring division's correlation analyses, the Sovereign Immunity Act documentation, to the receiver outside the government's classification system, the contact she has been carrying through the entire Ishimura operation. The transmission takes 40 seconds. She watches the progress bar with the attention of someone for whom this is the thing, the one thing, that the entire mission was about. The transmission completes. She moves to the last escape pod. She cycles the airlock. She enters. There is something in the pod with her. It has been there since before she entered. It has been there in the way that things on the Ishimura are there, still and patient and oriented toward her in the darkness of the pod's interior, with the total, efficient attention of a form that has no other objective. The pod launches. Kendra Daniels has time to understand what is happening before she does not have time for anything. Isaac stands in the cargo hold with Nicole's voice still in his mind, the last full message, finally played to its end, finally understood in the completeness of what it actually shows, rather than the fragment he has been sustaining himself on for this entire ordeal. She died before the Kellyan arrived. The timestamp is unambiguous. She died in the medical bay, alone, recording a message for him that the ship's communication system cued, and then the outbreak interrupted before it could transmit. And what he has been receiving in fragments throughout his time on this ship has not been a record of someone trying to reach him, but a record of someone who died weeks ago, reconstructed and replayed by a signal that found in his grief for her the most reliable lever available. The marker has been using her. Not her, her image. the neural template of her that lives in his memory, the specific frequency of his attachment to her, the particular quality of a grief that is strong enough to move a person through anything. The marker identified this in him, found it in the first hours aboard. I read it in the way the signal reads everything within its range, and has been using it, one reconstructed fragment at a time, to guide him exactly where it needed him to go. He looks at the cargo hold around him. He looks at the container. He thinks about Kine's plan, flawed, marker-shaped, derived from analysis that was partly correct and partly steered, and he thinks about what the marker needs and what Kine's plan would have provided, and he thinks about whether those two things are different enough to matter. They are not different enough. Not nearly. He returns the marker to the planet. Not because he doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Or close enough to exactly that the difference will only become clear later. When later has arrived and the ground is splitting beneath him, and the thing that has been building under Aegis 7's surface for months comes up to meet the signal that called it home. He does it because there is no other move, because the ship is dying and the marker needs to go somewhere that isn't the ship, and because the signal in his head, the one that looks like Nicole and sounds like Nicole and is not Nicole, has built a path from grief to action so thoroughly and so precisely that the action and the grief have become the same thing, and separating them at this moment in this cargo hold is not something his mind has the remaining capacity to do. He picks up the marker. The shuttle that carries Isaac and the marker to Aegis 7's surface is not designed for atmospheric entry. This is not a technical objection. It is a description of the experience. The shuttle is a cargo transfer vehicle, its hull optimized for the vacuum of docking operations and short-range orbital transfers, its internal structure built for the loads of cargo movement rather than the aerodynamic stresses of planetary descent. When it enters Aegis 7's atmosphere, it enters with the controlled grace of a brick. Not falling exactly, not tumbling, but descending in a way that the vehicle's compensating systems manage at the edge of their rated capacity, the hull temperature climbing, the internal noise rising from the ambient mechanical to something closer to the sound of an object being tested to its limits and not yet failing but approaching the threshold where failing becomes possible. Isaac runs the descent manually. There is no one else to run it. The planet below, visible through the shuttle's forward port in the intervals between the atmospheric turbulence that shakes the camera stabilization off its axis, is not the gray-brown, featureless surface of the CEC's survey imagery. The planet-cracking operation has changed it. The gravity tethers, active during the outbreak and not properly deactivated when the Ishimura lost its command structure, have continued their work. The target zone's crust fractured along the propagation lines that the Ishimura's extraction engineers were monitoring. The fractures, deepened by the continued tether, pull into something beyond the controlled extraction profile that the operation was designed to produce. The Aegis 7 that Isaac is descending toward is a world in geological crisis, its crust splitting along fault lines that the tether system has extended well beyond the target zone, the surface venting atmospheric gases from the fractures, the mountain ranges that flanked the colony valley showing new deformation signatures in the terrain radar that suggest the tether's influence has reached their foundations. The colony is gone in any meaningful sense. The structural integrity monitoring that Isaac can access through the shuttle's limited data connection to the surface shows the residential blocks in various states of collapse. The processing facility's main structure intact, but its surrounding infrastructure destroyed. The antenna arrays, Lexine Weller's antenna arrays, maintained through the last normal morning of Aegis 7's existence by a woman whose neural architecture the marker could not reach, bent and broken and silent. The life support systems that kept 3,000 people alive on a world that would kill them without mechanical intervention are not running. The world is doing what it would do without them. He finds the marker pedestal without searching for it. The signal guides him, not the vision of Nicole this time, not the reconstructed image of grief weaponized into navigation, but the signal itself, direct and undisguised now. The marker in his arms broadcasting its frequency into the planet's geological structure and receiving back from below the resonance of the pedestal's corresponding architecture, the two halves of a system designed to fit together, orienting toward each other with the unhurried certainty of things built for reunion. The pedestal is in the restricted zone at the colony's northern perimeter, in the sealed facility that Hanford administered for 11 years, in the space from which the marker was removed and to which the marker is now returning. The facility's outer structure has partially collapsed. The seasonal windstorms accelerated by the atmospheric changes produced by the planet cracking, the facility's walls no longer sealed against conditions they were designed to manage. The inner chamber where the pedestal sits is open to the outside air in two places. The air that enters through these gaps is not the colony's managed life support atmosphere. It is Aegis 7's toxic atmosphere, the thin, poisonous mix that the colony's environmental systems spent years keeping out. Isaac's suit manages it. His suit manages most things. It is a very good suit, an engineering rig of the latest CEC specification, designed for exactly the kind of hostile environment work that has characterized the last several days. He has been maintaining it as carefully as the circumstances permit, which is less carefully than it deserves, and the suit's integrity readout reflects this in the amber indicators that he has been monitoring with the same background attention he applies to everything in his environment. The same continuous low-level assessment of the conditions in which he is operating. He sets the marker on the pedestal. The fit is exact. The physical geometry of the marker's base structure and the pedestal's receiving surface correspond with a precision that no manufacturing tolerance could account for. The marker settles into the pedestal the way a key settles into a lock, every surface in contact, the joining seamless. The signal, which Isaac has been feeling in the bones of his forearms since he lifted the marker in the cargo hold, changes in quality as the connection is made. Not louder exactly, not stronger exactly, but more itself, more complete. The broadcast of a device in its designed configuration, rather than the broadcast of a device held by someone it was never designed to be held by. The ground beneath the facility begins to move. The hive mind has been building since the first reanimation event in the colony's medical bay. This is not a figure of speech and not a metaphor. The hive mind builds in the literal physical sense. The distributed neural tissue of the Necromorph forms on and beneath Aegis 7's surface, accumulating through the weeks of the outbreak toward the collective cognitive mass that the convergence event requires. Individual forms, as they move and accumulate and bring more biological material into the reconstruction process, are not simply adding to the population of necromorphs. They are adding to the substrate, the biological architecture of the distributed intelligence. Each new reconstruction, another node in the network, each additional node increasing the network's processing capacity. Its coordination capability, its awareness of the environment it occupies. The hive mind is aware of the planet, aware in the way that a nervous system is aware of the body it inhabits. Not with the reflective self-consciousness of human awareness, not with the quality of attention that implies a perspective looking outward from a single point, but with the distributed, pervasive sensitivity of a system that is coextensive with the environment it monitors. It feels the planet cracking in the way a nervous system feels pressure, everywhere simultaneously, the seismic disruption registering across its entire distributed substrate as a stimulus requiring response. It has been responding for the duration of the operation, its coordination of the surface forms changing to account for the environmental disruption. its accumulation of biomass continuing despite the geological instability, because accumulation is the process, and the process continues regardless of conditions. When the marker returns to the pedestal, the hive mind feels it. Not as signal. The marker's frequency is already everywhere in the hive mind's experience, woven into the substrate of its distributed cognition, the signal that coordinates its activity and enables its intelligence. What it feels is the signal's return to its source configuration, the specific resonance of the marker in its designed location, the amplification that the pedestal provides, the shift from attenuated broadcast to full-power transmission. It is, if analogy is permissible, the difference between hearing a voice at a distance and hearing the same voice speaking directly into the ear. The hive mind, which has been operating on the attenuated signal of a displaced marker for the duration of the outbreak, receives the full signal's return with the totality of its distributed attention. It responds. The ground splits along fracture lines that the planet-cracking operation has been developing for weeks. But the splitting that begins when the marker returns to the pedestal is not the controlled fracture propagation of the extraction operation's gravity tethers. It is something else, the crust of a world responding to a biological imperative encoded in the signal of an alien device, the geological structure of the planet becoming, for a moment, the medium through which something that has been growing beneath it ascends. The hive mind has a physical form, or rather, the hive mind, which has no single physical form in the sense of an organism that can be pointed to and identified, has a manifestation, a point of maximum concentration, a location in the distributed network where the density of neural substrate and the coordination of biological architecture has produced something closest to a central node, something that the signal organizes around the way a weather system organizes around a pressure differential. It is not a brain. It is not a body. It is a nexus, a convergence point of the distributed intelligence expressed in biological material of extraordinary mass and complexity, emerging from the fractures in Aegis 7's crust in the way that a geological formation emerges from the Earth, slowly, impossibly, at a scale that the human visual system receives as wrong before it receives as dangerous. Isaac sees it from the facility's collapsed wall. The thing that comes up from the planet is not describable in the vocabulary of organisms. It is describable in the vocabulary of geography. It rises from multiple fracture points simultaneously, a distributed emergence, not a single body ascending from a single location, but a network of biological mass surfacing across an area of several square kilometers. The individual masses connected by the substrate tissue that the signal coordinates, their movement collective and purposeful in the way that a tide is collective and purposeful. The scale of it, the sheer volume of biological material that has accumulated in the weeks of the outbreak, the converted mass of 3,000 colonists and the Ishimura's 1,200 crew, and whatever additional organic material the reconstruction process has incorporated from the planet's subsurface biology, is not the scale of a creature. It is the scale of a landscape. The color of it is the color of things that were once something else, the particular gray-white of tissue that has been converted and built and rebuilt and built again. The surface texture of something that is more construction than organism, its geometry not the geometry of evolved biology, but the geometry of the marker's templates, the deliberate architecture of the recombination code expressed at the largest scale that Aegis 7's available biological material can produce. Or it moves with a slowness that is not the slowness of something large and cumbersome, but the slowness of something that does not need to hurry, that has already achieved its objective by existing, that the return of the marker to the pedestal has already accomplished what it was always going to accomplish. Convergence has not yet fully triggered. The hive mind has emerged, but the final phase of the process, the mass ascent that feeds the nearest brethren moon, requires a threshold of biological accumulation that the Aegis 7 outbreak has approached, but not yet reached. The planet-cracking operation's geological disruption has, in a consequence that no one planned and no one could have predicted, interrupted the accumulation timeline. The fracturing of the crust has distributed the necromorph biomass in ways that reduce the network's coherence, preventing the final threshold from being reached, even as the hive mind manifests. This is the gap, the narrow, unintended geological accident gap through which a survival is possible. Isaac fights the hive mind in a mining vehicle. This description sounds insufficient against the scale of what the hive mind is, and it is insufficient in the way that any description of a person doing the only available thing against an impossible adversary sounds insufficient. The mining vehicle is a surface extraction unit from the colony's operational fleet. Heavy, slow by the standards of a vehicle designed for speed. I'm built for the work of moving ore across a planet's surface with the durability that work requires. It is, in the circumstances of Aegis 7's geological crisis and the hive mind's emergence from the fractures below, the most capable thing available. He targets the hive mind's central nodes, the points of maximum concentration where the neural substrate is densest, where the coordination of the distributed intelligence is most dependent on the physical integrity of the biological architecture. He has this information from Dr. Sciarello's research, from the understanding of hive mind structure that her final entries mapped out with the careful clarity of a scientist who knew she was documenting something she would not survive, but that someone, eventually, might use. The research is in his suit's data storage. I accessed through the heads-up display that overlays the relevant targeting information on his visual field while the planet moves beneath him. The planet is still moving. The tectonic disruption that the planet-cracking operation initiated has been ongoing for days, and the hive mind's emergence has accelerated it. The biological mass of the convergence event interacting with the geological instability in ways that the Ishimura's extraction engineers would have found professionally fascinating under any circumstances that permitted professional fascination. The ground opens and closes, and opens again. The mountain ranges that flanked the colony valley are no longer the shapes they were. The valley itself is becoming something else, a geological event in real time. The terrain changing faster than the human mind's map-making instinct can update. Isaac drives the mining vehicle across a planet that is dismantling itself, targeting the nodes of a consciousness the size of a landscape. And the planet cracker drifts above it all, its gravity tethers still running, its emergency lighting still on, its cargo hold empty of the thing it came here to retrieve. The hive mind's manifestation collapses, not all at once, in the distributed way that the hive mind does everything, the nodes failing in sequence as their biological architecture is disrupted beyond the coherence threshold that maintains the network's coordination. The collapse propagates through the substrate in the reverse of the emergence, the mass descending, the fractures closing in some places and widening in others. The geological crisis that the planet-cracking operation started running toward its conclusion without the convergence event that would have given it meaning. The marker is in the fractures, somewhere below the facility's collapsed walls, below the pedestal that it sat on for 11 years and returned to for the last minutes of the hive mind's existence. The marker is in the fractured crust of Aegis 7, its signal still broadcasting into a planet that is swallowing it, its transmission attenuating as the rock closes over it, its frequency present in the data stream of Isaac's suit's monitoring systems as a diminishing signal, getting quieter as the planet closes, quieter, still present, quiet, not silent, never silent. He reaches the evacuation point in the mining vehicle's final operational minutes, the vehicle's systems failing progressively as the environmental conditions exceed their rated parameters, each system dropping out in the order of its vulnerability, the life support last. The secondary escape pod that Hammond identified during the Ishimura's initial survey of the colony logged in the CEC's emergency infrastructure database as a contingency for exactly this kind of surface operation gone catastrophically wrong, is where it is supposed to be. This is surprising in the context of everything else about the last several days that was not where it was supposed to be. The surprise registers as something close to gratitude. He cycles the airlock. The pod launches. The silence of space after Aegis 7 is extraordinary. Not the silence of the Ishimura, which was never actually silent. The mechanical noise of a ship whose automated systems continued functioning. The biological noise of a ship whose new occupants moved through its corridors. The signal noise of the marker in the cargo hold broadcasting into the ship's structure. This silence is different. The pod's life support runs, and the pod's navigation system runs, and the pod itself is a very small volume of human technology, drifting in the very large volume of space between Aegis 7 and whatever comes next, and in this space there is no signal. Or there is signal. Isaac's suit monitoring confirms it. The marker's transmission, attenuated by distance and the planet's mass and the geology now layered above the pedestal, seem present in the monitoring data at a level barely above the baseline noise floor. Present, not absent. The hum is still there, not in the mechanical environment, not in any external source that Isaac can point to, but in the specific location where it has been building for the past several weeks. The location that Dr. Schiarello's final entry noted with the clinical neutrality of a scientist describing a symptom she couldn't treat, inside his own neural tissue. He does not know yet how deep the imprinting runs. He does not know about Strauss, about the monitoring division's assessment of Strauss's neural template, about the Oracle Project's parallel analysis of Lexine Weller's immunity, and what the program's scientists are concluding about the implications of both. He does not know that he is already in the classified framework of the Earth government's marker program, not a survivor but a resource, a person whose neural tissue carries information that the program wants, and whose survival has therefore been noted by people with the authority to act on notations. He knows that Nicole is dead. He has known it since the cargo hold, and the knowing is different from the 6 weeks of not knowing in the way that the collapse of a structure is different from the accumulating damage that precedes it. The final state is worse, but there is a quality of completion to it that the accumulating damage lacks. She is gone. The thing that used her image was not her. He is alone in a pod in the space above a planet that is still moving below him, and the mission that brought him here is over, in the sense that missions have ends. And what comes after the end of this mission is not something he has the capacity to think about yet. He sleeps. Not well, not dreamlessly, but the body's requirement for rest is more fundamental than any psychological state that would resist it. And after days of the Ishimura, he sleeps with the total surrender of complete exhaustion. In the dreams, the geometry is there. It has always been there. It will be there when he wakes. The pod's distress beacon activates automatically on launch, broadcasting on the standard CEC emergency frequency to any vessel in range. The Aegis system is not heavily trafficked. It is an outer system colony zone, its traffic primarily the supply and logistics vessels that service the colonial network, and those vessels are not in the system at this moment because the system has been, since the Ishimura went dark, subject to an EarthGov navigation advisory that the CEC's operational planners have implemented as a practical exclusion zone. The advisory is classified. The CEC's logistics coordinators who implement it are told it concerns a geological hazard associated with the planet-cracking operation. They implement it without question. The exclusion zone keeps commercial traffic out of the system. It does not prevent an EarthGov vessel from entering the system specifically to receive a distress beacon from a specific pod. broadcasting on a frequency that the vessel's communication system has been pre-programmed to monitor. The vessel is not a rescue ship. It is a research vessel. Its passenger manifest includes a 3-person EarthGov medical assessment team and a security detail of sufficient size to manage a non-cooperative subject. Its orders, issued from the same tier of the marker program's administrative structure that authorized the O'Bannon's recovery operation, are to retrieve the survivor of the Aegis 7 incident and transport them to the designated facility. The facility is on Titan Station, the Sprawl. Isaac Clarke does not know any of this when the vessel's tractor beam locks onto his pod. He is asleep. He is dreaming in geometry. The hum in his neural tissue, so much quieter now that the marker is buried under a cracking planet rather than 3 meters from his chest, is still present in the dreams. A frequency below thought, a resonance in the architecture of his cognition, or the signal's permanent residence in the tissue it has been building itself into since the tram station on the Ishimura, since the first vision of Nicole in the engineering deck, since the first moment the marker identified what he was and what it needed him to do and began, with the patient precision of something that has been doing this for 65 million years, the process of making him into the tool it required. He is retrieved. The medical team on the receiving vessel sedates him before he wakes. The security details report, filed through the classified system, describes the retrieval as smooth and the subject as presenting no complications. The pod is logged, its distress beacon deactivated, its position in the Aegis system removed from the CEC's tracking network by an administrative action that has no record of the person who authorized it. Aegis 7 drifts below, its geological crisis continuing, the marker somewhere in its fractured crust still broadcasting at attenuated range, the necromorph biomass of the failed convergence event settling into the planet's new geological architecture, the hive mind's collapsed substrate dispersed but not destroyed, present in the planet's structure, the way a pattern remains present in material that has been deformed but not dissolved. The Ishimura drifts above it, its emergency lighting still on, its automated systems still running, its cargo hold empty, its corridors containing whatever they contain. The planet and the ship drift together in the outer system's silence, each one a record of what happened here, each one carrying the signal in the attenuated way that everything that has been close to a marker carries the signal, quietly, persistently, in the register just below the threshold of detection by instruments that weren't designed to look for it. 3 years pass. Isaac Clarke does not remember them. Isaac Clarke wakes in a white room and does not know where he is. This is not the disorientation of a person emerging from ordinary sleep. The brief suspension of spatial context that resolves within seconds as the familiar architecture of a bedroom or a bunk reasserts itself and the mind reorients around the landmarks of a known environment. This is a different quality of not knowing, deeper and more fundamental. The disorientation of a person whose last clear memory is one context and who has woken into a context so entirely different that the gap between the two does not feel like the passage of time, but like an excision, like the removal of a section from the middle of a continuous thing. The two cut ends placed adjacent to each other, and the missing section simply absent. No scar tissue, no residue. Say nothing but the abrupt wrongness of two pieces that should not be next to each other. His last clear memory is the pod. Aegis 7 below him, cracking. Nicole gone. The exhaustion that was deeper than anything he had experienced before. Sleep arriving with the weight of something that had been waiting for him to stop resisting it. The room is white and clinical and contains a bed and monitoring equipment and a window of reinforced, transparent material through which the view is not a view in any natural sense. Not a landscape, not a sky, not the void of space as seen from a ship. It is an interior view, the window looking out into another interior, a corridor that connects this room to other rooms of similar design. the corridor lit with the particular quality of artificial light that mimics a specific time of day and maintains that mimicry indefinitely. Day and night concepts that do not apply here, because here has no day and no night, only the managed light cycle of a controlled environment. He is in a bed. He is in a medical facility. He is wearing a patient's garment that is not a CEC engineering suit. His engineering suit, the rig that has kept him alive for the entirety of his time on the Ishimura, is not in the room. His engineering toolkit is not in the room. His hands are empty. He sits up. The monitoring equipment registers the change and produces a sound. Not an alarm, a notification. The mild electronic tone of a system reporting a status change to whoever is monitoring the system. Somewhere in this facility, while a notification has arrived at a workstation, someone is now aware that he is awake. He has been asleep for 3 years. The Sprawl is not a name that appears in any official CEC or EarthGov documentation. It is the name the residents use. The residents who were born here, who came here on work contracts and stayed when the contracts expired because the economic arithmetic of returning to Earth or the inner colonies did not favor departure, who have lived here long enough that the official designation, Titan Station, Resource Management Facility 6, Saturn Orbital Division, belongs to the institution, and the Sprawl belongs to them. Titan Station is built into the interior of Titan, Saturn's largest moon. The moon's geological structure hollowed out by the mining operations that established the station in the first place, and the resulting volume converted into one of the largest artificial habitats in human space. The moon's ice and rock provide radiation shielding and thermal insulation and the structural containment that a pressurized habitat requires. The interior volume is divided into districts: residential, commercial, industrial, administrative, connected by transit systems and pedestrian corridors, and the complex infrastructure of life support and power distribution that keeps several 100,000 people alive inside a moon. The scale of the Sprawl registers differently depending on where you stand in it. In the residential districts, the lower levels, where the habitat's designers allocated volume based on population density projections that have long since been exceeded, the corridors narrower than the regulations require, and the apartments subdivided below the minimum standards that the regulations specify. The scale registers as compression, as the particular texture of a space that is trying to hold more than it was designed to hold. In the commercial districts, the mid-levels, where the shops and services and recreational facilities cluster around the transit hubs, the scale registers as the familiar density of any urban environment, the human activity of buying and selling and eating and talking, filling the available volume with the noise and warmth of aggregate human presence. In the upper levels, and where the administrative and research facilities occupy the larger volumes closer to Titan's surface, the scale registers differently again. More open, more institutional, the corridors wider and the spaces more deliberately managed, the quality of the artificial lighting calibrated to a higher specification, the maintenance standards visibly higher. This is where the classified research facilities are. This is where the marker is. This is where Isaac has been for 3 years, in the medical facility adjacent to the research division, his body maintained and his mind accessed, and his neural tissue read and processed and used, while his consciousness remained in whatever state 3 years of induced coma produces. He does not know most of this when he wakes. He knows the white room and the monitoring equipment and the notification sound and the absence of his suit. He knows that he does not know where he is or how long he has been here, or why his last clear memory ends at a pod above a cracking planet, and the next memory is this room. What he will discover in the first hours after waking is that the facility has lost containment, that something has gone wrong in the research division, That the Sprawl, in the hours since the containment failure, has become something that the word failure is insufficient to describe, that the process that he spent days on the Ishimura trying to survive has arrived here, in this facility, in this moon. Among these hundreds of thousands of people who came to Titan Station for work contracts and economic opportunity, and the community that the Unitology congregations provide in isolated environments, and who had no idea, no framework, no classified briefing that would have given them any warning of what was built among them. The marker in the Sprawl was not found. It was made. This distinction is important, and it is the distinction that the Sprawl's administrative structure, the Earth Government's Research Division, operating through the classified program's expanded mandate under the Sovereign Immunity Act, went to significant lengths to maintain as a distinction that no one outside the highest classification tier would ever be able to make. The marker in the Sprawl's research sector is described in the documents that exist below that classification tier as a recovered artifact, a geological find, a research specimen. It is none of these things. It is a constructed object, a red marker of the second generation, built using the complete construction specification derived from the black marker's surface notation, refined by the decades of research that the Chicxulub facility and the Ishimura's classified program and the Obanan recovery operation have produced, and calibrated using the neural templates of two human beings, whose marker imprinting gave the construction team something that the first-generation red markers lacked: a biological fine-tuning of the signal that produces a more precise and more powerful output. The two templates are Isaac Clarke and Nolan Strauss. Strauss has been in the Sprawl's medical facility since his relocation from the dispersal posting, where his behavioral anomalies were flagged. He has been cooperative in the way that a person who has been institutionalized long enough cooperates. Not enthusiastically, not with any genuine agency, but with the passive compliance of someone who has learned that the environment responds better to compliance than to resistance, and who has not, in the years of institutionalization, found within themselves the resource required to resist anyway. His neural template, the marker notation encoded in his neural tissue during the Obanan recovery operation, has been read through the neuroimaging protocols that the research division has refined over years of working with marker-exposed subjects, and the construction specifications derived from his imprinting have been incorporated into the Sprawl's marker with a precision that the first-generation red markers never achieved. Isaac's template has been accessed in the same way, during the same 3 years, while he lay in the medical facility and was maintained in the comatose state that the research division's protocols required for deep neural access. His imprinting is more recent and more comprehensive than Strauss's, the product of direct, extended proximity to the black marker itself, the original alien artifact, rather than the attenuated signal of marker shards. The Sprawl's marker, calibrated against both templates, is the most powerful constructed marker that the program has produced. It has been operational in the research sector for 18 months. The monitoring data for Titan Station's residential population, compiled by the same division that compiled Hanford's monthly reports from Aegis 7, shows the same pattern in the same sequence, offset by the larger population's absorption of the early-stage effects, the dream reports, the conversion upticks, the medical anomalies. The pattern is well advanced. The monitoring division's internal assessment, filed 3 months before Isaac wakes, recommends immediate program review. The recommendation is filed in the same tier as all the other recommendations. The catalyst is a woman named Dinah, who contacts Isaac through the Sprawl's medical facility's communication system in the first hour after he wakes. Her voice coming through the room's speaker with the controlled urgency of someone who has been waiting for exactly this moment and has a limited window in which to use it. She tells him she can get him out of the facility. She tells him the facility's security is compromised, which it is, in ways she does not fully explain, and that Isaac does not have enough context yet to evaluate. She tells him to move. He moves. Not because he trusts her, he does not know her, and the quality of her controlled urgency is the quality of someone with an agenda. Oh, and every person Isaac encountered on the Ishimura with an agenda was concealing the parts of the agenda that would prevent their cooperation if disclosed. But because the alternative to moving is remaining in the White Room when whatever has compromised the facility's security arrives at the White Room's door, and the sounds he can now hear in the corridor outside suggest that whatever has compromised the security is already in the corridor and is not going to wait for him to finish evaluating his options. He moves through the Sprawl in the way he moved through the Ishimura, not as a soldier, not with the trained tactical efficiency of someone prepared for this, but with the adaptive improvisation of a systems engineer whose baseline skill set happens to translate into survival in environments where understanding how things work is more immediately useful than knowing how to fight. His engineering suit, retrieved from the medical facility's storage in the first minutes of movement, is not the suit he wore on the Ishimura. It is a newer model, the same CEC specification maintained in the storage as part of the research division's protocol for keeping the subject's familiar environment accessible for the psychological continuity research they have been conducting. He is grateful for the suit in a way that he does not have time to fully experience. The Sprawl dying is different from the Ishimura dying. The Ishimura was a ship, a controlled environment, its geography defined and finite, its population industrial and professional. The people who crewed it self-selected for the tolerance of deep space isolation and the risks of extraction operations. The Sprawl is a city. Its population includes children in schools and families in apartments and elderly residents in the assisted living facilities of the upper residential levels, and shopkeepers in the commercial districts, and hospital patients and transit workers, and the entire texture of a civilian population that has organized itself over years and generations around the assumption that the environment is managed, that the life support runs, that the corridors are safe. The Sprawl dying is the death of ordinary life, not the death of a specialized professional environment already oriented toward risk, but the death of the school and the apartment and the shop and the transit platform, the conversion of the places where people buy food and take their children and argue about nothing important into the landscape of the same process that consumed the Ishimura's corridors. The necromorphs in the residential districts are in the places designed for ordinary life. The horror of them here is calibrated to the wrongness of that context in a way that the Ishimura's engineering decks, for all their claustrophobic terror, could not quite reach. Ellie Langford is the first person Isaac encounters who is not trying to use him. This is not immediately apparent. The first encounter is functional. She is alive. She is mobile. She has skills that the situation requires, and the social architecture of the Sprawl's crisis does not provide much space for the distinction between people who are helping because helping serves their agenda, and people who are helping because helping is the available response to an impossible situation. The distinction becomes apparent over time through the accumulation of small evidences, the absence of concealment, the consistency between what she says and what she does, the quality of her attention to the situation rather than to Isaac as a resource within it. She is a CEC pilot. This is her core professional identity, and it is what she remains throughout the Sprawl's crisis. Not a hero, not a figure organizing the chaos around a clarifying purpose, but a pilot who knows how to fly things and who has found, in the absence of any functional authority structure, that knowing how to fly things is more useful than most other things a person can know. She wants to get out. She wants to get out in a vessel, through a route that the infection has not yet closed, before the Sprawl's structural integrity deteriorates beyond the point where exit is possible. She and Isaac are, in this objective, aligned. The alignment is straightforward, and the working relationship that develops from it is the cleanest relationship Isaac has had since the Ishimura, not the hidden agenda complexity of Hammond and Kendra, not the marker-shaped conviction of Kine, but the functional cooperation of two people who need each other's capabilities and who have, in the compressed time frame of a crisis, decided to proceed on the assumption of mutual good faith. Director Hans Tiedemann administers the Sprawl's classified research division with the particular personality type of a bureaucrat who has convinced himself that the distance between his decisions and their consequences is a measure of his sophistication rather than his culpability. He is not a cruel man. This distinction becomes less meaningful the further you examine it, but it is worth making because cruelty would imply a conscious relationship to the harm being done, an awareness of the harm as harm, a choice to proceed despite that awareness. Tiedemann does not have that relationship. He has managed the classified program's Titan Station operations for 8 years with the same professional competence that he would bring to any administrative role, setting objectives, managing resources, reporting upward, through managing the gap between the program's idealized outcomes and its practical results with the skill of a senior administrator who has learned that the gap is always present and that a career is built on managing it rather than closing it. He believed, or convinced himself to believe, that the Sprawl's marker research was controlled, that the monitoring data's pattern was within the manageable parameters that the program's history had established, that the difference between Aegis 7 and Titan Station, the scale, the administrative sophistication, the research infrastructure, was sufficient to prevent the Aegis 7 outcome. He was wrong in ways that the monitoring data had been telling him for months, in the same way that the monitoring division's data had been telling every administrator in the program's history what the program was producing, and in the same way that every administrator before him had found the information insufficient to override the program's momentum. The marker was not controllable. It was never controllable. The difference between the Sprawl and Aegis 7 was not the quality of the containment or the sophistication of the monitoring. It was the size of the population available to the process. The Sprawl's hundreds of thousands of residents represent a biological resource of a different order of magnitude than Aegis 7's 3,000 colonists, and the marker's process scales to available resource the way any appetite scales to available supply. The containment failure, when it comes, is comprehensive. It is unleashed by one person. Vandal has been a unitologist for 14 months when the church's leadership approaches her. She is 29 years old, a recently converted member of the Sprawl's Unitology congregation, her conversion the product of the specific combination of factors that the church excels at identifying and cultivating in isolated environments. A period of personal difficulty, a community that offered belonging at the moment when belonging was most needed, a theological framework that reframed the difficulty as meaningful rather than arbitrary. She is sincere. This is the quality that makes her useful, not manipulable in the sense of someone whose judgment is poor, but sincere in the sense of someone whose judgment is entirely, genuinely organized around the framework her faith has provided. The church leadership approaches her through her congregation's senior deacon, a man she respects and trusts in the way that people respect and trust figures who have provided genuine community and genuine support. The task he gives her is framed as sacred. A restricted area of the station's administrative sector contains technology that the Earth government is using to suppress the marker's signal, to prevent the congregation from receiving the transmission that is their birthright as human beings created in the image of the signal's divine intent. The security seals around this area are the tools of suppression. Disabling them is an act of liberation. The specific codes he gives her were obtained, he tells her, through the faith community's extensive prayer and the guidance of the signal itself. The codes were obtained through the intelligence network of a Unitology organization that has, over generations, developed significant penetration of the institutional structures that administer Titan Station. This is not something the Deacon tells her. It is not something she would need to know to do what she is being asked to do. She disables the security seals at 0340 station time, working alone in the corridor outside the restricted sector's access point, her hands steady with the conviction of someone performing an act they believe to be righteous. The seals fail in sequence. The security architecture she has been given codes for, designed to prevent exactly one point of failure from cascading into total containment loss. The multiple redundant systems, each requiring a separate code. Each code given to her by the Deacon, with the notation that each one corresponds to a layer of suppression being lifted. The final seal fails at 0347. At 0349, the first reanimation event in the research sector is recorded by a security camera that is no longer being monitored. At 0412, the Necromorphs reach the corridor outside the research sector. At 0534, the infection reaches the residential level of the station's 9th district. At 0601, Isaac Clarke wakes in the White Room and does not know where he is. Vandal is in the corridor outside the restricted sector when the seals fail, and she feels, in the moment of the final seal's failure, something that she will spend the remaining hours of her life trying to understand. Not the liberation she expected, not the opening of a suppressed signal finally allowed to transmit freely, but a quality of wrongness so total and so immediate that it arrives before any specific information to justify it, a sensation that her body understands before her mind does, the specific wrongness of a person who has just done something irreversible and cannot yet see what she has done. She sees it within minutes. Vandal spends the remaining hours of the Sprawl's early outbreak trying to undo what she has done. Warning residents, directing people away from the infection spread, using the access codes that the Deacon gave her to close doors that she can close and seal corridors that she can seal. She cannot undo the seal failures. She can only work with the consequences of them. She does this with the specific quality of effort that a person brings to a task they know is insufficient. The effort not of someone who believes they can succeed, but of someone who cannot stop trying, because stopping would mean accepting the full weight of what she has done, and that weight is not something she can accept, while there are still people she might be able to help. The church leadership that gave her the codes is in the Sprawl's upper residential sector, in the congregational facilities that EarthGov's marker monitoring has been tracking for 3 years, as the primary institutional vector for the marker's neural influence on the civilian population. They are watching the monitoring feeds from their secured location, with the satisfaction of people who believe they are witnessing the beginning of something sacred. The Deacon who recruited Vandal is among them. He is not wrong that he is witnessing the beginning of something. He is wrong about everything else. Nolan Strauss wakes at approximately the same time as Isaac, in a different section of the medical facility, in a room that is white and clinical in the same way, but that has on its walls the accumulated notation of months of compulsion. The marker's script covering every surface, the facility's staff have not managed to keep clear, drawn in the margins of the monitoring printouts, and on the underside of the mattress and, in some of the lower sections, scratched into the wall material itself, with whatever implement Strauss had available. He is not, when Isaac encounters him, a person who is fully present in the way that the word person implies presence. He is a person whose neural architecture has been so thoroughly shaped by the marker imprinting and by the years of institutional exposure to the research sector's marker. The proximity that the research team required for their neural template reading, that the distinction between Strauss's cognition and the marker's signal is not a distinction that Strauss himself can locate. He thinks in the signal's geometry. He dreams in the notation. He speaks in fragments that are sometimes coherent and sometimes the output of a mind operating on a different set of instructions than the social conventions of human communication require. He knows things. This is the other quality. Beneath the fragmentation, beneath the surface of a mind that has been partially replaced by the signal's architecture, there is a body of knowledge that the marker imprinting has provided, technical knowledge of the marker's construction and operation that no amount of external research has been able to fully replicate from his neural template without the template's source. He knows how to destroy the marker. The knowledge is encoded in the imprinting, the same way the construction specifications are encoded. The failure modes, the feedback conditions, the specific sequence of interactions that the signal cannot survive. He cannot communicate this knowledge coherently. Isaac will spend a significant portion of the Sprawl's crisis working with what Strauss can provide, sifting the fragments for the functional knowledge beneath them, maintaining the working relationship between them against Strauss's increasing instability and his own growing awareness of the marker's presence in his own neural tissue. It is not a clean working relationship. It is not a comfortable one. It is the working relationship of two people who are both, in different ways, carrying pieces of the same thing in their heads, and who need each other's pieces to make sense of what they are carrying. The marker is in the Sprawl's research sector, in a chamber designed to contain it, in a station that is dying around it. The EarthGov security forces that Tiedemann deploys in the early hours of the outbreak attempt to maintain the containment. They are well-equipped and well-trained, and they are attempting to contain a process that has never, in the history of the program's operation, been successfully contained after reaching this phase. The security forces reduce the infection spread in the early hours, and then they are reduced by it, the attrition running in one direction for long enough that the direction becomes the story. Tiedemann retreats to the administrative sector and manages the crisis from a position of physical safety and comprehensive information access. His screens showing the infections spread across the station's districts in real time, his decisions becoming progressively more focused on the single objective of protecting the marker from any action that would destroy it. The marker is, in his framework, the program's primary asset. Its destruction would represent the loss of the most significant research achievement in human history, and the loss of the most powerful energy source available to a civilization in resource crisis. And these priorities remain active in his decision-making, even as the Sprawl's residential districts are falling, and the people in them are dying, and the infection is working its way through the station's population with the comprehensive patience that the process always brings to its work. The marker hums in its chamber. Isaac moves through the Sprawl's dying districts toward it, Ellie beside him, Strauss's fragmented knowledge in his hands, the signal in his neural tissue resonating with the signal in the station around him, the imprinted version and the broadcast version finding each other across the distance between them, the frequency of his own neural architecture and the frequency of the Sprawl's marker producing. In the specific way that two signals of similar frequency interact, an interference pattern that Isaac experiences as a kind of clarity. Not the clarity of certainty, the clarity of understanding, of knowing what the thing is and what it does and what needs to happen to it. Arriving in the specific register where the marker's influence and Isaac's own cognition meet, and for once produce something that serves Isaac's objectives rather than the marker's. He knows how to destroy it. He moves toward it. There is a question that the Sprawl's crisis forces Isaac to confront in a way that the Ishimura's crisis did not, because the Ishimura's crisis did not give him time for confrontation. Only response, only the next task, only the engineering problem of keeping himself alive in an environment that was comprehensively trying to prevent it. The Sprawl gives him slightly more time. Not much, not enough, but enough that the question surfaces in the gaps between tasks, in the intervals of relative stillness that the Sprawl's crisis provides, in the way that any large-scale catastrophe provides intervals. not because the catastrophe pauses, but because the catastrophe is happening everywhere simultaneously, and a single person can only move through it in sequence, and in the sequence there are gaps. The question is this: how much of what he is thinking is his? It is not a question he can answer cleanly. The imprinting, the neural encoding of the marker signal in his tissue during the weeks on the Ishimura is not visible to him from the inside in the way that an external influence is visible. It does not announce itself. It does not produce thoughts that feel foreign, thoughts that arrive with the quality of something inserted from outside the normal architecture of his cognition. It produces instead a subtle reorientation of existing cognition, a tendency for certain patterns of thought to feel more natural than others, certain solutions to present themselves with more authority than the reasoning that produced them warrants, certain directions to seem more correct than the evidence for them supports. He is aware of this. He has been aware of it since the engineering deck of the Ishimura, where the solution to the power conduit problem arrived with the completeness of something retrieved. He has not been able, in the circumstances of either the Ishimura or the Sprawl, to do anything about the awareness beyond maintaining it, keeping the awareness live, not acting on it as a certainty, treating the thoughts that arrive with too much authority as information to be assessed rather than directives to be followed. The difficulty is that the imprinting has not remained static. 3 years of proximity to the Sprawl's marker, during which the research division's neural template reading required sustained exposure to the marker's signal at close range, have deepened the encoding in ways that Isaac can assess only approximately, and that Dr. Cicierello's research, which he carries in his suit's data storage, a permanent resource, the best scientific framework he has for understanding his own condition, provides only partial guidance on. The research documents the phenomenon at the population level, in the behavioral patterns of marker-exposed individuals observed from outside. It does not document the subjective experience of being the phenomenon. Strauss documents it, in fragments in the notation-covered margins of the Sprawl's surfaces, in the disjointed communications between them that Isaac has been interpreting as best he can through the static of Strauss's compromised coherence. Strauss is further along the same continuum that Isaac occupies, the imprinting deeper, the marker's architecture more comprehensively integrated into his cognition, the distinction between Strauss's thinking and the marker's signal more thoroughly dissolved. Looking at Strauss is, for Isaac, looking at a possible trajectory, not an inevitable one, not a certainty, but a direction that the available evidence suggests, and that the question of how much of what he is thinking is his makes more urgent than any other question the Sprawl's crisis presents. What EarthGov's research division did to Isaac during the 3 years of his institutional custody was not, in their internal documentation, described as harm. It was described as neural template extraction, a non-invasive process utilizing the neuroimaging protocols developed over the program's history. And he applied to a comatose subject whose informed consent was not obtained because obtaining informed consent from a subject in the state they needed the subject in was not procedurally compatible with the research objectives. The language of the internal documentation is impeccable. The process it describes is the most comprehensive violation of a person's neural autonomy that the program has conducted. More comprehensive than the exposure of colonial populations to the marker's signal, because those exposures, however unethical, operated through the natural mechanism of the signal's broadcast rather than through the deliberate, targeted application of the program's most advanced neural reading technology to an individual's specific imprinted tissue at close range over 3 years. Isaac knows the broad outlines of what was done to him. He does not know the full technical details, the specific protocols, the depth of access the research division achieved, the precise portions of his neural architecture that the Sprawl's marker was calibrated against. He knows enough, He knows enough because the marker's behavior in his presence, in the Sprawl, is different from the marker's behavior on the Ishimura. More precise, more specifically oriented toward him. The hallucinations of Nicole that the Sprawl's marker produces calibrated to a fidelity that the Ishimura's marker could not achieve. The targeting of his specific psychological architecture more accurate than the general signal could explain. The Sprawl's marker knows him, in the specific technical sense that a signal knows the receiver it was calibrated against. The Sprawl's marker knows Isaac Clarke's neural tissue. The signal it broadcasts is not a general broadcast optimized for the average human nervous system. It is a broadcast optimized for him, fine-tuned against his template in ways that make it more effective on him than on any other person in the Sprawl. The hallucinations more convincing, the compulsions more compelling, the architecture of the marker's influence on his cognition more comprehensively aligned with his specific psychological vulnerabilities. Nicole appears in the Sprawl as she appeared on the Ishimura, more clearly, more precisely. The rendering has improved. The 3 years of template refinement visible in the quality of the hallucination, the details more accurate, the voice more exact, the specific quality of her attention to him rendered with a faithfulness that makes the wrongness of each vision when it arrives more painful rather than less. He knows she is not real. He knew it on the Ishimura after the final message, and he knows it in the Sprawl from the first vision. And the knowing does not make the visions less effective because the marker's use of them is not predicated on his believing them. The visions do not need to be believed to do their work. They need only to be felt. And Isaac feels them, feels the specific grief of seeing her clearly, the specific wrongness of the seeing, the specific weight of the knowing, in the way that the heart and the mind can hold contradictory states simultaneously, one knowing and the other feeling, each aware of the other's presence and neither able to dissolve it. The marker is very good at grief. It has been working with grief for 65 million years. It understands grief in the way that a machine understands the material it was built to process, completely, functionally, without sentiment, but with exhaustive technical precision. Grief is, from the marker's operational perspective, the most reliable human motivational state available for the specific applications the marker requires. A motivation that does not tire, that does not respond to rational counter-argument, that produces a quality of forward movement through impossible circumstances that no other motivational state reliably generates. Isaac Clarke, grieving, moving through the Sprawl, is the most efficient tool the marker has produced. He knows this. He moves anyway. Not because the knowing is insufficient. It is completely sufficient, the analysis exact, the logic clear. He moves because the alternative to moving is not freedom from the marker's use of his grief. The alternative is staying still while the Sprawl dies around him, which is the one available action that serves neither his objectives nor the marker's, and which his character, the specific, stubborn, pragmatic quality of a systems engineer who has spent his career solving problems that other people have stopped trying to solve, does not permit. He moves. He tries, in the moving, to track the direction, to assess each decision against the question of whether the decision serves his objective or the marker's, to maintain the awareness even when the awareness cannot change the decision. It is imperfect. It is the best available approach to an impossible cognitive situation. He does it as carefully as the circumstances permit. The Unitology presence in the Sprawl is not, by this phase of the crisis, the sincere congregational community that Vandal belonged to. That community has been dispersed by the infection, its members scattered through the Sprawl's districts in the same way that all of the Sprawl's civilian population has been scattered, their fates following the same distribution that the infection applies to all available biological material, regardless of theological affiliation. What remains, organized and functional and pursuing a specific objective, is the Circle, the Unitology organization's armed wing, its existence not publicly acknowledged by the Church's official institutional structure, but known to EarthGov's Intelligence Division and to the Classified Program's administrative tier. Where the Circle's development over the past decade has been tracked with the attentiveness of people who understand that a well-funded paramilitary organization built around the theological embrace of convergence is a specific kind of problem. The Circle's leader on the Sprawl is a man named Danique, and Danique is the specific kind of true believer that the Circle's structure produces. Not the sincere but manipulable faith of Vandal, not the compromised institutional pragmatism of the Church's upper leadership, but the coherent, committed, intelligently organized belief of a person who has understood the Church's doctrine at its most fundamental level, accepted its implications without the mediating influence of institutional self-preservation, and organized his life around acting on what he understands. Danique believes the moons are gods. Not in the metaphorical sense that religious language sometimes applies the word God to things too large for ordinary description, but in the direct, literal, operational sense. The brethren moons are the highest order of being in the universe, their existence the purpose toward which all lower biological forms are oriented, convergence the fulfillment of that orientation. The marker program, in his understanding, is not a horror. It is a tool that the faithful have the opportunity, the obligation, to complete the work of. He has not been shaped by the marker's compulsion in the way that the Church's general congregation has been shaped, or rather, he has been shaped by it. But the shaping has been interpreted through a theological framework sophisticated enough to incorporate the compulsion as evidence rather than cause. The signal's influence experienced as confirmation of a belief, arrived at through independent reasoning rather than as the replacement of independent reasoning. This makes him more dangerous than the compelled, in the specific way that a committed ideologue is more dangerous than a person acting under compulsion. The ideologue can explain why, and the explanation has a logic, and the logic can recruit. He has recruited the Circle's members in the Sprawl into a functional operation whose objective is the protection of the Sprawl's marker from any action that would destroy it, and whose secondary objective is the facilitation of the convergence event that the marker's continued operation will eventually produce. The infection is not, in his operational planning, an obstacle. It is the process. The Circle's role is to prevent interference with the process. Isaac is the interference. The Sprawl's geography becomes a second education in the architecture of the infection, the Ishimura's lessons elaborated and expanded by the scale and the civilian context of the new environment. The infection in a city is different from the infection on a ship, in the same way that a flood in a city is different from a flood on a ship. The same substance, the same process, but the environment it moves through is so much more varied, so much richer in the specific ways that human settlement is rich, that the result is not simply a larger version of the smaller thing, but a qualitatively different phenomenon. The Ishimura's corridors were industrial, their human content professional, the tragedy of what happened to them shaped by the specific character of that professional context. The Sprawl's corridors are everything. The school in the residential district's 4th level, where the students' artwork is still mounted on the walls of the first corridor, the display updated 2 days before the outbreak, with the cheerful administrative regularity of a maintained educational environment, the most recent additions still slightly brighter than the older ones, unfaded. The hospital in the medical district's 2nd level, its waiting area still showing the number queue system's last update. The chairs arranged in the configuration that a specific person, a facilities manager, a volunteer, or someone whose job or whose character made the arrangement of waiting room chairs a thing they attended to, had set them in, and that the outbreak's first hours froze in place. The transit platform in the commercial district's central hub, where the departure schedule is still cycling on the display, the next departure listed for a time that has long since passed. The system's clock continuing forward while the platform it serves has been claimed by something that doesn't use platforms. Isaac moves through all of it. He carries the accumulating weight of the Sprawl's ordinary life interrupted, the evidence of hundreds of thousands of people's daily existence frozen in its last moment, and now serving as the terrain of something that has no relationship to the intentions those spaces were built for. He has become, in the compressed experience of the Ishimura and the Sprawl, someone who does not look away from these details, not because looking does not cost him, but because the cost of looking has become the price of remaining fully present to what he is moving through, and remaining fully present is the only available form of respect for the people whose spaces these were. He finds Strauss at intervals, the man surfacing in the Sprawl's crisis at points that are too regular to be coincidental, his movements suggesting coordination with Isaac's route that cannot be explained by accident. His appearances timed to the moments when the knowledge encoded in his imprinting is most immediately relevant to the decisions Isaac is facing. This coordination is not Strauss's. Strauss does not have the functional planning capacity to coordinate it. The coordination is the markers, the same intelligence that used Nicole's image on the Ishimura, using Strauss's knowledge in the Sprawl, providing what Isaac needs when he needs it in the pattern of a system that is managing its resources toward an outcome. Isaac is aware of this and cannot fully account for it in his planning. The knowledge Strauss carries is genuine and is genuinely necessary. Without it, without the specific failure mode, information encoded in Strauss's imprinting, destroying the marker is not possible in any timeline that the Sprawl's structural deterioration permits. He uses the knowledge, he tracks the awareness of its source. He does both simultaneously and tries not to let the awareness dissolve the use, or the use dissolve the awareness. The Research Division's marker is not in the facility where EarthGov's documentation places it. Tiedemann moved it. 3 weeks before the containment failure, 3 weeks before Vandal disabled the security seals in the period when the monitoring data's pattern was clear enough to anyone reading it with the classified framework's understanding that the phase transition was approaching. Tiedemann authorized the marker's relocation from the research sector to a secondary chamber in the station's core infrastructure, a location accessible only through the industrial systems that run through the Sprawl's deepest levels, surrounded by the power distribution and structural support systems that keep the station's artificial environment functional. The relocation served two objectives. It moved the marker away from the research sector's containment failure, which Tiedemann had assessed as increasingly probable, and it placed the marker in a location that was, in his assessment, more defensible, more deeply integrated into the station's infrastructure, more difficult to access without understanding the station's engineering architecture, more protected by the industrial systems surrounding it from any action that might damage it. He was thinking about protecting the marker from the infection. He was not thinking about protecting the marker from an engineer. Isaac has spent 3 years in the Sprawl, unconscious but physically present. His neural template read through the station systems in ways that left, as a side effect, a comprehensive map of the station's infrastructure in his imprinted tissue, not a deliberate encoding, not information the Research Division intended to provide, but a consequence of the deep neural access that the template reading required. The station's systems architecture present in his neural encoding in the same way that incidental environmental information is present in the peripheral data of any comprehensive mapping process. He knows where the marker is. The knowledge arrived in the same way that the power conduit solution arrived on the Ishimura, completely with the authority of something retrieved, in the specific register where the imprinting and his own engineering cognition meet. He cannot fully distinguish between what he knows because the imprinting gave it to him and what he knows because an engineer's understanding of the station's systems would produce the same knowledge through different means. The distinction matters to the question of how much of what he thinks is his. It does not change the knowledge. He moves toward the marker's location through the Sprawl's deepest levels, the industrial infrastructure around him running with the automated persistence of systems that continue their function, regardless of what is happening in the residential districts above. The power distribution conduits run. The structural support systems run. The life support continues its cycle for the portions of the station where the circulation pathways are still intact. The station's environmental management proceeding with the same mechanical indifference to the emergency above it that the Ishimura's automated systems maintained through the outbreak that was killing the people who maintained them. The marker is here. He can feel it, not the general broadcast that has been present everywhere in the Sprawl, not the ambient frequency of a signal propagating through a station's infrastructure, but the specific close-range resonance of the source itself, the marker in its new location, broadcasting into the industrial systems around it with the full power of the most precisely calibrated red marker the program has produced. The hallucination of Nicole is very clear down here. She stands at the end of the corridor. In the particular quality of light that the industrial system's emergency strips produce, orange, the same orange as the Ishimura's emergency lighting, and he registers this as a detail before he registers the vision as a vision. The recognition of the light preceding the recognition of the figure, and the recognition of the figure preceding the recognition of its impossibility. She is looking at him with the expression that the marker has constructed from his memories of her, the expression that his memory associates with the specific quality of her attention when something has gone wrong that she cannot fix, and she is present with the not fixing rather than moving past it. He looks at her for a moment. Then he walks past her toward the chamber door. The marker hums on the other side. He has everything Strauss's knowledge provided. He has the failure mode sequence. He has the engineering understanding of the systems surrounding the marker and the specific ways that those systems can be used to initiate the feedback loop that Strauss's imprinting encodes as the marker's vulnerability. He has, in the deepest and most functional sense, what he needs. What he does not have is certainty about what the destruction will produce. Dr. Ciarello's research addresses the marker's biology. Strauss's knowledge addresses the marker's failure modes. Neither addresses the question of what a marker at this power level, constructed to this specification, calibrated against neural templates as precise as the ones the research division extracted, will do when its signal architecture collapses inward on itself. What the energy release will look like, what radius it will affect, what the station's structure will do in response. He opens the chamber door. The chamber is a sphere. This is the first thing Isaac registers when the door opens. Not the marker, not the scale of the space, but the geometry. The chamber's walls are curved rather than planar. The space a sphere of approximately 30 meters diameter carved into the Sprawl's deep infrastructure with a precision that the surrounding industrial architecture does not share, its surface smooth in the way that the Chicxulub facility's buried chamber was smooth. The smoothness of a space that has been shaped by something other than the tools the humans who built this place would have used. The research division did not build this chamber. They found it. A void in Titan's geological structure, whose dimensions and surface properties were, when the drilling operation intersected it, too precisely spherical and too precisely smooth to be the product of any natural process. They built the marker's housing within a space the marker's signal may have been shaping for years before the station was constructed above it. This possibility is in the research division's internal documentation, noted once, in a footnote, with the qualifier that the hypothesis could not be confirmed with available data and that the operational utility of the chamber's properties was sufficient to proceed regardless of their origin. The research division is good at proceeding regardless. The marker is at the chamber's center, elevated on a housing structure that the research division constructed to the original pedestal's specifications. The specifications derived from the black marker's surface notation. The same notation that the pedestal on Aegis 7 was built to, the geometry of the interface between marker and housing a precise reproduction of the alien engineer's design. The housing is anchored to the chamber floor by struts that run through the station's deep infrastructure, the marker's mass distributed into Titan's geological structure in the way that any large structural installation distributes its load. The marker's surface, seen at this range and in this light, is extraordinary. Isaac has been near it before, on the Ishimura, in the cargo hold, carrying it across the colony's surface and down to the pedestal. He has been within meters of it, has held it in his arms, has felt its weight and its hum and its signal at the closest range any living person who subsequently remained living has experienced. But he has not seen it clearly before. The Ishimura's cargo hold was dim. The Aegis 7's surface was lit by the emergency lighting of a suit visor. The contact was always in conditions that prioritized other sensory information. Here, in the sphere chambers, even illumination, with nothing else demanding his attention in the 3 seconds before something does, he sees it. The double helix geometry is exact in the way that mathematical objects are exact. Not the approximation of a manufactured object, however precisely manufactured, but the exactness of something for which the geometry is not a shape imposed on material, but a property of the material itself. The material and the shape a single thing, rather than the product of one being applied to the other. The surface notation covers every centimeter without interruption or repetition, i.e. the script flowing around the helix's curves with the continuous density of a text that has more to say than any surface can contain, and that continues saying it anyway. The notation at scales ranging from characters visible to the naked eye to structures that would require magnification to resolve, each scale apparently encoding different aspects of the same information, the whole a document whose complete reading would require instruments that humanity has not yet built. The light in the chamber is slightly wrong. Not the lighting, the light. The behavior of light in the marker's immediate vicinity is subtly inconsistent with the behavior that the chamber's illumination sources would predict, the photons in the marker's close radius following paths that the geometry of the space does not fully account for. The surface of the marker darker than its material's reflectance would suggest, and the air around it slightly brighter than the illumination sources can explain. This is the property that the Chicxulub researchers documented and could not explain, and that Dr. Ciarello's research subsequently identified as a consequence of the marker's electromagnetic field interacting with the photon behavior at quantum scales, the signal operating at a level more fundamental than the macroscopic physics of the chamber, the marker's influence on the environment beginning at the level of the wave-particle behavior of light itself. He has approximately 40 seconds before the chamber's other occupant announces itself. He uses them to cross the chamber floor to the housing structure's access panel, to open the panel, and to begin the sequence that Strauss's knowledge provided, the specific manipulation of the housing's structural systems that initiates the feedback condition in the marker's signal architecture. The sequence is not complex. It is, in the way of many things that are important, simple. A series of precise interventions in the housing's power distribution, each one creating a condition that the next one exploits. The sequence building toward a feedback state that the marker's signal architecture cannot sustain and cannot resolve except by collapsing. The sequence requires time. Not much. Strauss's imprinting encodes the duration as approximately 4 minutes from initiation to collapse threshold. 4 minutes is a long time in the context of the Sprawl's crisis. 4 minutes is longer than the 40 seconds before the chamber's other occupant announces itself. Hans Tiedemann enters the chamber from the secondary access point, a maintenance corridor that Isaac's route through the industrial infrastructure did not intersect. Its existence in the station's architecture, one of the details that the 3 years of neural template extraction did not encode in Isaac's imprinting. either because the access point was added after the template extraction period or because the extraction process had limits that the research division did not disclose. He is armed. He is accompanied by 2 members of the Circle's security detail. The overlap between EarthGov's contracted security and Unitology's paramilitary structure, one of the compromises that the program's management has been making for years, each compromise individually justified by the operational circumstances that produced it, and collectively producing an institutional character that the word compromise no longer fully describes. He looks, to Isaac's assessment, like a man who has been awake for several days and who has been managing a catastrophe during those days in the way that he manages everything, from a position of comprehensive information and physical distance, and the institutional conviction that information and distance constitute control. The conviction is intact. The man is not. The particular deterioration of someone whose model of control has been encountering the reality of what they have been managing for several days and has been losing the encounter each time, the gap between the model and the reality widening with each hour, is visible in him in the specific way that it is visible in people who are too committed to the model to acknowledge the gap, even as the gap is present in every decision they make and every line of their face. He tells Isaac to stop what he is doing. He says this with the flat authority of someone who has been telling people what to do for long enough that the tone has become structural rather than situational. The tone of authority rather than the tone of a specific instruction, the instrument of institutional power rather than the voice of a person in a room. Isaac does not stop what he is doing. The conversation that follows is not long. It has the quality of a conversation between 2 people who have both understood the situation and have arrived at incompatible conclusions about what it requires. Tideman's position. The marker is the most important research object in human history, and the program it anchors is the only viable response to humanity's resource crisis, and its destruction represents the loss of something that cannot be recovered, and the continuity of the program is worth any cost imposed on any population that the program's operation requires. Isaac's position. The marker is killing everyone in the station, and it will keep killing everyone it is near, and the research division's documentation of the program's history is the documentation of the same outcome repeated at every installation and continued at every installation, and the only reason to continue it one more time is the specific institutional inability to accept that the thing the program has been building toward is not the thing the program was described as building toward. Tiedemann has heard versions of this argument before. He has heard it in the Monitoring Division's recommendation memos, and in the internal review requests, and in the classified correspondence that various researchers and administrators have filed over the program's history, each one articulating the same fundamental assessment in slightly different language, and each one filed at the classification tier, where things go when the program's continuation is more important than the argument against it. He has a response to the argument. The response is institutional, and the institution is still technically standing, and the Sovereign Immunity Act is still technically in force. And the circle of reasoning that makes the program's continuation feel like a position rather than a failure is still, in his mind, closed. He raises the weapon. Ellie fires from the maintenance corridor's opposite entrance. The sequence continues. Isaac keeps his hands on the housing panel. The Circle's security detail, reduced by the moment's sudden reorganization, responds in the way that armed people respond when the tactical situation shifts faster than their planning accounted for, which is to say with urgency and without coordination. The chamber becomes briefly the site of a conflict that is, in the context of the Sprawl's overall crisis, a very small conflict. 3 people and a weapon, and the question of whether Isaac reaches the sequence's 4th intervention before he is prevented from reaching it. He reaches it. Tiedemann is alive when the 4th intervention completes. He is on the chamber floor. The specific condition he is in is not a condition that permits standing, and he is looking at the marker from the floor of the chamber with the expression of a man who has arrived, in the final accounting, at the specific understanding that his framework could not produce from any higher position. From the floor, with the institutional architecture of his perspective stripped away by the circumstance of the floor, he looks at the marker, and he does not look at a research asset. He looks at what it is. Isaac does not know what Tiedemann sees in that moment. He is not watching Tiedemann. He is watching the marker. The collapse begins in the signal. It is not visible immediately. The first evidence is not optical but experiential. The hum that has been present in Isaac's neural tissue since the Ishimura changing quality in a way that he does not have language for. The frequency not diminishing but shifting. The shift having the character of a signal losing coherence rather than losing amplitude. The architecture of the broadcast beginning to fail at the level of its internal organization rather than at the level of its power output. The marker's signal, for the first time in the 65 million years of the black marker's operation and the decades of the red marker's deployment, is failing in the specific way that Strauss's imprinting described. The feedback condition propagating through the signal architecture, each frequency component destabilizing the adjacent ones, the cascade running through the system's structure toward the threshold at which the whole can no longer maintain coherence. The marker's surface begins to change. The notation, the precise, uninterrupted, complete mathematical description of the signal's architecture, begins to show variation that it has never shown before. The notation is not static by nature, its surface encoding dynamic in ways that the Ishimura's xenobiology researchers documented without fully understanding. The script's appearance varying with the signal's operational state in ways analogous to the way that a display varies with the content it is presenting. What appears on the surface now is not variation, it is disruption. The notation losing its continuity, the mathematical description of the signal developing gaps where the signal architecture it describes is failing, the gaps propagating across the surface in the same cascade pattern that the signal itself is following. The sphere chamber responds to the marker's signal failure in the way that a space shaped by that signal would respond. The quality of the light changes, the wrongness that has characterized the chamber's illumination since Isaac entered, the photon behavior that the marker's field produced, normalizing as the field weakens, the light in the marker's immediate vicinity beginning to behave as the chamber's physics would predict, rather than as the marker's influence would produce. The chamber becomes, incrementally, a room, a spherical room of carved Titan geology, its smoothness still present, its extraordinary precision still evident, but its occupying presence departing, the quality of the marker as an active thing rather than an inert object diminishing toward the threshold where the distinction will collapse entirely. The convergence event begins. Now, this is the consequence that could not be predicted precisely. The feedback collapse of the marker's signal architecture triggering, in its failure phase, the convergence threshold condition that the marker's full operation was approaching but had not yet reached. The collapse signal's final output is not the sustained broadcast of an operational marker, but the terminal pulse of a failing one, a burst of the recombination frequency at full power for the duration of the collapse, propagating through the station's infrastructure at the speed of the electromagnetic medium, reaching every necromorph in the sprawl simultaneously, triggering the convergence threshold in the accumulated biomass of the station's converted population. The necromorphs respond. The entire necromorph population of the Sprawl, everything that has been converted in the hours since Vandal opened the security seals, the accumulated biological mass of hundreds of thousands of people, responds to the terminal pulse with the collective movement of a distributed system, receiving its coordinating signal's final instruction. They move toward the marker. From every district of the Sprawl, from every level, through every corridor, they move toward the sphere chamber in the station's core, the convergence event assembling the biological mass around the signal's source in the way that the process has always assembled biological mass around the signal's source, the hive mind that has been growing in the station's biology since the marker's activation 18 months ago, coalescing toward its manifestation. The convergence collective forms in the chamber, not the full planetary-scale hive mind of Aegis 7. The Sprawl's available biological mass is insufficient for that scale, but something of sufficient mass and coherence to be the thing it is. The distributed neural substrate of the station's converted population organized around the marker's final pulse into a nexus of the specific character that Isaac has encountered before, that Dr. Ciarello documented, that the hive mind represents at whatever scale the available material permits. He calls it the Nexus because Strauss's knowledge encoded that term, and the term is accurate to the extent that terms can be accurate for things at this scale. He engages it in the sphere chamber with the resources available, the engineering rig's stasis and kinesis modules, the weapons that the Sprawl's crisis has made available to him, the specific knowledge of the Nexus's vulnerability that Strauss's imprinting provided, the nodes, the concentration points, the biological architecture whose disruption propagates through the distributed substrate in the same cascade pattern that the marker's signal failure is still running through the system around them. The Sprawl is dying faster. The marker's collapse is propagating through the station's infrastructure not just electromagnetically, but structurally. The housing struts that anchor the marker's housing to Titan's geology, transmitting the energies of the collapse into the station's deep structure. The vibrations finding the stress concentrations in an infrastructure that has been operating at the edge of its rated capacity for years, and that the infection's damage to the maintenance systems has pushed past that edge in the weeks since Vandal opened the seals. The station is beginning to fail in the way that large, complex structures fail. Not all at once, not in a single catastrophic break, but in the cascading sequence of a system whose redundancies have been exhausted. The Nexus collapses, its biological mass, deprived of the marker's coordinating signal in the failure's wake, loses the coherence that makes it a nexus rather than a mass. The distributed intelligence that required the signal to maintain its integration dissolving as the signal dissolves. So the biological material returning to the inert state that it occupied before the marker's terminal pulse assembled it. Not dead in any new sense, the material was already the product of the Necromorph reconstruction process, but no longer coordinated, no longer directed, no longer the hive mind in any functional sense. The sphere chamber is very quiet. Ellie has the shuttle. This fact, the existence of a functional shuttle in a docking bay that the infection has not yet fully claimed, piloted by a person with the specific competence required to launch it under the conditions the Sprawl's structural failure is producing, is the narrow margin between the outcome of the Sprawl and the outcome of the Ishimura. On the Ishimura, there was no Ellie. Oh, there was a sequence of partial survivals and hidden agendas, and the final singular escape of one person in one pod. The Sprawl has, through the specific combination of Ellie's capabilities and her decision to use them in the direction of getting both of them out rather than just herself, a slightly wider margin. Not wide. The shuttle bay is not intact. The launch corridor is not clear. The Sprawl's structural failure has reached the upper levels where the shuttle bays are located, and the failure's products, the decompression events, the structural collapses, the progressive breakdown of the environmental systems that separate the station's interior atmosphere from the vacuum of space, have complicated the launch in ways that the shuttle's standard operating procedures do not address. She launches anyway. This is who Ellie Langford is. Not a hero in the sense of someone who chooses to act despite certainty of risk, but a pilot in the sense of someone for whom the parameters that prevent action are assessed continuously and acted on only when they become absolute. And the parameters of this launch are not yet absolute. The shuttle clears the bay. The launch corridor's partial collapse creates turbulence that the shuttle systems manage at the edge of their rated capacity. The Sprawl's fragmenting structure generates debris fields that she navigates with the attention of someone who has been flying in difficult conditions for long enough that difficult conditions have become the baseline against which she calibrates normal. The shuttle clears the Sprawl. Below them, Titan Station completes its failure. Oh, not quickly. The moon's geological structure is not fragile, and the station's deep infrastructure continues running in sections, even as the sections above it are failing. The automated systems that don't know the emergency is over, maintaining their function past the point of relevance. The sphere chamber in Titan's geology holds. The housing structure holds, the marker on it dark and silent and no longer broadcasting, the notation on its surface fixed rather than dynamic, the script's content no longer varying because the signal architecture that produced the variation no longer exists. The marker is destroyed. It is also still there, the physical object unchanged, the material that the xenobiology researchers could not cut or drill or dissolve intact, the geometry exact, the notation complete. What has been destroyed is not the object but the signal, the architecture of the broadcast, the operational capacity that made the physical object what it was. The shell remains. The thing that made the shell matter is gone. This distinction will require explanation to anyone in the Earth government's classified program who finds the chamber in the aftermath. It will require the explanation that a weapon requires when it has been rendered inert. The object is the same, the capacity is different, and the difference is the entirety of what mattered. Saturn is below them. Not the view of Saturn that the promotional materials for outer system deployment use, the composed, properly exposed, artistically framed view from the appropriate angle and distance. The view from a shuttle moving away from Titan Station's debris field at the maximum velocity the shuttle can sustain is Saturn at a distance determined by the minimum safe clearance from the debris and the direction of escape, which is the direction that was available rather than the direction that was preferred. At this distance and angle, Saturn is large in the shuttle's observation port, large in the way of things that are very large and very close, the banding of its atmosphere visible, the ring system present in the peripheral vision of the port's frame, as a structure that the mind initially misidentifies as a horizon. Isaac is in the co-pilot's seat. He has not spoken since the chamber. Ellie has not spoken since the launch. Her attention on the shuttle systems and the debris field's edge, and the navigation to the closest viable relay station. The silence between them is the silence of two people who have come through something together and have not yet arrived at the point where the coming through becomes something that language can approach. He is aware of the signal. It is quieter than it has been at any point since the Ishimura, the Sprawl's marker destroyed, its broadcast ended, the ambient frequency of the station's signal no longer propagating through the environment around him. The signal in his neural tissue is not external now. It has no external source to resonate with, no broadcast to receive, no marker in range whose output amplifies the imprinting. It is only his own tissue's encoded frequency, broadcasting into the interior of his own cognition without anything to broadcast to. Quieter, not silent. He closes his eyes. Nicole is not there, not the marker's version of her, the precisely calibrated hallucination constructed from his neural template and tuned to his specific psychological vulnerabilities. In the shuttle, in the quiet, with the signal's external source gone, what is there is closer to what she actually was. Not the construction, but the memory, the actual residue of the actual person, in the actual neural architecture of someone who loved her. The real thing that the marker had been using as a medium. He sits with it for a moment that the shuttle's transit time permits. Then he opens his eyes and Saturn is still there, and Ellie is flying them toward the relay station. and the signal in his tissue is quiet but present, and the work of what comes next is not yet visible but is certainly coming. He does not know yet about the moons. He does not know about Tau Volantis, or the alien civilization's frozen ruins, or the machine that the alien engineers built and never used, or the sovereign colony's 200,000 soldiers whose purged bones lie in the ice of a planet whose name he has not heard. He does not know that the signal in his neural tissue, which he has just begun to understand as something he might survive, will be required again, that the 65-million-year project of which the Ishimura and the Sprawl were consecutive chapters is not a project that ends with the destruction of one marker in one sphere chamber in one moon of Saturn. He knows only that they are out, that the station is behind them, that the signal is quiet. For now, quiet is enough. The years between the Sprawl and Tau Volantis are not years of recovery. This is worth saying because the word recovery implies a process, a movement from a state of damage toward a state of wholeness, a trajectory with direction, a series of incremental improvements that accumulate toward something recognizable as the condition that preceded the damage. Recovery is what happens when the damage is finite, and the environment in which healing occurs is stable, and the person doing the recovering is not, in the years of their supposed recovery, being moved from one crisis to another by forces that have assessed their value and are unwilling to allow the stabilization that recovery requires. Isaac Clarke does not recover. He survives, which is different, which is a continuous present tense activity rather than a past tense achievement, which describes a relationship to existence that is defined by the absence of the event that would end it, rather than by the presence of anything that constitutes thriving. He survives the aftermath of the Sprawl in the specific way that people survive aftermaths when the aftermath includes the release of Kendra's classified data into the public record, the collapse of EarthGov's marker program's institutional cover, the political and legal chaos of a civilization absorbing the information that its government has been running a program of necromorph experimentation on its colonial population for 3 generations. The chaos is not clean. The disclosure does not produce the accountability that the disclosure's architects, whoever Kendra's contact was, whatever faction in the political structure thought the data's release would produce a specific and useful outcome, intended. Institutions do not dissolve under the weight of evidence in the way that individuals dissolve under the weight of evidence. They adapt. They redistribute blame to the tier of the hierarchy that can absorb it without threatening the tier above. They produce investigations that produce reports, that produce recommendations, that produce modifications, that leave the fundamental structure intact. EarthGov survives the disclosure. The marker program does not survive in its previous form, but the infrastructure it was built on, the classified research networks, the Sovereign Immunity Act's legal architecture, the relationships between the government and the CEC and the Church of Unitology that the program relied on, survives in the way that infrastructure survives the removal of the specific operation it was supporting. The pipe remains after the water stops flowing. The pipe can carry other things. The Church of Unitology survives more completely. The disclosure's evidence of the Church's institutional compromise, the upper leadership's management by EarthGov, the program's weaponization of the Church's doctrine, produces the schism that any institutional crisis of this magnitude produces, the sincere majority absorbing the evidence as the revelation of a corruption that does not invalidate the faith itself, the compromised minority dispersing into the institutional landscape, the void of the upper leadership's departure filled, as it always is, by the most committed of those who remain. The most committed, in Unitology's case, are the Circle's theologically rigorous, institutionally uncompromised true believers. The people who never needed the Church's institutional structure to believe in convergence because their belief in convergence was never contingent on the Church's integrity. Danix's people, the Circle's people, the people who believe the moons are gods and whose belief is, in the aftermath of the disclosure, cleaner and more defensible than the institutional Church's compromised doctrine was, because the disclosure confirms their understanding of the government as an opponent of convergence rather than a silent partner in managing it. The Circle, in the years after the Sprawl, grows. The EarthGov that remains after the disclosure is a different institution from the EarthGov that built the Marker program, in the way that all institutions that survive their worst revelations are different. Not fundamentally restructured, but reorganized around a different set of public commitments and a different set of private continuities. The public commitments include the dissolution of the Marker program's operational tier. The private continuities include the maintenance of the classified research archive, the Chicxulub data, the Ishimura's xenobiology documentation, the neural template extraction records, the Oracle project's findings, at the same classification tier, because the argument for maintaining classified data is always available and always sufficient to the people who make classification decisions. What EarthGov does with its post-disclosure years, in the relevant context, is pursue the Tau Volantis lead. The Tau Volantis information has been in the classified archive for a century. The records of the early 22nd century survey mission that first detected the planet, the anomalous signal characteristics that the survey instruments identified as inconsistent with natural geological processes, the decision to investigate further, and the classification of the investigation's results at the highest available tier. The results are extraordinary. A planet locked in an artificial ice age, its surface temperature maintained by a mechanism that the survey instruments could identify as a mechanism but could not identify as natural, its geological structure showing evidence of an alien civilization's construction at a scale that dwarfs anything humanity has built, and in the ice of its surface, the preserved remnants of that civilization's last inhabitants. The sovereign colony's armed forces, the military structure that existed before the political reorganization following the disclosure, conducted the largest classified military operation in human history to investigate and assess the Tau Volantis findings. Their operation, running in the years between the discovery and the operation's catastrophic end, deployed approximately 200,000 personnel to Tau Volantis in a series of waves: research teams, engineering units, military security. The full infrastructure of a major expedition sustained across the interstellar distance by a logistics chain of extraordinary complexity and secrecy. What the SCAF expedition found is documented in the records that the archive preserves, or preserved, before EarthGov's post-disclosure reorganization moved the records to the new classification architecture that replaced the old tier system. The records describe the alien civilization's ruins, exposed in sections by the controlled excavation the expedition conducted through the ice, the architecture of their technology, operating on principles that human engineering could identify but not replicate, the Rosetta, the preserved biological remains of an individual of the alien species, their neural tissue still partially active after millions of years in conditions that the ice had maintained at a temperature sufficient to prevent the complete denaturization of the biological structures, and the machine. The machine is not in the records in any detail. The records that address it directly are at a classification level above the tier that most of the expedition's personnel had access to. The information compartmentalized even within the already highly compartmentalized operation. What the records describe, in the sections accessible below the highest tier, is a structure of planetary scale, an installation built into Tau Volantis' geological structure at a depth and extent that the expedition's survey instruments could not fully resolve, its operational purpose inferred from its effects rather than directly observed. Its active state indicated by the artificial ice age that the expedition confirmed it was producing, and that the operations engineers established was a deliberate consequence of the installation's design rather than an incidental side effect. The SCAF expedition discovered, in short, that Tau Volantis was already working on the problem, that the alien civilization, in its final years, had built something that was designed to do what the markers could not suppress the convergence process locally, not delay it temporarily, but prevent it at the source, by generating a signal that interfered with the Brethren Moon's ability to complete the convergence event, locking the planet's biology in a state that denied the Moon the threshold of accumulated mass it required. The machine worked, so the Moon above Tau Volantis has been in a state of suspended convergence for millions of years, its approach complete, its signal broadcast at full planetary range, its convergence event locked at the threshold by the machine's continuous operation. The alien civilization built the machine and initiated it, and died, whether from the residual effects of the marker exposure that preceded the machine's activation, or from the Moon's signal at close range, or from the accumulated biological and social damage of a civilization that had been fighting for its survival for too long. And the machine continued running without them, its operation automated at a level that required no maintenance and no human, no alien, hand to sustain it. It had been running for millions of years when the SCAF expedition arrived. It would have continued running for millions more. The SCAF expedition did not leave it running. The decision to terminate the SCAF operation is documented in the command records that survived the decades between the operation's end and the present. The documentation is, in its clinical precision, among the most terrible things in the classified archive. A series of command communications between the operation's senior officers and the Sovereign Colony's government authority that authorized the operation, the communications spanning approximately 6 hours. Their content, the deliberation about a decision that each communication makes slightly more inevitable than the previous one. The marker exposure had reached the expedition's population, 200,000 people, and many of them exposed to the marker's signal and the necromorph forms it had produced in the alien ruins, the infection spreading through the expedition's camps in the same pattern that it always spread, slowly, then not slowly. The expedition's command structure's options, as the infection's reach expanded beyond the containment protocol's capacity, narrowed to the same set that every command structure in the marker program's history had faced. Contain, which was failing; withdraw, which would bring the infection back to the systems the expedition had departed from; or terminate. They terminated. The orbital strike that ended the SCAF expedition was conducted by the command vessels that had remained in high orbit above Tau Volantis throughout the operation. Their weapons platforms targeted at the expedition's installations across the planet's surface with the precise coordinates that the expedition's own survey maps provided. The strike was comprehensive, not a targeted response to specific infection centers, but a full surface bombardment of every human installation on the planet, every camp, every research facility, every excavation site, every location where 200,000 people had lived and worked and been in the last weeks of the operation, dying. 200,000 people killed by the government they served on a planet they were sent to in service of a program whose existence no one below the highest classification tier knew about. The bodies froze in the ice. The equipment froze. The excavations froze. The research, the documentation of the alien ruins, the partial decoding of the Rosetta's neural tissue, the survey data for the machine's extent and operation, froze in the data systems of the facilities that the strike destroyed the structures of, but not the data storage of. The hardened storage systems surviving the bombardment in the way that they were designed to survive environmental extremes. Tau Volantis, after the strike, looks from orbit like a planet that was struck and is now just ice again. The ice has covered everything. The ruins of the alien civilization, the ruins of the SCAF expedition, the 200,000 people in their frozen positions, the machine running in the planet's geological structure as it has always run, maintaining its ice age, keeping the moon above locked at its convergence threshold. It will look this way to the survey vessels that the reorganized EarthGov dispatches in the years after the disclosure to assess the Tau Volantis situation with the new institutional clarity of an organization that knows what it is looking for. It will look this way to the vessels that both EarthGov and the Circle send, separately, in parallel, with opposing objectives. When the situation on Tau Volantis becomes, in the reorganized world's political landscape, the most important question on the board, Isaac Clarke arrives at Tau Volantis in circumstances that the word arrives does not fully capture. He arrives under duress. He arrives in the company of John Carver, a former SCAF soldier, his military career spanning the post-sovereign colonies reorganization, his personal history shaped by losses of a specific and terrible kind that the marker programs spread into the colonized systems produced in the specific way that the program produced losses, not through the dramatic single events of the Ishimura and the Sprawl, but through the slower, quieter institutional erosion of a life by a force that the people whose lives it erodes do not have the classified framework to identify. He is a man of significant capability and significant damage, the two qualities so thoroughly integrated in him that attempting to separate them would be like attempting to separate the properties of an alloy from the properties of its component metals. He and Isaac are not natural partners. They are partners by necessity, brought to the same objective by separate routes. Their skills complementary in the way that two incomplete things can be complementary. Their working relationship the product of shared extremity rather than chosen affiliation. Carver has the military capability that the situation on Tau Volantis requires. Isaac has the engineering capability and the marker knowledge and the neural imprinting that the situation requires in different ways. Together they are, in the most functional assessment, sufficient. Tau Volantis seen from approach is white. This is the comprehensive, total whiteness of a planet whose entire surface is covered in ice at a depth that the ice's age and the planet's temperature maintenance have produced over millions of years. Not the partial ice coverage of a planet with polar regions and temperate zones, but the complete coverage of a world that has not had a temperate zone in geological time. The white is not uniform. The surface topography of the alien civilization's ruins, and the SCAF expedition's installations, and the geological features of the planet below all create variation in the ice, shadow, and depth, and the particular quality of ancient compressed snow. But from approach altitude, the variation is texture within white. The planet a sphere of the specific color that the absence of all other colors produces when the absence is complete. The orbital survey, conducted from the approach vessel before descent, shows the SCAF installation sites as depressions in the ice, the ruins beneath the surface visible in the thermal imaging as thermal anomalies, the building's residual heat signature preserved in the ice around them even after the decades since the orbital strike, the geological signature of the expedition's excavations still present in the planet's surface structure. The machine's signature is visible in a different register, not thermal but electromagnetic, a network of subsurface anomalies distributed across the planet's geological structure in a pattern that no natural process produces, its extent resolving in the survey data as something larger than the expedition's instruments had fully characterized. Or the machine's reach into Tau Volantis' geology deeper and more comprehensive than the SCAF documentation suggested. The Rosetta's location is in the survey data too, in the ice of the primary excavation site, Preserved at the depth the SCAF team reached before the operation ended, the thermal signature of its partially active neural tissue present in the deep scan as a faint but persistent anomaly that the survey instruments were designed by the people who sent this mission to find. They descend through blizzard. The blizzard on Tau Volantis is not a weather event. It is a climatic condition, the perpetual consequence of the machine's Ice Age maintenance, the planet's atmospheric circulation locked into the pattern that sustained sub-zero surface temperatures require. The wind a permanent feature of the surface environment rather than a passing disturbance. The wind speed at the surface varies between severe and unsurvivable by the atmospheric standards of human exposure. The suited exposure limits defined by the engineering specifications of suits designed for the most extreme environments in the colonized systems and regularly exceeded by the conditions on Tau Volantis in the seasons when the circulation pattern intensifies. The SCAF expeditions camps are visible in the ice as the shapes of structures that the ice has grown around rather than covered. The corners and edges of prefabricated construction maintaining their geometry inside the ice's enclosure, the camp's layouts preserved in the precise configuration of their last operational moment. A meal on a table, a card game abandoned mid-hand. The cards in their positions, the players gone from their chairs, but the chairs still pushed back at the specific angles that people push chairs back at when they rise suddenly. A child's drawing pinned to a barracks wall. The SCAF expedition included family quarters for the longer deployment personnel, a policy of the pre-disclosure military structure that was intended to support morale and that produced, in the specific tragedy of the orbital strike, a demographic of casualties that the command communications do not name directly, but whose presence in the camp layouts is undeniable. Isaac moves through the frozen camps in the way he has learned to move through places where ordinary life was interrupted, with the attention that costs him something, and the maintenance of that cost as a form of witness. Because witnessing is what a person can give to the dead when there is nothing else available. He photographs none of it. He needs none of it for any operational purpose. He looks at it because it is there, and because the people who were here deserve to be seen, at whatever distance of time and ice, by a person who is capable of seeing. Carver moves through the same spaces with the attention of a soldier. The tactical assessment, the threat identification, the environmental reading that prioritizes the information relevant to survival and situational awareness. He is not unaffected by what he sees. The family quarters produce a response in him that the camp's other features do not. A stillness that he maintains and then moves through in the way of someone for whom stillness, in response to loss, is a familiar experience that must be maintained within operational time constraints. He moves through it. He keeps moving. The necromorphs on Tau Volantis are different. Not different in their fundamental nature. The reconstruction process is the same, the marker signal the same, the biological repurposing that produces the individual forms operating on the same templates that the Ishimura and the Sprawl demonstrated. But the environment has shaped them in the way that environments always shape things that have been in them long enough. The cold, the millions of years of cold, has produced adaptations in the necromorph forms on Tau Volantis that the warmer environments of the Ishimura and the Sprawl did not produce. The reconstruction process is iterative refinement finding solutions to the specific challenges of an Ice Age planet that the original templates did not include. The Necromorph, an ambush form adapted to the subsurface ice environment, its hunting strategy dependent on the thermal sensing capability that the Ice Age's temperature differential provides between a suited human and the surrounding medium. The Feeder, a form that has been consuming the organic material preserved in the planet's ice for so long that the consumption strategy is integrated into its reconstruction template. The biological machinery of its feeding apparatus, optimized for the extraction of nutrients from frozen organic matter. The Waster, a form generated from the SCAF expedition's human biological material rather than the alien civilizations. Its reconstruction following the standard templates, but calibrated to the specific genetic material of the expedition's demographic, the distinction visible in its coloring and structure to anyone with Dr. Ciarello's taxonomic framework, and the alien necromorphs, the forms generated from the alien species' biological material, the reconstruction process having found in the alien biology templates that the human-derived forms do not exhibit, the results not human, and not the familiar necromorph taxonomy, but a third category, neither the forms of the Ishimura nor the alien species in its living state, but something the signal has made from the material of a species that built it, the horror of which is the specific horror of a tool consuming its maker. The SCAF's dead are among them. 200,000 people in the ice and beneath it, their biology not all preserved in the state of the frozen camp's furniture and card games. The ones who were in the infection's reach when the orbital strike came were converted before they froze. They move through the ice in the specific way of necromorph forms that have been in the ice for decades, slowly by the standards of the Ishimura's forms, their biological machinery degraded by the cold to below the operating efficiency that the warmer ship environments supported, but functional and patient, and present in the ice beneath the expedition's frozen camps, in numbers that the thermal survey's anomaly count suggested, and that the surface reality confirms. Isaac and Carver move through all of it toward the Rosetta's location, the excavation site where the SCAF team reached the alien individual's preserved remains. The thermal anomaly of its partially active neural tissue, the beacon that both the EarthGov mission and the Circle are navigating toward. The moon above Tau Volantis is in the survey data too. It has always been in the survey data, the gravitational anomaly of a mass in low planetary orbit that should not be there. Its surface characteristics visible in the highest resolution instruments as the pale, ribbed, continent-sized biological architecture that the taxonomy of Brethren Moons describes in the terrifying language of scale. It has been there for millions of years, locked at its convergence threshold by the machine's signal, waiting with the patience of something that has never had reason to hurry. It is very large. Isaac can see it from the surface when the blizzard clears momentarily, an object in the sky that the human visual system initially categorizes as a moon, the size consistent with a moon, the orbital position consistent with a moon, before the surface detail resolves and the categorization fails, and what replaces it is not a category but a recognition. He has been moving toward this for a very long time, since the Chicxulub data in Dr. Ciarello's archive, since the hive mind on Aegis 7, since the nexus in the sphere chamber, since the first moment on the Ishimura when the signal found his neural tissue and began building what the signal builds in the minds it finds useful. He has been moving toward this since before he knew this existed. The excavation site is ahead in the ice. The Rosetta waits in the frozen dark beneath it. Its neural tissue partially active, its millions of years of preserved knowledge available to anyone who has the instruments to read it, and the classified framework to interpret what the reading produces, patient in the specific way of things that have been waiting so long that the waiting has become indistinguishable from their nature. The blizzard closes again, white and total, and they move through it. The excavation site is a wound in the ice, not a metaphor, a description. The SCAF expedition's drilling and excavation equipment cut through Tau Volantis' surface ice in the way that surgical instruments cut, with the precision of a team that understood they were working around something irreplaceable and whose technique reflected that understanding. The cuts are clean, their edges still defined after decades of the blizzard's attention, the ice's own gradual healing arrested by the same artificial cold that has maintained the planet's surface for millions of years. The excavation's geometry is visible from above as a series of descending platforms, each one cut at a specific depth and angle, the whole forming a stepped descent into the planet's ice that resembles, in the survey imagery, the archaeological excavations of Earth's deep past, the way a tell is cut when the layers of human occupation are what is being read. The difference is the depth. Earth's archaeological excavations measure their significant layers in meters. The SCAF excavation measured its significant layers in hundreds of meters. The alien civilization's ruins beginning far below the surface, the depth at which the ice and the planet's geological sedimentation have placed them, representing the accumulated deposit of millions of years of the civilization's absence. The excavation cut through all of it, through the ice and through the geological strata, below the ice, and through the alien civilization's upper construction layers, into the spaces where the civilization's most significant artifacts were preserved. The Rosetta's chamber is at the excavation's deepest accessible level, in a space that the SCAF engineers cleared from a larger alien structure, a section of a building, or what was a building, before the Ice Age compressed and distorted it into the form that the excavation found, its alien architectural principles still partially legible in the geometry of the surviving walls. The chamber the engineers created within this space is roughly rectangular, human geometry imposed on alien geometry, the prefabricated modular construction of the expedition's standard building components, creating a functional research space inside the larger alien structure's surviving volume. It is cold in the way that spaces inside Ice Age planets are cold. Not the managed cold of the SCAF camp's life support during the expedition's active period, but the cold of a space whose heating systems have not operated in decades, whose thermal environment has equilibrated toward the ambient temperature of the surrounding ice. The expedition's life support equipment is in the chamber, or rather, the equipment's remains are in the chamber, the specific form of preserved equipment that decades of extreme cold produces, the materials intact and the function gone, the instruments and monitoring systems and research equipment frozen in their last operational configurations. The Rosetta is at the chamber's center, in the research cradle that the SCAF team constructed for it, a housing of the expedition's standard materials shaped to the Rosetta's specific geometry. The housing designed to provide the controlled environment that the Rosetta's partial neural activity required for the team's research. The housing's environmental control systems have not operated since the expedition ended. The Rosetta has been in the ambient cold of Tau Volantis's deep ice for decades. It is still partially active. The alien individual that the SCAF team designated the Rosetta, the name chosen not for the individual's own identity, which the expedition could not determine, but for the function the individual's preserved knowledge would serve, the key that unlocks a language that was previously unreadable, is preserved in a state that has no parallel in any known biology. The alien species' physiology, we as the SCAF team's biological researchers documented, and as the partial documentation that survived the orbital strike preserves, was organized around a distributed nervous system of extraordinary redundancy. Not the centralized nervous system of human biology, with its single brain as the seat of consciousness and the spinal cord as the primary conduit, but a network of neural clusters distributed through the body structure with sufficient redundancy that the death of any individual cluster or pathway left the remaining network capable of sustaining a reduced form of function. The distributed architecture was, the SCAF researchers concluded, seeing an evolved response to the specific environment the species developed in, an environment where neural damage was sufficiently common that the biological advantage of distributed cognition outweighed its costs. This architecture, combined with the Ice Age conditions of Tau Volantis, has produced in the Rosetta a state that the SCAF team described with the careful language of researchers who recognized they were describing something their conceptual framework could not fully contain. The individual is not alive, by any definition of alive that applies to beings with centralized nervous systems, but is not dead in the way that organisms with centralized nervous systems die. The distributed neural network, most of it non-functional after millions of years of cold and the cellular deterioration that even the most extreme cold cannot fully arrest, retains in its most redundant pathways a residual activity, not consciousness, not cognition in any full sense, but the preservation of encoded information in the neural architecture's structural configuration, available to instruments capable of reading neural encoding at the relevant scale. The instruments the SCAF team brought to Tau Volantis were capable of reading it. The instruments read it. The decoding of what the reading produced is the work that the SCAF team's xenolinguists and xenobiologists spent the operation's most productive period conducting. The translation of the alien species' preserved knowledge from the specific encoding of their distributed neural architecture into formats that human cognition could process. The translation is incomplete. It is probably always going to be incomplete. The gap between an alien species' cognitive architecture and the human cognitive framework that the translation must ultimately arrive in is not a gap that the available translation tools can fully bridge, and the SCAF team's time was limited, and their instruments were damaged in the later phases of the operation, and the orbital strike ended the work before it approached anything like exhaustion. What the translation produced is partial, and the partial translation is what Isaac and Carver have access to through the data systems that survived the decades of ice. It is sufficient. What the Rosetta's neural encoding preserves is the memory of a civilization's last years, not the full history. The alien species' history extends back to a period of such depth that even their own neural archives, which operated on principles of longevity that human data storage cannot approach, contain only fragments of the earliest periods. What the encoding preserves is the recent memory. Recent in geological terms, meaning the last several 100,000 years of the civilization's existence, the period that begins with the detection of the Brethren Moon's approach and ends with the individual's death in the circumstances that produced the state of preservation that the SCAF team found. The alien species' name for themselves is not translatable. The concept that names encode in their cognitive system does not correspond to the concept that names encode in human cognitive systems. The identifier they used for their civilization, a description of a relationship rather than a label, a term that conveys the network of obligations and connections that constitute a civilization's identity, rather than a string of sounds or symbols that serves as a shorthand for the entity. The SCAF team called them the aliens, which is the most honest available label and the most insufficient, the word describing only the relationship between them and the team that found them, rather than anything about who they were. They were, the Rosetta's encoding reveals, afraid. This is the first and most persistent quality in the preserved memory. Not abstract scientific concern about the moon's approach, not the institutional management of a civilizational threat by the bureaucratic mechanisms that large civilizations develop for managing large threats, but fear, the specific, personal, distributed fear of beings who have understood what is coming and who do not have the certainty of an effective response and who continue working toward one anyway, because the working is what remains when certainty is unavailable. The markers were the first response. The Rosetta's encoding of the marker development period is among the clearest sections of the translation. The precision of the technical memory preserved better than the contextual and social memory in the alien neural architecture's specific storage configuration. The markers were developed over several generations of research. Their signal architecture derived from the moon's own broadcast frequency, the counter frequency calculated from the mathematical relationship between the moon signal and the biological processes the signal triggers. The development was an achievement of extraordinary difficulty, the alien equivalent of the SCAF's entire classified program, compressed into the urgency of a civilization that could see its own extinction approaching. The markers worked. The Rosetta's encoding of the initial deployment phase is cautiously optimistic, the alien equivalent of the specific careful hope of a research team that has seen their hypothesis confirmed by data and is not yet certain the confirmation will hold at operational scale. The markers suppressed the Necromorph signal within their broadcast radius. The colonized worlds where the moon's influence had already reached were stabilized. The convergence events that were approaching threshold were arrested, and then the compulsion began. The encoding of the compulsion's discovery is the most distressing section of the translation, the alien equivalent of the specific horror of a researcher who has found an error in a calculation they have already acted on, or whose error is not abstract but is measurable in the deaths and transformations of their civilization's population. The same frequency that suppressed the Necromorph signal resonated with the alien nervous system's distributed architecture in ways the researchers had not modeled, producing the compulsion toward convergence in the population exposed to the marker's broadcast. The compulsion was not identical in form to what it would produce in human neurology. The alien distributed nervous system processed the resonance differently, the compulsion manifesting as a different quality of cognitive disruption. But the outcome was the same. A proportion of the exposed population oriented toward convergence, toward the facilitation of the event the markers were designed to prevent, the suppression and the compulsion operating simultaneously on the same biology. The alien civilization understood, with the clarity of a civilization that had spent generations developing the markers, that the markers were not a solution. They were a mechanism that prevented the problem and created a different version of the problem simultaneously, and there was no adjustment to the mechanism that resolved both problems without eliminating the mechanism's effectiveness. They began building the machine. The machine is not a thing that can be fully described from outside it. Isaac and Carver understand this in the way that a person understands the limits of their understanding, not as an abstract philosophical proposition, but as a concrete experiential fact, and present in every attempt to resolve the survey data's electromagnetic signatures into something that the human mind can model as an object. The machine does not resolve into an object. It resolves into a system, a network of interacting installations distributed through Tau Volantis' geological structure across the planet's entire extent, its components individually identifiable as structures of alien engineering, but collectively operating as something that the sum of the components does not prepare the mind to anticipate. The machine generates a signal, not the marker's signal and not the counter-frequency the markers broadcast, but a different signal, one that interacts not with biological tissue, but with the Brethren Moon's specific operational mechanism, the biological process by which the Moon completes the convergence event. The machine's signal interferes with this mechanism at a fundamental level, preventing the process from reaching the threshold that would trigger the event's completion. The Moon receives the accumulated biological mass of Tau Volantis' convergence, feels it in whatever way the moons feel, and the process that would follow in the absence of the machine does not follow, because the machine is there, and the machine has been there for millions of years, and the Moon's patience, which is extraordinary by any measure, has been sufficient to endure the machine's operation for this duration without the convergence completing. But the Moon has not left. This is the critical quality of the machine's operation that distinguishes it from the markers. The machine does not disperse the Moon, does not drive it away, does not destroy it. It holds it. The Moon above Tau Volantis has been held at convergence threshold for millions of years, the event pending, the biological mass accumulated, the process one step from completion, and unable to take that step. The machine holds the Moon. The machine is still running. The Ice Age is the evidence of its continued operation, the planet's thermal environment, the side effect of the energy the machine requires to maintain its signal. The cold, not the machine's purpose, but the machine's cost, the price Tau Volantis pays for the suppression it provides. If the machine stops, the moon completes its convergence event. That is what the blizzard is paying for. The Rosetta's encoding also preserves the machine's other function, the one the alien civilization built into it as a last resort. In the final years of the civilization's existence, when the encoding of the Rosetta's individual is most precise and most recent, when the fear in the preserved memory is quietest. Not because the fear resolved, but because something came after the fear that was calmer than the fear, the specific quality of people who have finished working on the most important thing they have ever worked on, and have reached the limit of what they can do, and are waiting to see if it is enough. The machine can kill a moon. Not suppress, not hold, kill. The signal the machine generates can be modified. The same infrastructure, the same planetary scale engineering, the same energy output, to deliver not an interference signal but a destructive one, a transmission targeted at the moon's specific biological architecture that will, if the machine's power reserves are sufficient and the transmission is calibrated correctly, destroy the moon's operational coherence, collapsing the distributed biological intelligence that makes the moon what it is into the inert mass of dead tissue that is all any individual organism is when the intelligence that organizes it is gone. The alien civilization built this into the machine and never used it. The Rosetta's encoding does not explain why, not precisely. The translation's gaps are in exactly the places where the specific reasoning would be most useful. What the encoding preserves is the consequence. The machine ran. The moon was held. The civilization died. And the kill switch has been waiting in the machine's architecture for millions of years, available to anyone who reaches it and understands it and has the technical capability to activate it. The Circle reaches it first. Danique arrives at the machine's primary activation hub before Isaac. This is not coincidence. It is the product of the Circle's planning, the operational advantage of an organization that has known about Tau Volantis longer than the post-disclosure EarthGov's missions, and that has had years to position resources in the outer systems for exactly this contingency. The Circle's objective on Tau Volantis is not the Rosetta. It is the machine, specifically its deactivation. Danique understands the machine with the completeness of a true believer who has spent years studying exactly this knowledge. He understands that the machine is what has been preventing the moon's convergence event for millions of years. He understands that deactivating the machine will complete the event. He understands that completing the event will feed the moon, will add Tau Volantis' accumulated biological mass to the moon's volume, will satisfy the process that the alien civilization spent its last years trying to prevent, will produce exactly the outcome that every person who has died in proximity to a marker has died because of. He believes this is correct. He believes it with the clarity and the completeness of a person whose theology is internally consistent and externally terrible, whose faith in the moons as gods makes their feeding the highest possible expression of a universe operating as it should. The convergence is not the catastrophe. The convergence is the point. Everything that has happened, the markers, the Necromorphs, the Ishimura, the Sprawl, and the 200,000 soldiers of the SCAF expedition, every person who has died in the marker program's history has been the universe moving toward this, and the movement is sacred, and what he is doing at the machine's activation hub is the most sacred act available to a person in his position. He deactivates the machine. Not all at once. The machine's architecture does not permit instantaneous deactivation. Its multiple distributed components requiring individual shutdown in a sequence that takes time. He works through the sequence with the focus of a person who has been preparing for this specific task for years. His knowledge of the machine's systems derived from the same classified documentation that EarthGov's mission is working from. The Circle's intelligence penetration of EarthGov's post-disclosure archives, having provided the technical specifications in the years between the Sprawl and this moment. Isaac and Carver reach the hub during the sequence. What follows is not a battle in the conventional sense, not the sustained engagement of opposing forces with comparable resources, but the specific desperate asymmetry of two people trying to prevent something that has already substantially happened. Their arrival timed past the point where prevention is fully possible, and before the point where it is entirely impossible, the window they are working in, defined by the portion of the deactivation sequence that remains. They do not stop the deactivation. They are not in time to stop the deactivation. What they stop is Danik himself, not the machine's shutdown, which completes in the final seconds of the engagement, but Danik's continued ability to prevent them from accessing the machine's systems in the aftermath. Danik dies in the hub, the Circle's presence on Tau Volantis, deprived of its organizing intelligence, dissolves into the tactical incoherence that any paramilitary force dissolves into when its command structure is removed in the field. The machine stops. The silence that follows the machine's shutdown is a different quality of silence from any other silence on Tau Volantis. The blizzard continues, the planet's atmospheric circulation not immediately responsive to the cessation of the thermal maintenance that has been driving it. The wind still present, still scouring the surface. But beneath the blizzard's surface noise, in the subsurface geological structure where the machine's signal has been running for millions of years, there is an absence that the geological instruments register as an anomaly before the consequences of the anomaly become visible. The ice begins to melt. Not immediately. The planetary-scale thermal shift that the machine's shutdown will eventually produce takes time to propagate through the layers of ice and geology, the temperature change beginning at the surface and working inward, the artificial cold dissipating at the rate that energy transfer through ice allows. But the trend is immediate and irreversible. Tau Volantis, after millions of years of artificial winter, has begun the process of thawing, and above it, the moon moves. The moon's movement is not fast. Nothing about the brethren moons is fast. Their scale makes fast a concept that does not apply to them, their mass sufficient that the forces required to accelerate them meaningfully operate over timescales that dwarf human experience. But movement is not fast or slow in absolute terms. Movement is relative to the fixed point from which it is observed, and from the surface of Tau Volantis. From the excavation site's blizzard-scoured surface, the moon's movement is visible. It descends. The orbital lock that the machine's signal maintained, the specific gravitational and electromagnetic equilibrium that held the moon at the threshold altitude, the product of the machine's continuous operation over millions of years, fails as the machine's signal ceases, and the moon, which has been held at the edge of completion for longer than the human species has existed, begins the descent that it has been prevented from making for all of that time. Its surface is visible from below. Isaac can see it from the excavation site's surface, in the intervals between the blizzard's intensity peaks, the pale, ribbed architecture of the moon's biological mass, the continent-sized geometry of something that was once the accumulated biological matter of an entire world's convergence event. Its texture, the texture of dead tissue, at a scale that has no reference point in any biological framework that evolved to assess organisms at human scale. The craters that mark its surface are not impacts, they are apertures. The biological machinery of the moon's interior, visible in the depths of them as structures that have no analogy in geological formation. It descends toward Tau Volantis. The convergence event on Tau Volantis' surface, the biological mass that has been accumulating in the ice around the SCAF expedition's ruins, the necromorph forms of 200,000 soldiers, and the alien necromorphs of the alien civilization's biological material and the organic content of a planet that has been within the moon's signal range for millions of years, begins to respond to the machine's cessation and the moon's descent with the collective orientation of a system receiving its coordinating signals full broadcast for the first time without the machine's interference. The necromorphs in the ice move. The biological mass that has been dispersed through the planet's surface layer accumulates toward the sites of maximum signal concentration. The convergence event is beginning. Isaac is in the machine's primary hub. The hub is not, structurally, a human space. It is an alien engineering installation, its scale and architecture designed for the alien species' physical form and cognitive approach to large-scale systems operation. The interfaces, not interfaces in any human engineering sense, but the alien equivalent. Direct neural engagement points. The machine's control systems designed to be operated by the specific distributed neural architecture that the alien engineers possessed and that Isaac does not possess. What Isaac possesses instead is the marker imprinting, the neural encoding that the Ishimura's marker built in his tissue. Deepened by 3 years of proximity to the Sprawl's marker, calibrated against the black marker's own signal architecture, is not the alien species' neural architecture, but it is an encoding of the marker signal's mathematical structure, and the marker's signal and the machine's signal are derived from the same source mathematics, and the machine's control interfaces, which respond to the specific neural signature of minds that have processed the marker's mathematical structure at the architectural level, respond to Isaac's imprinting. Imperfectly, partially, with the significant limits of a system engaging with an approximation of the neural architecture it was designed for rather than the architecture itself. But responsively, he engages the machine's systems. What he finds in the engagement, in the specific quality of the machine's control interface responding to his imprinting and his imprinting responding to the machine's signal, is the kill switch, the alien civilization's last resort, the function built into the machine in the final years of the alien engineers' lives, when the fear in the Rosetta's encoding has quieted into the specific quality of people who have finished working on the most important thing they have ever worked on. The kill switch is not labeled in any human notation. It is encoded in the machine's architecture, in the alien species' technical language, readable to Isaac's imprinting in the same way that the housing panel on the Sprawl's marker was readable, the specific knowledge present in the imprinted architecture's interface with the machine's systems. He activates it. The kill switch's operation is not instantaneous. The machine's energy reserves, maintained in the geological structure of Tau Volantis's deep layers, accumulated over millions of years of the artificial ice age's energy generation, the thermal differential between the surface cold and the planet's geothermal heat gradient, providing a continuous energy input that the machine's storage systems have been accumulating since the alien civilization activated them, are enormous. The kill switch's transmission requires all of them. The signal the machine was designed to generate for this purpose draws on the full reserve, the accumulated millions of years of energy directed into the specific frequency configuration that the alien engineers calculated would be sufficient to destroy a Brethren moon's operational coherence. The transmission takes time to build to operational power. In this time, the convergence event on Tau Volantis' surface continues, the biological mass moving, the moon descending, the process completing the steps that the machine's cessation permitted. Carver holds the hub's perimeter against the convergence event's advancing biological forms with the specific, unsentimental efficiency of a soldier who has been trained for exactly this kind of last-stand defensive engagement, and who is applying that training without any illusion about what the engagement's duration limit is. He does not look like someone who believes he will survive. He looks like someone who has decided that believing in his survival is not the relevant variable. The machine's power readout climbs. Isaac watches it and maintains the connection. The imperfect, partial, imprinting-mediated engagement with the machine's control interface, his neural architecture extending toward the alien system's requirements and falling short and extending further and falling short again. The gap between what the interface needs and what he can provide, a gap that the machine's design apparently accommodates as a worst-case scenario, the alien engineers apparently having considered the possibility that the person activating the kill switch might not be one of them. The possibility that the person activating the kill switch would be a human being from a species that did not exist when the machine was built, whose neural architecture had been partially modified by exposure to a device the alien engineers had themselves built, who had survived 2 marker outbreaks and 3 years of institutional captivity and a frozen battlefield on a planet at the edge of the colonized systems. This specific possibility is, almost certainly, not what the alien engineers modeled. And yet, the interface works. The power readout reaches operational threshold. The transmission begins. What the transmission does to the moon above Tau Volantis is not visible in any dramatic sense from the surface. There is no explosion, no visible beam, no the spectacle of a weapon visually striking its target that the human mind's narrative expectations of a decisive moment tend to anticipate. What occurs is a process. The machine's transmission reaching the moon's biological architecture at the signal level, propagating through the distributed structure of the moon's mass, the way the Necromorph signal propagates through the biological mass it encounters, systematically, comprehensively, at the level of the biological architecture's operational principles rather than at the level of its physical structure. The moon's distributed intelligence, the aggregate cognition that has been operating for longer than the human species has existed, that has consumed the biological mass of entire worlds and organized it into the vast distributed processing architecture that the Brethren moons represent, fails, not all at once, in the distributed way that distributed systems fail when the organizing signal that maintains their coherence is disrupted, node by node, pathway by pathway, the intelligence that required the signal to sustain its integration, dissolving as the signal dissolves. The moon does not explode. It does not fall. It does not produce the visible catastrophe that the scale of the event would seem to require. It continues existing physically, the mass of it, the volume, the pale-ribbed architecture of its surface. But the thing that made it what it was, the operational intelligence that used the mass as its substrate, is gone. The moon descends the final distance to Tau Volantis' surface. The impact, when it comes, is at a velocity reduced by the moon's mass and the gravitational physics of the descent. Not the catastrophic impact of a high-velocity impactor, but the slow, geological scale collision of an object of enormous mass moving at a speed determined by the gravitational interaction of Tau Volantis and the moon's mass over the seconds and minutes of the descent. The impact reshapes Tau Volantis' surface in the way that geological events reshape surfaces, permanently, comprehensively, at a scale that will be visible in the planet's topography for as long as the planet exists. The convergence event stops. The biological mass on Tau Volantis' surface, deprived of the coordinating signal that was assembling it toward the event's completion, disperses. The Necromorph forms losing their coordination, the distributed intelligence that the signal maintained in the surface biology dissolving as the signal's source is destroyed. The process ends. Tau Volantis is quiet. The blizzard has stopped. The machine's cessation removing the thermal driver that maintained the atmospheric circulation, the planet's weather beginning the slow transition toward whatever equilibrium a world without an artificial ice age eventually reaches. The sky above the excavation site is visible for the first time in millions of years. What fills the sky is the moon's surface, close enough that the biological architecture of it is detailed. The apertures visible, the ribbed texture visible, the specific wrongness of a thing this large occupying the space this near. But it is not looking at anything. It is not orienting toward anything. It is, in the most fundamental sense, simply mass. Extraordinary in its scale and extraordinary in its origin and extraordinary in what it represents, but no longer directed, no longer coordinated, no longer the process that it was. The alien civilization's machine worked. It worked 65 million years after the civilization that built it died. Callback 4, 90% mark. The alien engineers who built the machine and never used it. Michael Altman, who discovered the black marker and died trying to warn humanity. Isaac Clarke, who has been moved through the marker's architecture from the Ishimura to the Sprawl to Tau Volantis, whose neural imprinting is the reason the machine's interface responded when it needed to respond. All of them discovered the same truth. The markers, the moons, the process, the scale of it. And all of them tried to act on it with what they had available. The alien engineers had more time and more technology and a civilization behind them, and they still could not prevent the moon from being there, above Tau Volantis, when the machine finally destroyed it. Altman had nothing but a notebook and the conviction that documentation mattered even when action was impossible. Isaac had an engineering toolkit and the marker's signal in his neural tissue and a woman he loved who was dead before he reached her. The difference between them is that Isaac had the machine. The machine was waiting for someone to use it. It waited millions of years. It did not wait for someone with the right credentials or the right biology or the right institutional authority. It waited for someone with the right signal in their neural tissue, the marker's mathematical architecture encoded in the specific way that the interface required. It waited for the accident that would put the right person in the right place. The accident's name was Isaac Clarke. Carver is alive. Isaac is alive. The Circle's forces on the surface are not a coherent threat. Danik gone. The organizing intelligence of the operation absent. The tactical situation dissolved. Ellie is in orbit, in the vessel they arrived in, which she has been maintaining against the orbital chaos produced by the moon's descent and the convergence event's atmospheric effects, with the same professional efficiency that she maintained through the Sprawl's crisis. She brings the vessel down. Isaac and Carver reach it. The extraction from Tau Volantis is not clean. The planetary changes are producing conditions that the vessel's systems manage at the edge of their rated capacity. The thermal shift of the Ice Age's end propagating through the atmosphere in ways that the navigation system's models were not built to anticipate. Ellie manages the conditions in the way she manages all conditions, with the attention of someone for whom the edge of rated capacity is a familiar operating zone rather than an emergency. The vessel clears Tau Volantis' atmosphere. Below them, the moon's surface and Tau Volantis' surface have become a single landscape, the boundary between them erased by the impact, the scale of the event visible from orbit as a reshaping of the planet's visible hemisphere. The Ice Age's ending is visible too. The first liquid water in millions of years appearing at the edges of the impact zone, the planet's geological processes restarting in the warmth that the machine's cessation is allowing. The alien civilization's world is thawing. The alien civilization is not there to see it. Isaac watches it from the vessel's observation port. He is very tired in the way of someone who has been in motion for a very long time and whose motion has just, for the first time, stopped. Not stopped because the work is done. There is work remaining. There is always work remaining. The marker signal is still in his neural tissue, and the markers are still scattered across human space. And the classified program's infrastructure still exists in whatever form the post-disclosure reorganization has left it, but stopped because this moment is complete, and completion even incomplete completion, has a quality that motion does not. He watches Tau Volantis recede in the observation port. The blizzard is over. The sky above the excavation site, he knows without being able to see it from orbit, is clear for the first time in millions of years. Somewhere in the ice of the alien civilization's ruins, the Rosetta is still partially active, its neural tissue still preserving the distributed memory of a species that built a weapon against the end of the world and died before they could use it, and whose weapon was used eventually by a person they could not have imagined, in circumstances they could not have anticipated, at the cost of everything the person had left to give. The vessel accelerates toward the shock space transit point. The jump will take them to the Sol system, home. The shock space transit from Tau Volantis to the Sol system takes 47 hours. 47 hours in the specific non-space of shock space transit, the dimension that human physics has learned to access for interstellar travel but has not learned to describe, the instruments that operate in normal space producing readings that the engineering manuals annotate with the notation that readings taken during shock space transit are not interpretable by standard analytical frameworks and should be disregarded until the vessel returns to normal space. The hull is intact. The life support runs. The vessel moves through something that the available vocabulary cannot name toward a destination that the navigation system holds in its memory as a set of coordinates, and the coordinates are correct. And the destination is there when the transit ends. 47 hours in which the 3 people aboard the vessel exist in the specific, suspended quality of shock space transit. Not the paralysis of stasis, not the absence of consciousness, but the particular quality of being between, of having left one context and not yet arrived in the next, of occupying the interval that the journey creates between the departure and the arrival. The vessel's interior sounds continue, the life support cycling, the navigation system's periodic updates, the small mechanical language of a functional ship maintaining itself. These sounds are the same sounds that any ship makes in any transit, in any circumstances. They are the most ordinary sounds Isaac Clarke has heard in a very long time. He does not sleep well. This is not new. He has not slept well in years. The imprinting's effect on the dream state, the signal's presence in the neural architecture that produces dreams, has been a consistent feature of his existence since the Ishimura and shows no sign of diminishing in the aftermath of Tau Volantis. The dreams are geometric. The geometry is familiar. He has learned over the years to occupy the geometry without following where it leads, to be present in the dream's space without engaging with the direction it offers, which is always the same direction, which is always towards something the dream wants him to approach, and which he no longer approaches. He lies in the bunk and watches the geometry and waits for the transit to end. Carver sleeps in the bunk across the crew quarters with the specific quality of a soldier sleeping, completely, immediately. As a function of training rather than circumstance, the capacity to rest in any available window maintained by years of operational necessity, he wakes with the same completeness. He does not discuss what happened on Tau Volantis with Isaac in the transit's 47 hours. He does not discuss it because there is nothing about what happened on Tau Volantis that discussion improves, and he is a person who has learned that the things discussion does not improve are better occupied with the silence that permits their weight to be carried, rather than the words that attempt to distribute the weight and produce only noise. Ellie maintains the vessel. She checks the navigation systems on a schedule that the transit's duration does not require, but that her professional instinct maintains regardless. The discipline of piloting a practiced form that operates below the level of decision. The checks happen because the checks always happen, because a pilot who stops checking because the systems are probably fine is a pilot who eventually encounters the one transit where the systems were not fine and had no warning. She drinks the vessel's coffee, which is bad, and she reads. and she watches the transit's non-instruments produce their non-readings, and she maintains the vessel. They do not talk much. The 47 hours has the quality of an interval that knows itself to be an interval, a space of time that is not the thing that came before it and is not the thing that comes after it, that exists between two contexts in the way that a held breath exists between an exhalation and the next inhalation. They are in the held breath. The exhalation was Tau Volantis. The next inhalation is the Soul System. They do not know what they will find there. The transit ends at 0312 vessel time, the navigation system's tone marking the return to normal space with the same neutral notification that it marks every successful transit completion. The instruments that were producing non-interpretable readings resolve their outputs into the familiar language of normal space: gravitational readings, electromagnetic readings, the stellar cartography that identifies their position relative to known reference points. The reference points confirm the Sol system. The navigation system's cartographic database matches the local stellar geometry to the Sol system's known configuration with the precision of instruments designed for exactly this confirmation. They are in the Sol system. The Sun is at the expected position, its electromagnetic signature matching the catalogued profile precisely, its light present in the optical instruments at the intensity that the transit destination's distance from the Sun would predict. The ship's communication system activates on return to normal space, beginning its automatic scan of the available frequencies for the navigation beacons, relay signals, and traffic control transmissions that the Sol system's infrastructure generates in continuous broadcast. The scan runs for approximately 4 seconds before it produces results that the system's processing architecture flags with the notation that the results are anomalous and require manual review. Ellie pulls the communication output to the main display. The Sol system is not broadcasting its navigation infrastructure. This fact, the absence of the beacon network, the relay signals, the traffic control transmissions that the Sol system's infrastructure generates so continuously and so reliably that their absence has no historical precedent in the communication logs that the vessel's database contains, arrives in the crew quarters as a quality of silence that is different from the transit's silence. The transit's silence was the silence of non-space. This silence is the silence of a space that should be filled with human signal and is not. The optical instruments are still working. Ellie redirects them toward the inner system, toward the planets, toward the orbital infrastructure, toward Earth. Isaac is in the pilot's seat beside her when the optical feed resolves. Earth is still there. This is the first thing the optical feed confirms. And the confirmation produces a specific quality of relief that lasts for the 3 seconds before the feed's resolution increases to the point where the detail becomes visible, and the detail replaces the relief with something that relief was never sufficient to address. Earth is still there. The continents are still in their positions. The familiar geography of a world that has been the reference point for human civilization for its entire existence, the shapes that appear on every map and in every piece of navigational imagery, and in the specific place in human visual memory where home is stored. The geometry of the continents is unchanged. The planet's mass is unchanged. The orbital mechanics are unchanged. What is changed is the sky above it. Not the sky in the meteorological sense, the atmospheric envelope, the cloud cover. The weather systems that the optical instruments can resolve at this distance as the characteristic patterns of a living planetary atmosphere. The atmosphere is there. The weather is there. The planet below the atmosphere is alive in the biological sense. The spectroscopic readings confirm photosynthetic activity, liquid water, the electromagnetic signature of a biosphere that is continuing its function regardless of what is above it. What is above it are the moons. Not one. Not the single moon that hung above Tau Volantis in its millions of years of patient suspension. Multiple, The optical instruments tracking across the zone between Earth's atmosphere and high orbit resolve distinct masses, each one at a different orbital altitude. Each one of a scale that the instrument's distance calibration renders in numbers that the mind receives as error before the mind accepts that the instruments are not wrong. The smallest of the visible moons spans approximately 400 kilometers in its longest dimension. The largest spans more than 2,000. They are not in identical orbits. Their positions are distributed through the zone between the upper atmosphere and the high orbit altitude where conventional spacecraft operate. Their distribution not random, but arranged with the specific non-random quality of objects that are where they are because they chose to be there, whose positions reflect intention rather than the mechanical consequence of gravitational dynamics. They are not moving. They are in the specific stillness of things that have completed their transit and are now doing the thing the transit was undertaken for. The consumption has begun. It is not visible as a discrete event. There is no visible beam, no visible extraction, no spectacle that the human mind's narrative framework for catastrophe tends to expect. What is visible, at the optical resolution available at this distance, is a change in the quality of Earth's atmospheric layer, a thickening, a darkening at the boundaries between the atmosphere and the space above it, a texture in the interface zone that the instrument's atmospheric modeling subroutine flags as inconsistent with any natural atmospheric phenomenon in its database, the marker signal in the atmosphere, at the concentrations that the convergence event's terminal phase produces, the signal saturating the atmospheric medium, propagating through the biosphere, reaching every organism in the biosphere simultaneously with the full power broadcast of multiple brethren moons operating at close range. The communication system's anomalous silence is not the silence of a failed infrastructure. It is the silence of an infrastructure that was broadcasting until recently and has stopped because the people who maintained it are no longer maintaining it. And the reason they are no longer maintaining it is present in the optical feed, in the orbital zone, in the thickened atmospheric interface, in the quality of a planet that is alive in the biological sense and that is undergoing, in the millions of the specific lives that constitute the biological sense, the process that the markers have always been building toward. Earth is being consumed. Isaac sits in the pilot's seat and looks at the optical feed. The relief that arrived with the confirmation of Earth's continued physical existence is gone. It was never going to survive the detail. The detail is always where the relief goes, into the detail consumed by it, the initial comfort of the large fact dissolved by the specific information of the smaller ones. Earth is there. The moons are there. The process is there. He has been in time to see it, and he has not been in time to prevent it. And the distance between those two facts is the distance between the 47-hour transit and whatever window there might have been to use the kill switch's knowledge before the moons arrived. And the window, if it existed, has closed. The psychic static begins in the communication system approximately 8 minutes after the optical feed resolves. It is not the random noise of a degraded signal or the specific patterned noise of a failed encryption protocol. It is the marker signal, transmitted through the space between the moons and the vessel at the strength of multiple brethren moons, broadcasting simultaneously. The signal saturating the communication medium in the same way that it saturated the Sprawl's atmospheric medium, the same way it saturated the colonial atmosphere of Aegis 7. The same way it saturated every environment it has ever entered, completely, comprehensively, without the mechanical consideration of the instruments it disrupts or the minds it reaches. It reaches Isaac's mind. The imprinting responds. This is the quality of the last 11 years of his life made manifest. The signal that the Ishimura's marker built in his neural tissue, that the Sprawl's marker deepened, that Tau Volantis's machine interface shaped further, resonating with the external signal of the moon's broadcast in the way that two signals of the same frequency always resonate, the internal and the external finding each other across the boundary of his skull and producing, in the space between them, the interference pattern that the imprinting was always going to produce when it met its source. He sees Nicole. Not the marker's constructed version, not the precise hallucination calibrated against his neural template, optimized for his psychological vulnerabilities, deployed as a lever. Not the tool. What he sees or what he experiences in the specific register that the imprinting and the moon's signal together produce in his specific neural architecture is closer to the real thing than any hallucination the marker ever manufactured for him. The moons are not using her image. The moons are not managing him toward an objective. The moons are broadcasting at full power into a mind that carries the imprint of their signal, and the mind's response to that broadcast is not a manufactured vision, but a memory. The actual memory, the actual residue of the actual person, are present in his neural tissue in the only form she has been present since the Ishimura. He looks at her for a moment in the way he has not been able to look at any version of her since the cargo hold. Without the awareness of the construction, without the weight of the knowing that the image is wrong, without the grief of the distinction between what is there and what he wishes were there. Just looking. She is there in the specific way that memory is there, not present, not absent, but preserved. Then the static rises and the image dissolves. Ellie is talking. Her voice is present through the static, professional, controlled, the pilot's voice that she maintains through conditions that do not permit maintaining. On the voice that is doing its job regardless of what the instruments are showing because the job continues while she is alive to do it. She is talking about vectors, about the vessel's position relative to the moon's orbital distribution, about the gap between the two nearest moons, a passage of approximately 600 kilometers, navigable at the vessel's maximum acceleration, leading to a trajectory that exits the Sol system toward the outer planet orbits, away from the moon's concentration around Earth, into the specific quality of deep space that does not contain a brethren moon. She is talking about survival. She is talking about it in the specific language of a pilot who has been talking about survival for the entirety of her career in impossible conditions, and who is talking about it now because talking about survival is what you do while survival remains in the set of available options, and it remains in the set of available options for as long as the instruments say it remains, and the instruments say it remains if you use the gap. Isaac looks at the optical feed, Earth's atmosphere thickening at its upper boundary. The moons in their positions, their patience fulfilled, their billions of years of drifting between star systems, arrived at the destination that the Chicxulub marker's signal identified the moment the first human mind came within its range. The process that began in the dark at the bottom of the crater, completing itself in the sky above the world that found the crater. The 65-million-year project reaching its terminal phase with the comprehensive indifference to the scale of what it is consuming that the moons have always brought to the consumption of worlds. He looks at Carver. Carver is looking at the feed with the expression of a soldier who has assessed a tactical situation and reached a conclusion about the situation's parameters. The conclusion is present in his face without being announced, the specific quality of a person who has completed an analysis and is waiting for the next available action. There is no action that changes what is happening to Earth. This is the fact. And it is the fact that every person who has ever encountered the marker program in any form has eventually reached. The fact that the process is larger than the response available to the person confronting it. That the scale of the moons is not the scale at which individual human action operates, that the machine on Tau Volantis was built by a civilization and operated over millions of years, and required the accumulated energy reserves of a planetary ice age to destroy a single moon, and there is one of him and 3 of the moons visible in the optical feed, and more beyond the feed's resolution range, and no machine available to him, and no planetary energy reserve, and no alien civilization behind him. He destroyed 1 moon. The others know where he is. The psychic shockwave of the Tau Volantis moon's destruction traveled through the network in the hours of the transit, the moon's distributed awareness receiving the signal of a member's destruction and orienting, with the totality of distributed awareness, toward the source of that destruction. The source was Tau Volantis. The source's location is now the Sol system, because the vessel that carried the source is in the Sol system, and the signal of the imprinting in Isaac's neural tissue is broadcasting into the moon's signal environment with the specific frequency that the marker built there, the frequency the moons recognize the way any signal recognizes its own architecture. They know he is here. They do not redirect. The consumption of Earth does not pause for him. He is one person, and the process is the process, and the process does not interrupt itself for one person any more than a tide interrupts itself for a stone. He is, in the moon's operational awareness, a noted presence in a situation that does not require his specific addressing. He is irrelevant. This is the specific quality of the Dead Space universe's horror that the Ishimura and the Sprawl and Tau Volantis have each demonstrated in their different registers. Not the horror of a malevolent intelligence that has chosen humanity as an enemy. Not the horror of a conflict where the outcome depends on the quality of the opposition. But the horror of a process for which humanity is simply the available biological material, in the same way that the alien civilization was the available biological material before humanity. Or in the same way that whatever species inhabited the worlds, consumed before the alien civilization, was the available biological material before them. The moons do not hate. The moons do not pursue. The moons arrive and the process completes, and the moons drift on, and the arrival and the completion and the drifting are the same action. Continuous, patient, ancient beyond the capacity of human grief to adequately address. The vessel has fuel. The vessel has life support. The gap between the moons is navigable. Ellie's hands are on the controls. Isaac looks at Earth for the last time in the optical feed. The continents in their positions, the atmosphere thickening, the moons in their orbital distribution, enormous and pale and alive with the distributed intelligence of things that have never needed to hurry, so that have been here before humanity and will be here after, that received the signal from the Chicxulub crater 65 million years ago and have been, in their slow and patient way, responding to it ever since. He nods to Ellie. She plots the vector. The vessel accelerates toward the gap. The gap is 600 kilometers of space between the 2 nearest moons, a distance that is nothing in interstellar terms and everything in the terms of a vessel trying to pass through it. The biological architecture of the moon's surfaces visible at close range with a detail that the optical feed's distant resolution did not provide. The texture of the moon flesh, pale, ribbed kilometers of dead white biological mass, is the texture of something built rather than grown. The marker's recombination templates expressed at a scale that dwarfs the individual forms that the same templates produce in the corridors of ships and stations. The apertures in the moon's surface pass slowly across the vessel's optical sensors as the vessel moves through the gap, the biological machinery of the moon's interior visible in their depths, the structures that have no analogy in geological or biological formation present in the feed, with the matter-of-fact quality of things that simply are. The moons do not move to close the gap. The vessel passes through. The outer system is quiet, not the psychic static of the inner system. The moon's broadcast attenuates with distance in the way that all signals attenuate. The inverse square law indifferent to the nature of the signal it applies to. the marker frequency diminishing with distance until it reaches the level that Isaac's neural tissue experiences as the baseline imprinting rather than the full broadcast. The baseline imprinting is quiet. It has been quieter since Tau Volantis than it was before, the machine's interface having done something to the imprinting's architecture that Isaac cannot fully characterize, a change in the quality of the signal's presence in his cognition that is not its absence but is measurably less than its previous presence. Carver is asleep in the crew quarters. This is, in its way, the most human thing in the vessel's current situation. A person sleeping because the body requires sleep. The requirement, biological and non-negotiable and indifferent to the magnitude of the event the body's owner has just lived through. The body continues. The maintenance of the body continues. Sleep arrives when sleep is required, regardless of what the optical feed showed 6 hours ago. Ellie is flying the vessel toward the Outer System Relay Station, the last functional infrastructure in the Sol System's navigable space that the communication system's scan has identified as active, its beacon signal present in the communication feed at the low-power broadcast of a station operating on emergency reserves, its location consistent with the catalog position of a relay installation that has been in continuous operation for 40 years, and that is still, apparently, operating. Someone is maintaining it, or something is, or the automation is sufficient to maintain it without human attention in the circumstances that have removed the human attention that would normally maintain it. The communication system cannot determine which from the beacon's signal alone. The vessel will reach the relay station in approximately 9 hours. Isaac is at the observation port. The stars from the outer system are extraordinary. This is a fact that has been true for as long as the outer system has been accessible to human observation, and that does not change in the current circumstances. The stars do not become less extraordinary because of what is happening in the inner system. Their light does not dim, their positions do not shift. The vast and ancient architecture of the galaxy does not reorganize itself in response to the consumption of one of its small world's biological populations. The universe is not structured around the significance of human events. The stars were here before humanity, and they are here now, and their light, crossing the distances involved, is carrying information from timescales and distances that make the history of human civilization, including its ending, a detail at scales the light was already carrying before the civilization began. There are no moons visible from the outer system. The solar system is very large. The moons are in the inner system, their mass and their patience concentrated around the planet they have come for, and the outer system's immensity places a distance between the observation port and the moons that renders them unresolvable to the naked eye. They are there. They will always have been there. But they are not in the frame of the observation port, and the observation port shows only the stars. Isaac watches the stars. He is very tired in the way of someone who has been in motion for 11 years, since the Kellian docked with the Ishimura, since the tram station's attack, since the first vision of Nicole in the engineering deck's processing chamber, and whose motion has arrived at the specific stillness of a point beyond which the next motion is not yet visible. Not rest, not recovery, the stillness of an interval. The signal in his neural tissue is quiet. It has not been this quiet since before the Ishimura. The baseline imprinting remains. It will remain, the alien engineer's mathematical architecture encoded in his tissue at a depth that the years since the Ishimura have made permanent. But the moon's broadcast at this distance is below the threshold that amplifies the imprinting's presence in his cognition. He is, in the most precise available description, more himself than he has been since the Kellian's airlock opened onto the Ishimura's dark docking bay. He does not know what comes after the relay station. He does not know if there is anything after the relay station that constitutes a plan rather than a trajectory, a direction rather than simply the continuation of motion in the absence of a reason to stop. He does not know if there are other survivors in the outer system, other vessels, other people who passed through the gap or were already past it when the moons arrived. He does not know if the relay station is operated by a person or an automation. He knows that Ellie is flying the vessel. He knows that Carver is asleep in the crew quarters. He knows that the relay station's beacon is in the communication feed, still broadcasting. He knows that the stars in the observation port are the same stars that the alien engineers looked at from Tau Volantis when they finished building the machine and sat with the waiting. The specific quiet of people who have done the most important work available to them and do not know if it will be sufficient. It was not sufficient. The alien civilization died anyway. The machine ran without them for millions of years and was deactivated by the people who arrived after them, and the moon was eventually destroyed by someone the alien engineers could not have imagined, but not before the moons had found the Sol system, not before humanity had followed the same path the alien civilization followed from the discovery of the markers to the arrival of the moons. Every step of the path made inevitable by the decisions of the people who encountered the marker at each stage and made the choices they made. Altman tried to stop it. Altman died. The notebook behind the heating unit was archived at the deepest tier. Isaac survived it. Isaac is at the observation port of a vessel in the outer solar system. Surviving and stopping are not the same thing, and the universe does not award points for survival in the absence of the thing the survival was supposed to be for. But survival is what is available, and what is available is what there is. And what there is, in this moment, in the observation port's frame, are the stars. They are very old. They were here before the moons. They were here before the alien civilization. They were here before the Chicxulub impactor carved its crater into the Yucatan crust and sealed whatever remained of that convergence event under 65 million years of geological time. They will be here after the moons have finished and drifted on, and the Sol system has returned to the silence that the void maintains between the events that break it. The void was here before consciousness and will be here after, and the void is not malevolent and is not benevolent and does not organize itself around the significance of the beings that have briefly occupied it. The moons have fed. The void returns to quiet. You have been here through all of it. Through the ancient dark of the Brethren Moon's first drifting, through the buried chamber beneath the Yucatan where the black marker waited for 65 million years, through Michael Altman's careful frightened documentation in the notebook behind the heating unit, through the colony on Aegis 7 where Mira counted her students on the last ordinary morning, through the Ishimura's corridors and the medical bay, and the cargo hold and the hum that Isaac carried in his neural tissue across the years and the distance from the Aegis system to the Sprawl to Tau Volantis, to here, through the alien civilization's frozen ruins and the SCAF expedition's frozen camps and the Rosetta's millions of years of patient preservation and the machine that waited to be used by someone the alien engineers could not have imagined. You have been here in the dark, and the dark has been here with you, and whatever the dark contains, the signal, the geometry, oh, the ancient patience of things older than fear, has been present in the space around this listening, and has not touched you. You are not on the Ishimura. The corridors around you do not contain what the Ishimura's corridors contained. The hum in the observation port's frame is the hum of the vessel's life support, the maintenance of the atmosphere you are breathing, the mechanical language of a system keeping you alive with the automatic devotion of machinery that has no other purpose. The moons have completed their work. The struggle that began when the first drill broke through to the black marker's chamber, the long human effort to understand and resist and survive the process that the marker always led toward, has reached the end that the process was always designed to reach. And in the reaching, something has been completed that exhaustion cannot adequately describe, but that rest can address, that sleep can address, that the specific surrender of consciousness to the dark can address in the way that conscious resistance never could. The fighting is over. Not won. Not lost exactly, because loss implies a contest, and the moons were never in a contest with humanity, any more than a geological process is in a contest with the landscape it reshapes. Simply over. The process has completed, and the void has returned to quiet. And what remains in the quiet is this: the sound of the vessel's life support, the stars in the observation port, the specific stillness of an interval between the last motion and the next one, and your breathing, slow and present, the most fundamental signal of a body that is here, that has come through the listening, that is still producing the small, ordinary miracle of the next breath. The signal in the space around you has gone quiet. The geometry in the dark behind your eyes can rest. You are here in the dark because the dark is where rest lives. Not the darkness of the Ishimura's corridors, not the darkness of the void between the moons, but the darkness behind closed eyes where the body goes when it releases its hold on the waking world and allows the night to do what the night has always been for. The moons have fed. The void returns to quiet. You are safe here in the dark because the end has already come and there is nothing left to fear. Let the signal fade. Let the geometry still. Let the breathing slow. The stars are very old. They were here before all of it. They are here now. Rest.